The session is yours, ma'am. Take care. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir.
Kalyan, excellent introduction. As you said, yesterday we started this program, and we had a very good response yesterday. And today, being a Sunday, I'm expecting a very good response from the students, more response. And the faculties, those who are going to join in our program today, they are all well experienced. And some like Vijita ma'am, they have already cleared the civil service examinations. They are very famous resource persons in South India for handling the optional as well as GS. Madam is handling sociology optional and as well as ethics and society, social issues in KingMakers IAS Academy, apart from geography for the PCM batch, Prelims Tests. So, friends, today we will be having a small introduction for about 45 minutes, how to prepare for the social issues as well as for the society. At the same time, what kind of resources one should refer, and what is the role of that particular subject in the mains examinations, and how the magazines and newspaper will help you to score better than others, and what kind of questions so far they have asked and their distributions. Everything madam is going to discuss. I'm sure this is going to be a wonderful session. And followed by that, Mr. Ashutosh Gupta, who is popularly known as India Boy, he is going to join in our program. And the whole day till evening 5 p.m., almost you are going to interact with 8 India's best resource persons. I'm sure this day is going to be the best day in your life, through which you are going to learn a lot of things. Thank you, Kalyan, and thank you, Vijeta ma'am, for your great association with the KingMakers IAS Academy. Thank you. Now you just you can start the session.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for this lovely introduction. Thank you, Kalyan, sir, for the lovely introduction. And good morning, friends who are joined with us in through online. I could see only Teja is there, and right now 34 people have joined it. So I just wanted to know, all the people are comfortable in English, or shall we go for the bilingual also? Please message in the group. Those who cannot understand Hindi, otherwise I can also take the sessions in bilingual Hindi and English.
Yes, but that will be fine, madam.
Yes, sir. So at least I could see some messages, then I can start in Hindi. Otherwise, don't know. So yes, I am. Yes, Anup Reddy have joined, I think. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. UPSC preparation is all about. First, let me give some introductions about me, and then I will be coming to the subject. हमेशा ये अच्छा नहीं होता है कि सीधा सब्जेक्ट में चले जाओ, तो देखते हैं. अगर मैं अभी मैं आपसे हिंदी में बात कर रही हूँ, तो मैं नॉर्थ इंडिया और साउथ इंडिया रिप्रेजेंट करके ही मैं बात कर रही हूँ. अगर आपको इंग्लिश, देखो, somebody has told that English, ma'am. Okay, knowledge at least English only. So in between, if I'm using the Hindi word also, no issue. At least if somebody is not understanding, tell me. I'll also translate in the Hindi. Okay, in English. Okay. फाइन. तो बीच बीच में हम बात करेंगे, क्योंकि अच्छा लगता है अपने भाषा में थोड़ा सा बात करना, है ना. मैं अपने बारे में थोड़ा सा इंट्रोडक्शन दे देती हूँ. इंट्रोडक्शन, मैं 2018 बैच, मैंने पहला मेंस एंड फर्स्ट इंटरव्यू में मैंने मेंस क्लियर किया था, इंटरव्यू क्लियर किया था, और मुझे ज्यादा टाइम नहीं मिला था, तो मैंने आई जस्ट प्रिपेयर्ड माय मेंस आफ्टर माय प्रीलिम्स रिजल्ट गॉट ओवर. सो उसके बाद इट वाज अ वेरी टफ टाइम फॉर मी, बट everything you can take an inspiration that if you start early, fine, you can clear, but also अगर अभी आपने सोचा है उस चीज को लेके, तो आप अगले प्रीलिम्स को लेके भी आराम से निकाल सकते हो एग्जाम. एक सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस रखिए अपने ऊपर, और वो सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस में किंगमेकर्स आईएएस एकेडमी हमेशा आपके साथ है. Okay, so I can see some messages. Good morning, Danishni, Manish, Teja, Anup, Knowledge. ये knowledge वाले जो नाम है, I don't know what is the real name. Ramu. I can see some messages here. Very good morning, everybody. मुझे आपका मैसेज देख के अच्छा लग रहा है. Good to see you all. And I can also come to the interaction directly when we are going to start live classes, that to offline classes in Delhi. Very soon it's going to be start. Today's session actually what to say, it's all about like strategies, it's all about कि आपको कैसे confidence आना है एग्जाम क्लियर करने के लिए, है ना? तो आप मुझसे यहाँ पे डाउट भी पूछ सकते हो. I will also address your doubt here. But about the subject, let's go inside that first. And so now my screens will be, I think, smaller. Okay. So strategy wise, if you see, UPSC is all about here a strategy only, because knowledge सबके पास है, ठीक है ना? सब इंटेलिजेंट है, सब IIT, IIM, कॉलेज, सब हमारे साथ टॉपर जुड़े हुए हैं यहाँ पे. लेकिन फिर ऐसा क्यों होता है कि हम लोग कोई लोग ही यूपीएससी निकाल सकते हैं, और सब ये बोलते हैं कि यूपीएससी इज अ मदर ऑफ ऑल एग्जामिनेशन. तो मदर ऑफ ऑल एग्जामिनेशन तो फिर नीट और जेई भी तो है भाई. नीट जेई तो आजकल इतना ज्यादा टफ हो गया, तो फिर इसमें क्या इतना.
Madam, a small request. If,
Yes, sir.
If it is possible, just can you change your background? Background image it shows in the reverse order. Just you have to remove that mirror image.
Okay, sir. But I was okay. But from here it is showing correct only.
Yes, for you it will be like that only. But while seeing, it shows in the reverse. If you remove that mirror image, then it will be perfect.
Yes. I think now fine, sir.
It's not it.
No, but I have changed my mirror image.
Just you have to remove that.
So I have removed it now. Now also it's showing the same.
Yes, madam.
Then I will
then,
give the background.
Yeah, I think yes. I think the while they send you that picture, maybe sometimes it may be like that. Okay, no problem, madam. You please continue with some other image. I'll share you our background image. I'll share you another image.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Please. Please proceed. Fine, madam. Just you can proceed.
Yes, sir. So, yeah. So some strategy, let's see. Like how to clear this exam is a very first thought you will be getting in the mind, okay? That कैसे मतलब ये एग्जाम क्रैक करना है, इतने सारे बुक्स है, इतने सारे यहाँ पे मटेरियल है, तो फिर कैसे मतलब इसको क्लियर करा जाए, कैसे कुछ लोग ही केवल इसको क्लियर करते हैं, है ना? तो it's all about like your self confidence. So strategy के थोड़ा बात कर लेते हैं. स्ट्रैटेजी देखिए कुछ नहीं है, एक तो ये है कि आपका नॉलेज आप उसको कैसे अप्लाई कर रहे हो. सो हाउ वुड यू अप्लाई द नॉलेज इन योर सब्जेक्ट. तो एनसीईआरटी तो है भाई, एनसीईआरटी आप 6th स्टैंडर्ड से लेके 12th स्टैंडर्ड तक आप यहाँ पे पढ़ सकते हो. सभी बोलते हैं, कोई भी आप टॉपर से यहाँ पे बात कर लीजिए, सारे टॉपर्स यही बोलेंगे कि भाई एनसीईआरटी पढ़ना है, ये बुक पढ़ना है. इट्स ऑल डन कि सबने यही स्ट्रैटेजी बोली. तो फिर ऐसा क्या है इसमें कि सबका क्लियर नहीं होता है, क्योंकि वो सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस और वो हार्डवर्क पे डिपेंड करता है. तो सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस और हार्डवर्क आप देखोगे इसमें वो तभी आएगा जब इसमें पूरी डेडिकेशन के साथ आप उतरोगे, ठीक है? तो सबसे पहले क्या करना है, आपको एक सेल्फ बिलीव आना है कि मैं कर सकता हूँ. ओके, तो मैं तो आपको यही बोलूंगी, क्योंकि टीचर का रोल यहाँ पे खत्म हो जाता है अगर आपको अपने ऊपर एक सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस लेके चलना है. तो सबके कॉन्फिडेंस कितनी ज्यादा है मुझे बताइए मैसेज करके. सबके कॉन्फिडेंस मुझे पता है. अगर आपने यहाँ पे सुबह सुबह ज्वाइन किया है तो आई नो दैट ऑल आर जस्ट लुकिंग फॉर टू क्लियर दिस एग्जाम, राइट? सो दिस इज वन मोटिव. अच्छा, उसके बाद यूपीएससी की स्ट्रैटेजी क्या है? यूपीएससी की स्ट्रैटेजी कुछ नहीं है, जितना सिलेबस है, जितना पीडीएफ आपको सिलेबस में मिलेगा, okay, so that you have to understand the syllabus. That syllabus you have to go through every time, and whenever there is a time that you have to continue with the syllabus by understanding the current part, always you should keep your syllabus and then you have to study. So syllabus se please aap bahar mat jaiye, okay? The syllabus is there which you will get a guidance that okay, I should not divert my path from this to this. So ye ek hai. उसके बाद how to clear the UPSC exams, it is all about the stages, right? Prelim stages is there. So I'll be come to the topic. I'm here not for two faculties. Like I just want to give some informations. Firstly, like how to clear your prelims, how to clear your mains, how to clear your interview as well. So how to clear your prelims? It's all about prelims is always going with the unpredictable part. Unpredictable part always is unpredictable part will be there where just now. Yeah, unpredictable part will be there where you can say that regarding the question. Okay. Then mains part is all predictable only. Predictables means mains questions you will be easily understand by the reading the answers and reading the questions which is available in the market. Okay. But if you see the prelims, every year UPSC is changing the prelims questions, but it is not out of the syllabus. So prelims is all about you have to understand the same strategy, which you cannot use it for the prelims and mains. Okay. So हमने क्या किया था prelims को लेके हर बार हमें इतनी doubt आती थी कि हम इसको कैसे करें, क्योंकि जो बच्चे prelims में अटक गए ना, that will be difficult for them to continue. थोड़ा सा self confidence lose हो जाता है. So that self confidence is very important. That's why a strategy for prelims should be little different. Okay, so every time whenever we are going to teach you, we will be going to work on this respect, that your prelim strategy, your main strategy, your interview strategy is always in KingMakers IAS Academy is taking care. There's a different strategies for prelims, there's a different strategies for mains. This is all about the specialty is there for the KingMakers. Okay, then अगर आपने ये सब कर लिया तो फिर क्या होगा, आपको यहाँ पे कोई भी नहीं रोक सकता आपके सक्सेस को लेके. तो सक्सेस रेट इज डिपेंड ऑन दैट हाउ मच हार्ड वर्क यू हैव डन, हाउ मच स्ट्रैटेजी यू हैव यूज्ड इट फॉर प्रीलिम्स, मेंस एंड इंटरव्यू. इंटरव्यू कुछ नहीं है, लोग इंटरव्यू से भी डरते हैं. इंटरव्यू इज ऑल अबाउट यहाँ पे कि वो सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस जो आपने प्रीलिम्स और मेंस में दिखाया, वो सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस आप इंटरव्यू में कैसे दिखा रहे हो. तो इंटरव्यू में क्या करना है, वो आपसे कुछ क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे, दे वांट टू नो अबाउट यू. वो वहां पे हम डर जाते हैं, हम पता नहीं क्या क्या आंसर दे देते हैं. ऐसा नहीं है, अपने पे रहिए, अपने पे रहेंगे तो हमें सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस और आएगा. वो जो पूछ रहा है वो उसको अच्छी तरीके से आप उसको बताइए, तो ये आपका एक सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस गेन करेगा. ठीक है. अच्छा, अभी अगर आपको कोई क्वेश्चन पूछना है तो प्लीज आप पूछिए कोई क्वेश्चंस, तो मैं वहां पे आपका मैसेजेस देख के मैं वहां पे उसको आंसर दूंगी. लेकिन द सब्जेक्ट विच आई एम गोइंग टू हैंडल नाउ, दिस इज गोइंग टू बी द इंडियन सोसाइटी. सो इंडियन सोसाइटी एंड सोशल इश्यूज, दैट इज social issues in Indian society and social justice. Okay, social justice is there in GS paper 2 and Indian society is there in GS paper 1. तो ये सब्जेक्ट कैसा रहने वाला है, ये है क्या, यूपीएससी ने इसको दिया क्यों इसको. ठीक है, तो यूपीएससी ने इसको क्या किया है, या यूपीएससी ने इसको क्या किया है, एक सोची समझी एक स्ट्रैटेजी की तरफ ही. Okay, so UPSC has done this experiment 2013. In 2013, they changed the syllabus of mains exam. Why? Because there was a need to change this pattern of examinations. They removed the optional, right? 2 optional were there. Then they entirely changed the syllabus of GS paper 1, 2, 3, 4 they introduced, and they added Indian society part in GS paper 1 and social justice part in GS paper 2. Okay, so why? Always for UPSC and the good civil servant, they should ask about why this changes. There's a need is there, that's why the changes brought, and the changes were the who's become the bureaucrats, they are hardly bothered about the society. समाज को ठीक से समझे ही नहीं और समाज के ऊपर पॉलिसी बनाने लग गए. तो this is not done. Okay, that you have not understood. So for the viewers who are seeing this, who are watching this, I'll be repeating the same things if I'm just using in Hindi also, don't worry. So for Hindi and English, I'm going to repeat twice, right? Okay. Then you see, this is all about 2013, the bureaucrats who become the civil servant, but they are unable to understand the society. And society is all the reason for everything which you are there. So ये बहुत जरूरत था यूपीएससी को कि इस चीज को लेके बात करें. और यूपीएससी ने क्या किया, बोला कि रुक जा बेटा, 2013 में मैं यूपीएससी पे सिलेबस जो है चेंज कर दूंगा. और यूपीएससी हैज डन दिस चेंजेस जस्ट बिकॉज दे हैव टू ब्रिंग सम notable things which the peoples are ignoring as even they become a civil servant. So what was that? So syllabus they introduced. Okay. And the syllabus, if you see, the syllabus is this one. So this syllabus, I'm just giving you the idea that how we are going to proceed it. 5 to 6 syllabus only they have added. Okay, salient features of Indian society, diversity of India. ये सारी चीज आपको ना newspaper में मिलेगी, current में मिलेगी. All these things you will get it in newspaper and current aspect. So what is all about? किसी को पता ही नहीं कि हमारा समाज क्या है. Nobody knows it, like what is Indian society is, what is diversity is, and we are just living with everybody each together, and but we are very much aware and intolerance regarding our religions, others' religions, about other customs, others' right, everything. So if you see they introduce very with the deep analysis that this syllabus has to be there for the UPSC mains exam. Salient features of Indian society, in which you can see what is the salient feature. The salient features will be, caste systems, will be regarding religion, will be marriage. ये सारी चीजें हैं, ठीक है. तो इसको लेके बोलता है कि यूपीएससी बोलता है तुम लोगों को तो पता ही नहीं है कि what you supposed to do, what you have to understand about the topic. So UPSC said that understand first this diversity. And we have a diversity. We have a diversity in religion. We have a diversity. Diversity means which we have uniquely separated from each other in language, in culture, in every respect where we can see that, oh, we are not similar. So within the one state itself, we have a many diversity. For example, North, if you take any example of UP state or Bihar state, if it is a very, people have very much uniquely separated in their culture, in their language, though they are speaking in the same language of Hindi or in their language, but still the separation will be there somehow in culture and everything. So this is what diversity of India is all about. The diversity of India is also about North India, South India, West India, East India. Okay. So West India, East India को आप देखोगे compare करके तो entirely, फिर यहाँ पे वो entirely different. This is all entirely different in the languages, in the culture, everything. Okay. Yes, India is a country of diversity. Very good. Okay. So ये यूपीएससी ने ये बोला कि पहला बेटा तुम ये समझ लो कि डाइवर्सिटी में ही तुमको काम करना है. तो इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? Why UPSC wanted to include this all in the syllabus? Because UPSC wanted that since you are from any other state also, but you are going to work for the union government for the people in the different state. So unless and until you will not understand about the severity of the diversity and you will not going to appreciate the diversity of the India, then how would you give some good point and good things to the country and to the people? So always UPSC syllabus is all about understanding. Okay, why UPSC included? It is always appreciable things you are understanding better. You will be going to clear your exam in a very early stage. So then role of women. See, there is some vulnerable groups are there. Vulnerable means where they are losing their respect and some kind of compromise they are doing if they are comparing with some other section. So women is a part of women is a part of section in the Indian society. Other section is there, men, okay, women, child, then disabled persons, person with disability, then older persons, like this kind of things are there, which you can see women's is still seen as a very vulnerable groups of one of the vulnerable group in the section. So why deliberately UPSC included women? Because participation of women, if you see comparing with the men, is very low. It should be 50% minimum. है ना, 50% होना चाहिए, लेकिन 50% तो दूर का बात, यहाँ पे तो 1%, 2% भी नहीं है. There is hardly 1%, 2% relation is there and participation is there. That's why अभी देखो यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है, 33% दे दिया है रिजर्वेशन वुमेन्स को. कहाँ पे दिया है? पार्लियामेंट में दिया है. There has been given the reservation of 33% in the parliament. The proposal is there, but also the government has announced that this is going to be not applicable in this election. This is going to be applicable from the next point, and there is no role of this reservation in the current election. Now, this kind of news is coming. Do you understand how the peoples are catching the news? And though, if you are a civil servant, and you are a civil servant means for me, you are a civil servant, young UPSC aspirant, you are the future civil servant, future bureaucrats, where you should catch the point of the government, because once the government is coming with new policies and all, there you have to catch the point, and you could see, oh, where it is going to useful, where you are going to use in your answer. So the answers, you can use it here in the Indian society part, where the women's sections, if they're asking for any question, there you have to use it in this. Currently, the government has come up with this 333% reservations for this particular issue. So then also they will be going to ask you, you tell me that this kind of initiatives, how it is going to help this particular woman. Now, we have read everything from the book, but if you have not realized this news from your analysis, then sorry, somebody would have done that and they would get a better marks from, if you compare with your marks with them. So here the syllabus is all about giving you hint that, see, in future also this kind of change is going to come. Then you have to be sit as opportunistic persons, where you're getting the news. Come on, you have to add up in your answers, and then you have to make your answer better. So this kind of syllabus, this kind of things only possible when you are always 24 hours into 7 into 365 days. Only you are thinking about your aim, your, your passion for the service, and always see, this is one of the passion is there for KingMakers also, to develop this kind of skills to the students. So that's why always we are there to participate, in this way, so that, the current aspect and also with the static portions we can cover up together. So my classes would be there better off on this respect, where you can say that static and current affairs we are going to see. Okay. So understood your two parts here. Salient features of Indian society. If you see, again, I'm saying, currently, if you've seen your this one UPSC mains exams question paper, the question papers, people will say that it's all about the current things, it's all about, no, UPSC is testing you, where you having quality to understand the current, and also you have remembered the strategy for your static portion from the syllabus. Okay, so this way now you understood why they have given this topic. So now women's related things, still they are considering that it is there, but the other part is also there. There is something which women is taking advantage. That also you have to mention in your answers, but it is only if you understand the syllabus. That other part also you have to mention in your answer. Okay. Yes. Where and when to start an answer writing? Very good question. Whenever we are completing one topic, okay, the first part you have to do is start writing from the first day itself. Then how to write it, because it is not about writing. It is all about, if you see, it is all about that the thoughts is there in your mind, then writing will be easy. ये बहुत easy हो जाएगा ना, जब आपके दिमाग में कुछ है तो आप उसको लिख पाओगे. दिमाग में कुछ नहीं तो कैसे लिखोगे? If nothing is there in the mind, then how would you write it? So people will tell that, do the answer writing practice. But answer writing practice के लिए content भी तो चाहिए. तो ये जो 1 year है ना, this 1 year where you will start your preparation, this 1 year you have to be like a always like a opportunistic persons, where you will always will be there for reading newspaper, you are collecting the news, you are writing the news, and also when you are going to start your answer writing, you have to finish the topic from where you have taken the question, and with the current part you have to add up and you have to start. So every day you have to write one answer from the topic which you have studied. So during the class hour, you are going to attending the classes. After reaching home, आपको क्या करना है, उसके बारे में पढ़ना है. You have to study on that particular topic. उसके बाद क्या करना है, करंट में कुछ है क्या, मैं देख सकता हूँ, क्योंकि देखो मार्क्स जो है ना स्टैटिक में नहीं है. The marks is not on static. The marks is there on the things and the build up where you are going to do in your answer writing. So it should be the combination of your current and static all. Okay, so good question. Then so ma'am will be teaching. Yes, I will be teaching the same subject. Okay, I will be teaching the same subject. That's why I'm an expertise in this. Like with the current part, I'll be handling much. So आपको ये knowledge आएगा कि देखो ये तो question आएगा तो इसको कैसे attempt करना है. इसको how would you attempt this question if the question is coming from the current part? Okay, तो ये होता है. So, and even current affairs also, I am going to start. Always my answer will be there in the current part. Just I wanted to show here, for example, if you see this, करंट पार्ट में दिखाती हूँ आपको, रुको. जैसे देखो मैंने क्वेश्चन लगाया हुआ है, ठीक है, तो ये क्वेश्चंस में क्लास के समय आई विल बी गोइंग टू शो एंड आई विल बी गोइंग टू मेक यू पीपल टू सॉल्व दिस क्वेश्चन. एंड ऑल्सो करंट पार्ट आई शो समथिंग रिगार्डिंग वुमेन्स. See, these are the some part I have added. So this was a women issue. So when I'm going to teach all this in the classes in this way, we can start. And also with the current part, we are going to take care that see what is the gender gap, what is inequality report, and see current happening. So whatever I'm saying, it's not like a joke I'm telling. I'm really going to handle all these things during your class hour. So why India needs a women reservation bills? Already see, this was there in the news in 2019 and 20, and still now in 2023 again they are bringing with this women reservation bill to A to Z. From this current affairs, even you can use it in the polity also, because in polity it is related to laws and policies. So this part you can use it in there. Also this part you can use it for the Indian society. So the current data is showing here that it is not like, just a minute, the slide has been changed. Yes. So the current part, if you see, also prohibition of child marriage, this was there in the news during 2021, and this is going to again repeat here. Then also the women's part, current part is going on regarding the marital rape, regarding the sex worker, regarding the, same-sex marriage. These kind of things is there in the current time, and we are going to see during our class hour. So you can imagine that the class, how it will be, excellent and lovely way we are going to proceed during the class hour. And also the class will be there in bilingual. So those who have attended offline, but the full care will be taking care if the person is there from the English medium only, and they are not understanding the English, then we are going to proceed only in English. But other than that, if the people are okay with English and Hindi in the bilingual, then we can continue in that. Okay. So this kind of things you can add up. Yes. Any other queries you want to ask? Okay, then let's go to the syllabus pack. Yes. Now, this syllabus talks about, yes, see, I can also show the questions also, but right now this is no use, because I'm just going to cover up only the syllabus, so that at least during after this class hour also, at least you will get a motivation that okay, let's go and find out what is there in the syllabus, and syllabus of Indian society and social justice. You can have a look on that. The next part is effect of globalization. Can you see this globalization? Globalization is everywhere. So how it affected the Indian society? So whenever you are talking about Indian society, you have to talk about in three aspects: culture, then you have to talk about here the section, and also you have to talk about here institution. Okay, so culture means how it affected the culture, how affected globalization in the culture. Now we become so modern, right? We are thinking, but are we modern fully? So globalization is going to affect in a bad way, positive way, we don't know. So we have to analyze this. So question UPSC will give in such a way that you have to write about opinion. So how would you write about your opinion? जब हम पढ़ेंगे, जब हमारा एनालिसिस होगा तभी दे सकते हो ना, वरना तो नहीं दे सकते. If you have your opinion, then only. So most of the questions, if you see here, it is related to the topic which is mostly current aspect, and for that you have to do an observation. So observation कैसे करें? Observation तब कर सकते हो जब आपका दिमाग ये बोलेगा कि देखो कुछ चेंज हो रहा है. कैसे चेंज हो रहा है? हम लोग पहले शादी केवल अपने माँ बाप की मर्जी से करते थे. We used to marry after, our parents are, giving some kind of, partners, and they will choose a partner for us. Right now, globalization effect that more Indians are now going with the love marriages. Okay, so these are the things affect on family life and marriages as an institution. Secondly, economic part, previously only we were we were using our brand, our things. But if you see now, during the visit of the mall or you're going out, lot of things are there. That is not our food culture. That is not our food culture as well. Okay, so you can see momos now. Momos are very favorite for everybody, है ना? Momos सबको पसंद है कि नहीं? तो ये अभी कहाँ से आए ये मोमोज? तो हर कोई जा रहा है वहां पे, तो ये क्या हो गया? यहाँ पे कल्चर को अफेक्ट कर रहा है. They are affecting the culture. Now more we want to be an alone. हमें ज्वाइंट फैमिली पसंद नहीं आती. तो ये भी इफेक्ट हो रहा है ग्लोबलाइजेशन का, कि वर्ल्ड में क्या चल रहा है. इंडियंस आर वेरी मच टू एंगेज विद दैट. ड्रेसिंग सेंस क्या है भाई? ये ड्रेसिंग सेंस. हम शादी करते हैं पहले अपने कल्चर के हिसाब से मॉर्निंग में, लेकिन शाम में क्या होता है? रिसेप्शन देते हैं, तो दैट रिसेप्शन इज ऑल अबाउट द कल्चर ऑफ ग्लोबलाइजेशन. हमारा वेस्टर्न कल्चर इसमें रिफ्लेक्ट हो जाता है. द वेस्टर्न कल्चर इज रिफ्लेक्टिंग, राइट? सो दिस इफेक्ट ऑफ ग्लोबलाइजेशन, you can see it through your women section wise. We can see, okay, effect of globalization on men, positive effect and negative effect. तो आंसर है ना, कोई बुक से नहीं मिलेगा आपको. नेवर यू विल गेट एन आंसर फ्रॉम द बुक. यू हैव टू मेक इट विद योर ऑब्जर्वेशंस, प्लस यू हैव टू एड अप विद द करंट अफेयर्स. सो मेन, वुमेन, चाइल्ड, ओल्ड एज पीपल्स, डिसेबल्ड पर्सन्स, ट्रांसजेंडर, okay, these are the, you have to come with the positive and negative aspect of all the globalizations on this section. Second, what I said, like culture. So you can say cultural. First of all, what is culture? Culture is whatever our food habit, our lifestyle, our the way which we are proceeding to live in our life. So these are called culture. So in that culture, what you're doing now, mostly we are using English language, right? Your mother tongue you are not using. So English language here, it's a gift of Western country. You know that why cricket is more famous than the hockey. Okay, today is also the cricket match is there, right? So this effect, more we are waiting to watch the cricket, but hardly somebody is waiting to watch the hockey match. With effect of globalization, and this globalization is not started after 1991. Some measures government took it, but even it was there during the ancient and medieval time also. So all things you have to understand, it is affecting the Indian society. So UPSC wanted why you should understand about globalization. Tell me. Because suppose as a district collector, you are going to work there in your district. So your district is changing and some problems are coming during that time. So you have to come with a solution here. Unless and until you will not understand about the effect, how would you come with a solution? Again, so you could see that some people want to leave their parents in the old age, ashram वगैरह में छोड़ देते हैं ना. So there, this is now new culture. They are feeling that I am feeling burdened to keep my parents after so many ages. No, this was not a culture of India before. So globalization effect you can see everywhere. छोटे छोटे बच्चे Instagram चला रहे हैं. What is all about? This Instagram is not our tool. TikTok and all that, it's not our made, app. These were imposed on India and on the world. So how this is going on? A child is more become nowadays socialized through the gadget. Same question in Indian society, UPSC asked 2023 this year, that instead of cuddling, getting by the parents, now the children are getting cuddling through the digital media. So people previously, parents used to tell them that what is value, कैसे behave करना है, कैसे बात करनी है, how to behave, how to talk, parents used to tell. But now it is told by Doraemon. तो डोरेमोन बता रहा है कि डोरेमोन बता रहा है, यहाँ पे चिंग चैंग बता रहा है. तो बच्चे एडिक्ट हो गए टीवी में. They are hardly spending time with the parents. Parents wanted to be free, children wanted to be free. तो आप देख रहे हो यहाँ पे मैंने क्या किया, यहाँ पे सेक्शन लिखा, आपको मैंने यहाँ पे आंसर बताना शुरू कर दिया, लेकिन हम कहीं से भी आंसर नहीं पढ़ रहे हैं, हम आंसर देख भी नहीं रहे हैं, हम तो बुक की तरफ से बाहर आ रहे हैं. See, UPSC wanted that people should not depend only in books. Just open your mind, open your eyes and see, look around your world. Okay, so look around the world. It needs, and it will be the increasing your capacity for observation. And once you will start observing the things, you will be coming that, yes, this is a problem. Let's come to the solution. And the civil servant is coming with the solution. The only things with the civil servant is to come with a solution for any problem. So this quality, if you have, And this quality is there for the prelims also. Let me tell you this quality, how the UPSC is judging. Now, UPSC is judging this quality during the prelims exams. Now, understand very, very important parts of your examination, which we got it after so many of, failure in our exams, because I used to fail in prelims and then I understood why my failure is there for the prelims. Understand, it is people thinks that it is all about knowledge. No, I would say it is all about your decision making. How? Just check. The question is all about 100 question. Okay. Now understand the strategy here. 100 question, what UPSC expected, how much questions you are comfortable, you do it so that you should get a confidence that you are going to come up in the cutoff, right? Now in that, what is the message? UPSC want us to observation. Very good. Exactly. Okay. Now cutoff, it's all about 50%. Here, they're asking you, come on, the young civil servant, come and show your decision-making ability, that which question you are confident, come and choose that question. Who told you to attend 100 question here? See, idea about prelims and mains. Mains is compulsory question. 20 questions will be given. And that 20 question, every people has to attempt it. There is no choice of question in the mains exam. But prelims, why they have given us a choices of question here? Because they want to test you that are you going to test yourself? Are you good in your decision making? Attempt any 45-50 question if you are comfortable. Come out of the examination hall with a confidence. Yes, the questions which I picked and marked the right answer, I was a bit confident in that. So the testing point in prelims is your confidence, is your knowledge on the particular subject as well, plus also your decision making. Understood? So this is what your prelims is. People are thinking it is just a knowledge. No, not at all. It's a quality which a civil servant should have, and the UPSC is testing that knowledge in every examination point. Okay, got it. Now come to the mains. In mains, they have told all the questions you have to attempt it. Here, what quality they are checking? Tell me. Just give the answer. Only one person is giving here messaging, knowledge catalyst, but others are just, quiet. So I just also want to interact with you all. Please tell me that what are the quality the UPSC is looking during the mains exam? Do you have any idea? See, क्या देखते हैं ना यहाँ पे कि एक तो 20 क्वेश्चन अटेंड करना और उन्होंने दे दिया 3 hours time. Here they have given the 3 hours time. Okay, but these 3 hours time, it is very, very difficult to attempt all the 20 questions here. But, it is my personal experience I'm telling. When the 15 minutes was just left out, at that time, we were also had 2 questions to complete. But the willpower which you had, that, yes, I know this question. So I'll be writing more. I will be investing my time there and I'll be writing good question answer there. But sorry, my dear friend, you are going to lose your 1-2 questions if you are giving all your emotions to only one question. So mains part is looking the quality that you are giving average time to each question. First quality. Second quality, you are also having the positive attitude. If some questions you are not knowing, you not knowing about the question. Third, how you manage with the time, and you have a willpower that no, I can't leave any question. So here the UPSC is testing your decision making, your participation in average way to complete every question, so that emotional part you should not be taking care only the peoples you know it, and the other peoples who don't know about them, you will not go and work on them. No, mains aspect is looking for the quality of averaging everything, and during these 3 hours you have to complete all your exam. So it is all about your willpower. No, I can do it. So this willpower will give that position to the persons who have cleared this exam, and some willpower, the morale will be go down that, oh, I don't know about this question, what to do. If you don't know about the situation also, you have to tackle. Samne koi gunda aa gaya, IPS officer, you have only one pistol with you, or one bullet with you, and the many bullets, like the other person's having. Will you surrender? You will not surrender. You will be going to have your willpower that I will be going to survive and I'm going to kill all these people with this one bullet. So you are going to use some strategy there. Now, this mains exam is all about when you come with your willpower. So the willpower they were testing, but it is Impossible to complete the 20 question, you know this, but every people is competing. Somehow they're managing to complete it. So again, quality testing in the mains exam is this for the civil servant. Then coming to the interview. Interview part, if you see here, interview is all about interacting. So कैसे interact करना चाहिए? तो आपको ना अपने ऊपर कॉन्फिडेंट होना चाहिए. तो वो आपसे पूछेगा कि आपके राज्य के बारे में थोड़ा सा बता दीजिए. They will be going to ask you about your state. Please, can you tell me something? It's not about the question and round. It is all about knowing you. Are you in the capability of to sit in the particular places as a civil servant or not? Okay. So very good answers. I got it here. Innovation, thoughts, understanding, mentality. Very good. And also along with that, what are the points I have discussed here? This is also the, what to say, the very important parts to test of your civil service aptitude. Then your interview part कभी किसी को समझ में नहीं आता है कि मैंने इंटरव्यू अच्छे से दिया या नहीं दिया. Nobody after giving the interview, they will be having a confidence that whether my interview was great or I have given, the right answers or not. Nobody. People, you go and interview, during your interview, after your interview, people will be standing outside to just ask the question, ma'am, how was your interview? Many people came to me and many people just asked me, ma'am, how was the interview? How did you prepare for this interview? And I had no answer for that. I said, oh my, and how many, hours the interview was there? So interview was all about even the watch will not be there and you will be confused mind that I have given the right answer or not, I don't. But my dear friends, it is not on the right answer. It is the personality which you are showing to them. It should be true. True personality you have to show. If you have to take a stand on negative, then you have to justify the negative thought. If you're taking a stand on positive, that positive attitude also you have to show. So they want to test you on every aspect, which kind of person you are. Maybe sometimes you'll say, I don't find that, you have a good capability like that. Sometimes they used to ask are you engineering graduate? So, don't you think that, you have wasted all your money because you could do that UPSC preparation after your graduation also? Why you completed your, so much of investment in engineering and doctor and then you're coming to the civil service? I think people will be getting, nervous. So, उनको लगेगा यार ये क्या कर दिया? मैंने क्या waste कर दिया इनका पैसा आया? Did I waste all this government resources? Then no sir, I'm not doing so. I'm also not thinking so because I got a knowledge of the engineering and I'm going to apply it during my civil service career. So there they are testing your knowledge as well. ओके सो ये होता है मेथड और ये होता है तरीका और ये होता है स्ट्रैटेजी कोई भी यूपीएससी को निकालने के लिए, वरना तो सबकी बस की बात नहीं होती, ये तो सीखना पड़ता है. दिस इज द नॉलेज एंड थिंग्स व्हिच यू हैव टू लर्न इन एवरी स्टेजेस. Like that, Indian society also teaching you every time which is there in the currenting. So many aspects will be there which we are going to see as a current aspect. Like for example, communalism. Always that the violence there from the two communities are coming together and they will be going to do some violence. So many examples you have. I don't want to take this here name of particular state here, but communalism problem is there in India, though we are giving our concept of secularism. So when you see this secularism, we will be going to see in the class each and every terms meaning wise. First, I will be going to teach you what is the meaning, because once you're coming and understanding with the terms, then you can apply these terms everywhere. So you will not be nervous that, oh my God, I have to see all these things in the book, then only I can answer. It's not like that. It's all about understanding. So if the books are also not there with you, you should come with the points. Okay, these are the confidence which I'm going to give during your exam and during your classes. So wait for me. Will you wait for me? So when this class is going to start? So when first you have to come for the, for admission. So Delhi branches is open for this admission. So as soon you will be getting admitted, so you will be getting daily this kind of classes as well. Okay. So even the personality, test, many bureaucrats have been joined and they are giving, a lot of good mentorship program. About Ishita Kishore, she is she attended here and she got rank 1. It's not about rank 1, rank 2. Every people who are coming with the good attitude and they are the topper in the UPSC civil service. So here the kingmakers always with the good bureaucrats, they are encouraging the new aspirant how to develop that personality also. During your prelims and your mains examinations, and just wait for the interview. Interview is just a just a cake for you then. Okay, so I would be very eager to see you all there and to meet you personally there in Delhi. मैं सच में वेट कर रही हूँ आप लोगों से मिलने के लिए. ओके, सो आपको ये सेशन कैसा लगा मुझे मैसेज करके बताइए. आपको मुझसे मिलके कैसा लगा? हाउ डू फाइंड इट आफ्टर अटेंडिंग दिस सेशन? ऑल्सो प्लीज मैसेज, आई वांट टू सी दैट. और सम क्वेश्चंस अगर आपको पूछना है तो पूछिए. 10 मिनट है, मैं आराम से आपको उस क्वेश्चन के बारे में बताऊंगी. आई विल बी आंसरिंग योर क्वेश्चंस, व्हाट क्वेश्चंस यू वांट टू आस्क फ्रॉम मी. ओके, बिकॉज मुझे नहीं अच्छा लगता अभी सिलेबस के अंदर एकदम से चले जाओ. जस्ट सिलेबस इज देयर, वी हैव अ टाइम टू डिस्कस अबाउट द सिलेबस, वी हैव अ टाइम टू डिस्कस अबाउट एवरीथिंग. बट first and foremost things where I'm going to tell you here, that please keep your prelim syllabus with you. Are you really a serious aspirant? First you ask these questions from you. If you are a real aspirant, then be ready and just roll all your things and buckle the seat buckle and sit for this journey. And this journey will be in a roller coaster, like that will be there, sometimes ups and sometimes down, but you are there in the particular seat. And in this, during your preparations, you be ready to face anything. But yes, I am going to clear this exam. If these things are there, then please come and join here. Okay, so we will be there coming and looking for all your best participation. Also, examination point, if you can see, it is the 1 year courses. Don't expect more from you here. Okay, tell your parents that please give me some time of 1 year, 2 year. I want to make it done in 1 year or 1-2 year. Let it be, but I'm not going to give up. So this kind of like positive vibes you can give, and allow everybody to take a decisions for your parents' sides. Don't just fight with your parents and start preparing. Parents, what to say, participation is very important. So आप लोगों को तो पता ही होगा, ठीक है. How to cover static portion? Static portion आपको क्लास में कवर कर दिया जाएगा. Static portions will be going to cover in the classes with the current affairs. But yes, static portion books are available, and I will be going to show the books for Indian society. If you want to see, 11th 12th test book is there. And like that, all the NCERT first you cover up, and this is a journey of 1 year at least. Syllabus itna zyada hai, like an ocean. The syllabus is all there, but they have given all the syllabus just because they wanted to know that every aspect a civil servant should know. Once you are a commerce student, or you are an arts student, or you are a science student, that compromise part should not be there in any subject. For example, science students should study about arts, because history tells about what? History teaches us what? That you should know. Okay, geography says what? Like, for example, if the cyclone will be there today or not, that is the geographical part. They will be going to give you some information. So the district collector don't know fully about everything. But yes, if somebody is coming with a problem, the district collector is a person who is coming with a solution. The solution will not be given by all the peoples around. The solution will be shared to the IAS officer, and the solutions they will be thinking with the discussion part with every people, and then they will be coming with the solution. So yes, Kalyan sir, you are there. So I think I have just utilized this all 1 hour with the queries of the students also. So yes, students, any other queries you have? Yes, mostly, see, current affairs is everywhere. Okay. A to Z current affairs, you have to be there, and with that application of current affairs, you have to check with the static portion. This is the way the KingMakers is actually teaching. This is the way which I am going to teach you all, that how you can apply your current affairs with the static portion. Every day, I will be going to discuss the newspaper part, whether it came with this particular, have you seen in this way? Have you observed these things in the newspaper? Like that, we are going to discuss in the classes. Okay, so other students, please, you have any queries, please, we have 5-10 minutes here, so I can, address your queries also here. So any other things like you want me to discuss? I'm just waiting to meet you all personally. So if you really like this session, come and join with our team in Delhi, and I'll be happy to meet you all personally, okay? How to prepare 9-month pending current affairs? 9-month pending, or it will be 10-month pending. The time which you are giving for 1 hour, it will be going to, cover all your part. I will not say that you should keep, first of all, pending of any current affairs. You should see every news on a daily basis. But still, you have a 9-month pending or 1 year pending things that you can cover up with a magazine of 1 year. So in the market, if somebody, because it is your loss, you have done that loss because every day you are not, seeing the current affairs. So now you have to do for some alternative. So what is the alternative available is 1 year current affairs part will be there. Even KingMakers is giving here the GMT, that is good morning test. Every day 10 questions has been discussed and it is discussing daily. So that 10 questions here, it is going to covering all your current affairs part. Secondly, with the compilations of 1 year, we are going to provide here with the booklet of full that 10 questions each day, 365 days has been discussed. That discussed questions are going to be compilations form we are going to provide to the student here. So in that way, really, I mean, it's a really good part from the KingMakers that they are taking care of the current affairs from the initial phase. So never you will be going to ask this question again. Okay, so how to cover the 9-month pending current affairs? You will be getting the material to covering for this current affairs. Done? Any other question? How to make notes? Whatever you are listening to the class, try to start writing of your own answer writing, what you have understood from the class. Because if you're copying from the PPT or if you're copying from the book, it is not going to give you the innovation part. So whatever you're listening to the teacher, how you are listening and how you are taking that point, you have to write all the things during your class hour. Then you have to go home and verify your things from the book, read again from the book, and also add some point in that. So handwriting also going to improve, speed also will be get, and what you're listening, that understanding also going to increase. Okay. So Abu Dev is telling you, thank you so much. Everybody, thank you so much for this part. And thank you for the lovely, opportunity by the Bhuminathan sir, I want to thank, and Kalyan sir, I want to thank. So I am really eager to meet you all the children who have joined here, all the aspirants who have joined here. So I'm really very happy to meet you all and to interact today with you all. Okay. So thank you so much. And I wish you all the best in your preparation. And also, please message please, when you are coming and taking the admission there in the Delhi branch, then please mention that, yes, ma'am, I have attended your session. I have attended this session, so that, I can also give in interactions with you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Kalyan sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful session, ma'am. It was an overwhelming response from the students.
It's not audible, sir. You're not audible, sir. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a very wonderful session. It was an overwhelming response from the students. I can see in the chat box, like YouTube chat box. It was a very interactive session. Not only the society and sociology part, like they have cleared all their doubts with respect to UPSC.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks for this opportunity. And I want to thank Bhuminathan sir also. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Yes. So thank you, Vijita ma'am. So next we have our another resource person, our excellent faculty, Mr. Ramesh Torti sir. Sir, we are very happy to have you on stage, sir.
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Yes. So thank you, Vijita ma'am. So next we have our another resource person, our excellent faculty, Mr. Ramesh Torti sir. Sir, we are very happy to have you on stage, sir.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Thank you, Vijita ma'am. So next we have our another resource person, our excellent faculty, Mr. Ramesh Torti sir. Sir, we are very happy to have you on stage, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Bhuminathan, sir.
Good morning, sir. Thank you, Vijita ma'am. So next we have our another resource person, our excellent faculty, Mr. Ramesh Torti sir. Sir, we are very happy to have you on stage, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good
Audible,
morning,
sir.
sir. Good morning, sir. Bhumnadhan,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Thank you,
sir.
Sujita ma'am. So next on next. So before the session starts, I'd like to introduce Mr. Ramesh Toti, sir. Sir is an excellent faculty and he has 20 plus years of experience in teaching geography, and he's a pan-India faculty. He has been teaching in various parts of the country like Hyderabad, Delhi, Bangalore, and we are very happy to have you here, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And currently, sir is also an expert in anthropology as well. So we are very glad that sir is associated with KingMakers IAS Academy, and he'll be teaching about the geographical part today, the orientation of geography, the books which should be followed, the strategies to be followed, and the optional, if you are taking geography as an optional, what should be done. So students, please interact in the chat box, like as we did with Vidita ma'am. We'll get your responses. Thank you, sir, and you can start your session, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Like I'm Dr. Ramesh Toti, having a teaching experience of 24 years. And as such, I am a honorary member of NASA. And also, like I'm a honorary member of National Science Council of USA. And from past 24 years, I'm into this field of freelancing the geography. Okay. As such, geography, whenever we talk about the geography, we think that geography is a very tough subject or something like people will be having lots of apprehensions regarding the geography. Okay. But that apprehensions are very, very wrong apprehensions. People have created that apprehensions. Otherwise, we'll be having our own things. Just a moment, I am sharing the screen. Yeah. So this is related to the geography. Actually, we are trying to tell something about geography, which will be helping you to get acquainted with geography, both for the prelims and also for the mains. Okay. So whenever we are talking about geography, geography is associated with all the things which are visible to our eyes. That is the lithosphere, the atmosphere, or the hydrosphere. These are the things generally which are visible to our eyes, but many a times the things which are visible to our eyes, how they came into existence, that is more important, because the things, how they have come into existence are being a big process which have been created by the process which are called as the geomorphic process. Okay, so generally for our eyes, whatever we are seeing, that is a big process which is having its origin in the interior of the earth. That's the reason because of which we say that the geography is having lithosphere, atmosphere, and hydrosphere. And people or the aspirants, they always think about geography to be a vast subject. Yes, it is vast because in one sense it is vast because from galaxy to the gullies are the valleys. We have to know each and everything, right? So whenever we are going on with geography, several aspects will be coming into consideration, because once you are getting acquainted with geography, you will be also getting acquainted with social aspects, right? The second is the economic aspects, some of the scientific aspects, right? And the India and its relationship with the neighboring countries will also be known in geography. Because as such, we know that there are 4 pillars for our civil service examination. The 4 subjects are called as 4 pillars, and in that geography is one. Why we say geography as to be the one of the 4 pillars? You know, once you are getting acquainted with geography or knowing the geography, right, you will be able to give the answers pertaining to economy, because industries, agricultures, etc. are the part and parcels of geography. Okay, then the disasters and the disaster management is also the part of geography. Okay, India's relationship with the neighboring countries is also the part of geography. Human Development Index is also the part of geography. And as such, the geography is there for you. So knowing the geography in a better manner, right, will be giving us an understanding of the total aspects of the civil services. Because what are the things to be understood? That is the most important thing in preparing for the preliminary examination. First, what are the things to be understood? Then, what are the things to be remembered? Okay, not each and everything which is understood in the classroom, right, has to be remembered by us. And what are the things has to be revised? After understanding, we have to revise certain things so that we can remember. So these are the 3 aspects of any of the subject, right? One is understanding, the second is remembering, the third is revising to remember, right? So if these 3 are taken very seriously, अगर आप लोग इसे एकदम सीरियसली ले लेते हैं, तो प्रीलिम्स या तो फिर मेंस क्लियर करना बहुत संभव होगा हमारे लिए, वो बहुत इजी होगा हमारे लिए, राइट? क्योंकि ज्योग्राफी का जो पर्सपेक्टिव्स है वो ज्यादातर लोग कहते हैं कि वो डायनामिक है. ओके, ज्योग्राफी इज डायनामिक, बट इन जनरली द डायनामिज्म is achieved by rooting geography through the concepts. So the concepts को अगर आप अच्छी तरह से समझ जाओगे, if you are perfect with the concepts, then what happen? It will be very easy to understand the dynamic aspects of geography. So in geography, what we are doing, we are understanding the things, right, related or from galaxy to the gullies. Okay, then in the galaxies, like several times we'll be talking about the Big Bang Theory, but after the Big Bang Theory, the newest of the theory which has been given by Paul Steinhardt, right? Eternal inflation theory is there, which says that our universe is not a single universe. It is a complex of multiverses, which we'll be discussing in geography. Then we'll be going from the Earth's interior. Okay, we'll be talking about the Earth's interior to the exterior of the Earth, that is the soils, right? And when the internal aspects of the Earth are active, what are the things which are seen on the surface of the Earth? That is the earthquakes and the volcanoes will be discussed in geography. See, I'm trying to give you the insight of geography. What are the things which are present in geography? Because all these things will be listened or will be watched by us or seen in the news or some or the other ways. You know, therefore, yesterday itself, we had an earthquake in Afghanistan, killing 120 people. So we'll be studying about the earthquakes, why the earthquakes are occurring, right? Recently, we had a volcanic eruption in Indonesian islands. Why the volcanic eruptions have taken place in the Indonesian islands? Okay, then we'll be also discussing about this beautiful architecture of the creator. You know, this is the cavern or the cave inside the ground. Underground facilities these are, right? So how best the interior architecture of the earth is present, we will be discussing, right? And also we'll be talking about the oceans, right? So all these things are put into one of the topic of our geography, which is called as the physical geography, right? We'll be talking about the rocks there. We'll be talking about the atmospheres. We'll be talking about the oceans. We'll be talking about the deserts, right? We'll be talking about the action of the waves, right? We'll be talking about the earthquakes and also the volcanoes, are along with the cyclones. Okay, why we will be getting the cyclones? What are the reasons for the cyclones to occur? Why they are striking only on the eastern coast of India? Why only sometimes they are striking on the western coast of India? That's more important because India is the exceptional country where the cyclones are affecting the western coast of India. Nowhere in the world will be having this type of activities seen in the world, right? Then in the climatology, the atmospheric aspects, the different types of pressure belts, right? The wind motions, the cyclonic motions, the monsoonal winds will be discussed. Why we are discussing all these things and why they are relevant to our examination? Because as a IAS officer or a IPS officer, when you enter into different states of our country, what are the conditions which are present over there, right? When the monsoons will be striking that areas, whether the monsoons will be giving us the sufficient or the copious amount of rainfalls, or they are very drought prone in nature. The areas are drought prone in nature. A day for yesterday, we had a glacial melt in the Sikkim, and that has led to the the floodings, and many of the people have lost their lives. Okay, so when they are losing their life, what and how we can protect them, right? So that all will be discussed in the climatic aspects. Okay, then we will be talking about what is present in the interiors of the oceans, because nowadays India's technological advancements are seen from the space to the bottom of the ocean. So we are trying to explore the bottom of the oceans. We are trying to exploit it. Everybody knows that India is in need of the petroleum resources, right? We are importing that, but we also exploit them from our ocean basins. Not only that, we are also the country in the world. Only few of the countries are there in the world who are exploiting the polymetallic nodules from the Earth's interior, so the ocean basin. So that all the things will be discussed, right? And then we'll be talking about the advancements which are made in our transportation sector, because if the transportation is good, our economy will be good, because the transportation and economy are closely linked, right? And what are the different types of transportation activities we are having, right? The road transportations, the water transportations, the air transportations will be discussed in the classroom of ours or in the geography as such, right? And when it comes to the India, recently the government of India is doing a lots of work to reduce the carbon imprints, right? For that, we are trying to improvise the connectivities along the rivers, which are called as the drainage systems. Okay, all that things will be discussing in our classroom. Okay, and also related to some of the settlements, how the settlements are being coming up, why the settlements are being coming up, why the cities are developing, right? Why the towns are coming up in the vicinity of the cities. What are the mega cities? What are the metro cities will be discussed in our classroom aspects. See, these are the one aspects of geography, because these are the things we are discussing, we are going to discuss. So when you are reading geography, right, how the geography is helping us in overall preparation for the civil service examination, both for the prelims and the mains, because whenever you are trying to understand the geography perfectly, right, you will be reaching to your goals, because geography is getting associated with the social aspects, as we have talked just now, right? The economic aspects, the geopolitical aspects, the environmental aspects, and the aspects of disaster management. Okay, see, many a times we'll be talking about the geopolitical aspects, political sciences, what we call, right? Why India is trying to embark into different continents, why India is trying to master, right, or champion the cause of the third world countries, why India want to enter into the UNSC, that they are all the part and parcels of the geopolitics, that is the geographical politics. Why we are having enmity, or why the hostile conditions are present between our neighboring countries, like we are having the hostilities with Pakistan and also with China. What is making us to have that? That is the geopolitical aspects. And people think that the world is going on, or India, like the America is poking into the aspects of different countries. And again, that is according to one of the theory which is given in geography, that is called as the heartland theory and the rimland theory. Okay, so when you understand geography perfectly, right, half of your preparation for preliminary examination is getting completed, because geography and environment, other faculty will be talking about the environment, but geography and the environment, when we were preparing for the civil service examination, at that time, both were the part and parcels of the single entity. It was the environmental ecology was the part and parcel of geography. So if we are getting associated with the geography perfectly, we'll be knowing the environmental aspects perfectly, the ecological aspects perfectly. So in our preliminary examination, nearly 25 to 30 questions are coming from these two of the things. Okay, so yeah, can you use slideshow for PPT? Okay, yes, please. One minute. Yes, sir. Yeah, I've started the slideshow. Okay, so whenever we are talking about these aspects of geography, we say that the geography is having the dynamism. Okay, and the dynamism is associated with the concepts. See, if your basics or the conceptual clarity is good, if your basics or the conceptual clarity is good, right, then what happens? It will be giving you no ambiguity in the examination. Okay, the ambiguity in the examination will be lessened. If you are not having the clarity, or if you are lacking the clarity, you'll be having the ambiguity in the examination. So you'll be getting confused. There's a reason because of which we say that you should have the clarity of the basics or the conceptual clarities. Okay, so the people or many of the faculties say that you should be perfectly associated with the NCERTs, or you should know each and every aspects which are written in the NCERTs. Okay, that's correct. But let me tell you one thing, that the materials which have been prepared by the KingMakers, right, or prepared by me in association with the KingMakers IAS Academy is like a dynamite in a nutshell. Okay, it is like a dynamite in a nutshell, because all the aspects are just compiled into the materials of just 250 pages in the in the world geography, and around 250 pages in the Indian geography are present. Okay, so people think that NCERTs are a must, but in our classroom, right, the classroom experience of ours, like the logo of ours, we say that we teach you to reach, right? So we will be teaching you from the basics, right, where there will not be any necessity for you to read any of the textbooks. Okay, there will not be any necessity for you to reach any of the textbooks of, because people say the standard textbooks are present, which has to be read, right? Like Goching Long is there for the physical geography, right? The Kullar or the Madhuswan is there for the Indian geography. Okay, then the Siddhartha's physical geography is there. Okay, some of the materials of our India are there, right? All that things have been compiled into our classroom notes. Okay, and our classroom notes will be not only the compilation of the concepts, they'll be having the compilation of the present trends. Because, for example, when we were preparing for the examination, one of the question was asked in the form of the match the followings. Okay, the granites will be giving rise to the formation of the gneisses. The metamorphosed formation of the granites is called as the gneisses. Okay, but that was in the form of the match the following. Okay, when it is given in the form of the match the following, right, we were having the things in front of us. But for you, what's happening? Right, for you, you are having the sentence formations now. So 4 of the sentences will be given for you, right? And from that 4 of the sentences, you have to choose which is the correct answer, right? So the trends are slightly changing. The question paper is becoming a little more tricky. So each and every sentence what we are discussing in the classroom, right, will be making you to understand, and will be trying to make you remember each and everything which we are discussing in the classroom. Because whatever we are discussing in the classroom generally will not be consisting of only the things which are present in some of the standard books. Because I have been associated with many of the institutions in the past 24 years throughout India. Whenever I go to the local places, for example, I went to Allahabad, I went to Guwahati, I went to Chennai, I went to Bangalore, right? So I'll be collecting the local information, right, which is not present in any of the textbooks, and that will be delivered to our students in the classroom, because that local examples will be giving you an edge. Because last year they have asked about the terai in the 2 markers, or this year in the mains they have asked about the fjords. So until unless you understand the local terminology, though the geographical jargon is there, if you don't understand the local terminology, sometimes knowingly will be just missing the marks. Okay, so getting the marks is more important, है कि नहीं? क्योंकि हमें जो चीज पता है उसे हमें याद रखना चाहिए, और उसे हम एग्जामिनेशन में लिखना भी चाहिए. अगर हम लिख नहीं पाएंगे तो कौन हमें मार्क्स देगा? ओके, सो इसीलिए जो हम पढ़ते हैं, whatever we read, right, that has to be remembered for several of the ages, several of the months together, because people will be going on reading with only one subject at a time. Okay, suppose you are reading geography, they'll be reading geography for 1 month. After that, they'll be going with the another subject, that is again for the 1 month. Again, they'll be going with the another subject for 1 month. After 3 months, when they come back to geography, again, everything will become new to them. That's the reason because of which what I suggest to the student is, like you should have the breaking it or scheduling of each and every subject in each and every day. During each and every day, at least for 1 hour, you should read all the subjects, so that the brain will be trying to understand and trying to get the things perfectly impacted and get it stuck into our brain. Because fooling of the brain is more important, right? Otherwise, the subjects which we are studying in geography, the subjects which we are studying in the preliminary examination have been studied by us prior to 10th class. Okay, after 10th class, right, we have been into the intermediates, the degrees and the PGs, where we never thought that the geography will become so important in the later years of the life. There's a reason because of which many a times the terms which are used in geography seems to be very, very difficult. But when we'll become closer to the subject, when we start liking the subjects or loving the subject, then remembrance will become very, very easy. Okay, so the easiness with which we are going on will be discussed in the classrooms. We will be knowing better, See, the getting better perspectives of geography, we can score better because the geography is slightly conceptual. Concepts are there. Okay, the plate tectonic theory is there, the continental drift theory is there. Okay, and why the clouds are formed is there, etc. That is conceptual. And the geography is slightly technical. Okay, technicality will be very little, right? But we will be discussing that technicality also. Then we'll be going with the scientific aspects. What are the slightly scientific aspects are present in the geography? For example, if you are talking about the cloud formation or the sea, I'll be giving you one example. People say that the air coolers will not be working nearer to the coastal areas. Why the air coolers are not working in the coastal areas is one of the question which was asked in our preliminary examination. Because in the coastal areas, the humidity is 100%. Relative humidity is 100%. So that is the scientificality. And sometimes imaginary things, we have to imagine the things to understand the subjects. Because one of the question which was asked in our examination is related to the basket of eggs topography. Okay, what is that basket of eggs topography? We will be making you to imagine that in the classroom. And the dynamic aspects, right? These are related to the world aspect. Which of the area of the world has witnessed what type of activity? That is the dynamic aspects which we will be discussing in our classroom. So on the whole, when you understand the geography perfectly, right, 30 to 30 questions, 25 to 30 questions will be easily made correct by you or put correct by you in the preliminary examination. And when it comes to the mains examination, if you are having the geographical aspects perfectly, at least 250 to 300 marks you can score very easily. Because in the first paper you are having geography, in the second paper India's international relationship, that is associated with the geography. In the third paper we are having the disasters. Okay, then the economic aspects of agriculture, the industries. So in first, second and third paper we are having the geographical aspects, and also we are having the geographical aspects in essay. Each and every year, just look at the past or the previous essay question papers, right? Except in 2010, every year you are having one or the other topic which is related to the geography. So getting geography, all right, see, people say that you have to compile the geography in a nutshell within a small period of time. That cannot be done, because at least we will be exploring the aspects of geography in the classrooms. Okay, telling geography in 50 hours, 60 hours, that cannot be done, because most of the institutions are doing that and people are getting frightened with geography. That will not be doing in our classroom, because जो मेरा experience है, जो हमारा experience है, वो आपको कामयाब बनाने में बहुत हेल्पफुल होगा, उपयोगी होगा आप लोगों के लिए. Yeah, sir. Namaskar, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. Actually, I wanted to give a little bit of more inputs to the students, but in front of my house, one of the construction site is going on. The voice is just causing it's disturbing.
Okay.
That's the reason because of which I'm trying to close it a little bit early, sir. Thank you very much for taking me as a part and parcel of the KingMakers IAS Academy. Okay. Let's hope that we'll be meeting very soon in Delhi, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir, you are such a senior most resource person who is available in South India and who is rocking almost are really having a very great honor in having you with us. And thank you so much for sharing your wonderful experiences with our students. The way you have presented, but particularly for the geography, that should be presented in the pictorial way. And today you have presented such an excellent PPT, and because you have covered almost geomorphology, oceanography, climatology, human geography, almost all the areas you have taken it only with the help of pictures. So it shows that how best you would have got the pulse of the students, because that much experience you have got it. That is why you are presented in such a way that it would attract more number of aspirants, those who are in the budding stage of preparing for the civil service examinations. So thank you so much, sir. This presentation really, it will help our aspirants to have a clear-cut idea about where to start, how to start, and when to start everything. You have covered almost all the areas. Thank you so much for your association. I'm sure when sir is going to handle around 12 hours module on Indian geography, all the students, those who are going to give attempt in 2024, even sometime without joining the coaching institute also, after attending the 12-hour session, most of the students, they'll be benefited, I hope so. So the students, our objective is not to start a coaching institute and run a commercial coaching program. Our objective is to educate the mass and to enlighten your broad knowledge. All those things is the main motto of KingMakers IAS Academy, for which our Torti sir, they have contributed their valuable experience as well as knowledge. So once again, I take this opportunity to thank Ramesh Torti sir on behalf of the academy, on behalf of the students. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Friends, now our next session is going to be by Mr. Ashutosh Gupta. Ashutosh Gupta sir is the one who is very popular as an India Buy. He is running a Telegram channel called India Buy. Once upon a time, the students, those who were waiting to receive the results from UPSC, they will not go to the UPSC website, but first they'll verify the India Buy channel. After that only, they'll verify the UPSC website. Whenever he says that the results will come, maybe date or time, whatever he says, that will be almost 100% correct. So, India Bar is known to everyone in the India. Mr. Ashutosh Gupta is not only for predicting the pulse of the UPSC with respect to the results, but also is a man of predicting the questions both in the prelims as well as in the mains. You know very well, certain areas are the one where most of the questions will come every year, but still students, sometimes they'll forget to read it. He will remain, he'll prepare some of the questions to the students before the mains that will be available in the market as the most expected questions for the mains. He'll give around 100 probable questions. Out of 100, forget to read. Most of the questions will appear. He will remain. He'll prepare some of the questions to the students before the mains that will be available in the market as the most expected questions for the mains. He'll give around 100 probable questions. Out of sorry, some technical error. So, I request the students, those who are in the preparation, to make use of this session, because Normally, he is not available. He is also working in the government of Bihar as a municipal commissioner. And he will not be available in the weekdays. Only he is available in the weekends. That too, today, on my request, he has accepted to handle this session. So, Ashutosh sir is available now. Now, one second. Now, actually, yeah, one second. So, my dear friends, Ashutosh sir will be talking about the strategy for the prelims as well as mains. How to maximize your score in prelims as well as in the mains examinations. There are some techniques which has been followed for many years by the senior by the seniors, those who have already tested the practice, and that is the most successful practice. That technique, sir is going to share with you both for prelims as well as for the mains. So now I request India Bhai, Ashutosh Gupta sir, popularly known as India Bhai, because our association with India Bhai for conducting the personality test, particularly in the last 4 years, it has given a very huge results. 2023, All India topper Ishita Kishore is from KingMakers IAS Academy. And the All India rank 1, 4, 10, within 10 rank, almost 3 ranks we were able to produce. In the whole results, around 151 are the students from KingMakers IAS Academy. And from in 2022, we were able to get around 101 results. In 2021, 20, we were able to get around 142. So almost we have got 400 plus results within the period of 3 years. And in the very first year of our association, we were able to get around 62. So KingMakers IAS Academy, in association with the India Bhai, is going to launch personality test guidance program where many bureaucrats, retired senior most IAS officers, IPS officers, retired and ex-chairman of the UPSC, ex-chairman of the ex-director of the Labasna, and former governors of various states. They are all going to come. They are all going to share their experience, inputs for your personality test. This program is going to be launched very soon. So the link is available in the YouTube channel as well as in the website. Please kindly register it. And there will be a promotions in the India Bhai Telegram channel. I request all the students, those who are interested to prepare for the personality test, to register in this link. Last year, we had about 400 students who had appeared for the personality test. This year, we are expecting around 1,000 plus students. Almost half of the results will be from KingMakers IAS Academy. So, for which India Bhai is the major player, major role he has played. So, on behalf of the KingMakers IAS Academy, once again, I welcome Ashutosh Gupta sir. Sir, your association with the KingMakers IAS Academy has strengthened the team, not only in South India, but also now in North India. We have inaugurated in Delhi. You were there to bless us. Thank you so much for your association. On behalf of the students, I welcome you, sir. Now the stage is yours, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Bhuvinathan, sir, for such a great introduction. It was a very long association with the KingMakers IAS Academy. Now it has been 4 years, more than 4 years, and we have been contributing towards the success of the candidates, large number of candidates, including the rank 1 last year. And hopefully this year also we are going to produce top in first rank, maybe in 4 or 5 top rankers in top 10. And because we have a very excellent team of ex-civil servants working for the candidates who are actually appearing for the UPSC interview, as well as now we are actually dedicated team with ex-civil servants as well as the faculty for the prelims and mains program also. And therefore, we have just opened a new center at Delhi also to provide those students who are coming up to Chennai for the interview guidance. They can already take the guidance from Delhi also. And we will be having the offline center of, where you can come and give the interview also. So all those things we are, doing for the best, to give the candidates the best version of themselves. And let's start something new, because already you will be taught by various faculties regarding the various subjects as well as the various topics. So you have to listen very carefully. I will be talking something which is more important with the respect with the prelims examination and mains also, right? If those who are qualifying prelims, they'll be writing mains, and therefore what are the things which you should keep in mind to prevent certain mistakes, right? And which people are doing or candidates are doing during the examination unknowingly, unconsciously. I will be telling also, because most of you might be freshers, you might be just starting your preparation. So, okay, you want me to shift to the landscape? Okay, I think I'm visible clearly, sir. Everyone.
So voice is clear, sir. Just wanted to change the orientation of your device.
Okay. Now it is fine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So what I'm saying is that I'll be discussing the important things which every candidate must remember during the preparation as well as during the examination, which will prevent them for doing certain mistakes unconsciously, and therefore their marks in the prelims and mains will rise. Okay. So first of all, I think many of the candidates are totally from the fresher, like almost new, right? Everybody?
Yes,
So,
almost.
Almost. Okay, fine. So, sir, so let's talk about that. What is the preparation strategy, first of all? Because these candidates will be actually preparing from their home or the coaching center. And let's see what are the important things they should keep in mind during the preparation. So first of all, candidates, let me tell you that your time devotion to devotion to the examination will start whenever you think that you are appearing for the civil service. Okay. So whenever you want to appear for next year, 2024 or 25, your time has started now. From now onward, your time is completely almost devoted for the civil service preparation, and you should not waste your time anywhere else. Okay. So in that way, let's see that how you are going to devote your time during the preparation study, because self-study is also most important for the examination. You can get the coaching guidance that will help you to understand the syllabus, understand the topics, and know the relevant points which are very important for the prelims and mains. But without focusing on your self-study time and without giving your ample opportunity to revise them, you won't be able to recall and write the examination in the best possible way. Okay. So first of all, the devotion of your time is very important. So number one, that how to divide your time. Let's talk about it. Like if you're studying at home or at the at coaching also, but at least in the beginning, 6 to 7 hours of study should be there, because without this, you won't be able to revise everything which is taught in the coaching center. So first of all, how to divide your time in that sense. So generally, if you see that, first of all, if you divide your time at least for 8 hours of self-study, so first of all, from the morning onwards, so 2 hours, or you can say 3 hours slot you can divide. Okay, 3 hour slot per day you can divide, and you can divide it into 3 to 4 slots. That means 3 hours each, including your coaching timing also, right? So in the morning onward, try to study which subject you have little interest or which is tough for you, right? See, for example, art and culture is there. It may be a little bit tougher for the candidates, or those who are not from the science background. The science background is a little bit tougher. So morning, when you're fresh and you are fully energetic, give your time for the 2.5 hours time at least for the subject which you feel is tougher, so that your day starts with your full energy, and therefore you can give that the best time to that subject. But if you are taking that subject in the end, for example, you don't like art and culture and you are studying it in the night, obviously from the morning to evening, your energy level will dip, your focus will also dip, as well as you will be lesser oriented towards the study from the day long. And therefore, when you struggle with a tougher subject, obviously you will give up, and therefore you will feel sleepy and you won't be able to study or recall. So that will basically, this will give you what, that subject will become more and more tougher for you during coming days, and then you will try to avoid those subjects, and you will say that I am weak in art and culture, I am weak in science and technology, just because you are giving them the lesser time, or maybe in the end, therefore your study plan has also or your focus has also declined in the evening. So therefore I suggest you to give your the toughest subject or the boring subject sometimes in the morning itself, so that you, when you're fully energetic, you are giving your time to those subjects. So this is first thing. Second thing, followed by the decreasing order of the subject's toughness. Like for example, in the morning you're giving art and culture. Secondly, you are giving next one, maybe science and tech or whatever, which you feel is lesser tougher. In the evening slot, or maybe if you are studying the night, you give the easier subject your time. So therefore, in this way, you will be actually focusing on the subjects which are easier and you love them and you have good interest in that subject. That subject you are giving your time in the evening, in the night. So you will be have more interest, you will be more keen to learn it, and therefore your energy dropped energy level will be raised by your interest, as well as the easiness of the subject, and therefore you will be giving your full attention to the subject even in the end part of the day. So this is one of the best strategies to prepare and devote your time effectively to the best possible manner. Okay, this way if you are giving your time, then you will be giving your best as per the subject, and therefore your efficiency of time and your efficiency will also match to the preparation. Okay, so this is one thing, most important thing. Secondly, how to divide it then? So at least 2.5 hours to 3 hours subject you have to study, because you see, if you study 1 hour in UPSC, 1 hour study is almost like day long, right? And you can't study 4 hours at a stretch for one subject, because if you study for 4 hours or 3.5 hours one subject, then your focus will decline after 1.5 hours, and therefore it will be poorly taken. It will be poorly recalled from your memory, because your focus will be declining after few hours or few minutes. So therefore you have to divide the slot and study multiple subjects, so that your whole course will go together while revising in the coaching center, right? So for example, the morning I told you that the toughest subject you have to take 2.5 hours to 3 hours to take one subject. Then maybe you have break, you can take your lunch or breakfast, whatever time you are preferring. Then you sit again for 2.5 hours to 3 hours, and you study another subject which is relatively easier than the first subject, and then you have the lunch, or maybe evening will come, as well as you can have your snacks and tea, and then proceed to the after that you can study another 2.5 hours to 3 hours, and then after having the dinner also you can study 2.5 hours to 3 hours. So therefore you can divide the time into 4 slots, right? So either if you have 8 hours, you divide it into 2 hours or 2.5 hours, or you can take total 3 slots. If you have around 10 hours with you, you can study self-study, then you can divide in 4 slots. If you are going for a coaching center and all, no problem. You can use that time. Whatever slot is there, you can go in the KingMakers IAS Academy and study that time. That 2.5 hour duration or total duration can be utilized over there also. So like this, you prepare your own slot, keep it on your study table, and follow it religiously. If you're not following it, then obviously it's of no use. See, now there are a lot of distractions in the market. A lot of distraction things are there, gadgets are there. So the only thing is that which will keep you focused is your own self. But whatever the rules you're making for yourself will only keep you focused, because there is no one to watch you. There is no a regulation, like in the school or college, you have the regulation, you have the examination, you have the test series, and what this one, weekly and monthly tests are there, many things are there. So you are highly regulated over there. But also you have that you have to pass the final examination, you will move to the next year. Here there is nothing like that. It's a competition, open competition. And in the open competition, the self-regulation is the only way in which you can control yourself, your discipline you can maintain with that control, and keep your motivation high to get success. Okay, so this is first thing. So you have to study like this in the during your study hours. Now, coming to the next part, as a fresher, most of you will like the studying the current affair, because current affair is very lucrative also. And when you just join coaching for the preparation of civil services, there also a lot of focus is given to the magazines and the newspapers like Hindu or the Indian Express, and there are lots of various articles from Yojana and Kurukshetra. See, I agree that these are everything are important, but you have to see the previous year question paper and prepare accordingly. Because if you see the previous year question paper, you'll find that I'm talking about prelims also and mains also. You will find that around 30%, 25 to 30% only you'll find the current affair questions, and 70 to 75% will be from the static part. If you consider the prelims examination, 100 questions are there. So more than 75 questions you will find on static only. Current will be 20 to 25 questions. So that amounts to maximum 30% of from the current part, directly or indirectly, and 70 to 75% you can see from the static part. So there the relevance is different. Now you know that there the current affairs relevance is less than half of the whole paper, right? Coming to the mains examination, GS 1 and 4 are static, right? Then you have the optional, which is almost static, SC static. GS 2 and 3 you have current affairs, right? And that is basically issue based question. And if you see that GS 2 and 3, half of the questions will be from the static part also. Lots of topics there, like you have the IR can be attributed to the current security, internal security. It can be from the static, and society questions can also be. Sometimes you can find some geography, society questions. Sometimes they are from the current, sometimes they are from the static. So all these questions, you think you can find out that almost 50% will be from the current, 50% from the static in GS 2 and 3 paper. So accordingly, 125 marks on GS 2 and 3 respectively from the current affairs. So if you consider the GS 1 to 4, 1000 marks question, 1000 marks out of 125 plus 125, 250 marks. That means almost 25% only. Again, you'll find from the current affairs and 75% from the static part in GS 1, 2, 3, 4. And optional also almost static. Little bit you can use the current affairs, depend on option to option also. And then essay also you can use some part of the current affairs while giving your argument. So mostly it's basically static only. Now you see, whenever the students are preparing for the civil services in the beginning, in their first year or the second year while the preparation, most of them are actually focused on current affairs only. They read lots of Yojana, Kurukshetra, and all the Hindu articles, all the Indian Express, and many things like that. But however, they don't know much about geography, history, polity, economics, the static part of it. They may know the current part of it, but static they are very nil, and they are unable to recall also. And they don't know that their preparation is actually deviating and from now, and they will be more focused on current, and which has lesser contribution in the mains and prelims. However, the part of the static which has more contribution, they have left it unknowingly, unconsciously. So they will read them, but they are not going to revise and prepare because they don't find it interesting. Sometimes history they find boring. Sometimes they'll find geography and the polity also boring. So they will study the current part, which is very interesting and lucrative because it's happening around you, right? Somebody will be very much interested to find out the war between Israel and Hamas currently, what is going on, but they will feel lesser active in reading the history of Israel and Hamas and dispute since Israel was formed, because it is a static part, and they will be focusing less on it because not much interesting. Interesting is the war currently. Like that, you know, many things which are going around you is in the current perspective are more interesting, and therefore you will give you more time on those topics. However, the lesser questions may come from there, and more questions will be there from the static. So be aware of this. I'm just informing you that you should consciously read the previous year question paper and then decide the preparation strategy, that how and what you're going to read. Right? This is very important. Now, coming to the prelims part again, CSAT. See, those candidates who are coming from the engineering background or from the IITs or MBAs, they think that CSAT is very easy and it's a cakewalk, right? And because of this year and last year also, many engineers and very good candidates from the maths background got failed in CSAT, not able to qualify the basic marks. Because see, when you are as a fresher, you have never failed anywhere. Mostly, you might have got good rank in IITs or some of the best engineering colleges of the country, and some of you might have done your MBAs where you had you have done like the best thing, so you can easily crack CSAT. But see, CSAT has becoming more tricky nowadays. It is going up to the level of that you will have very much difficulty in completing not able to complete the paper. At least you are not just able to write down or complete the minimum 30% or 33%, sometimes at least 30 to 35% of questions in CSAT. You won't have time to complete all those questions. Rest questions you might not see also, because the CSAT has become more tricky nowadays, and it's very difficult to qualify without taking it seriously in your preparation plan. So those who are engineers and those who are from the MBA background or science background, even from the math background, please take the CSAT seriously and try to solve some of the previous year question paper also. And don't think that you have solved the PYQs and therefore you will solve the actual CSAT paper next year. See, CSAT also should be read in a format of rest other subjects. How? See, when you are going to read CSAT, most of the candidates who are preparing for the civil services, they are just solving the PYQs and going to the examination. Now here they are making one error, major error, and because of their overconfidence, they are doing it. See, you are not going to solve any previous year question paper of GS1. So GS1, or you can say the in the prelims GS1 paper, and just going to the examination. You are actually reading the books of Lakshmikant, polity, geography, economics, all the books you're reading, understanding the concepts, taking the classes, and just revising them and practicing multiple test series. And then you are going for the preparation for GS1. For the CSAT paper, you are just going to just appear just on the basis of your PYQs. And you know that it's very difficult to qualify in CSAT, as well as lots of trickinesses have also been there in the paper. But in spite of this, your overconfidence has made you to think that, okay, no problem, I will qualify. And when you don't qualify in the first attempt, maybe or the second attempt, you will lose hope, because you don't know that why CSAT you're not able to qualify. Because I'll tell you now, what is the reason? See, you can't go and appear to examination, that is UPSC, without giving the proper attention to the CSAT. Just doing the PYQs won't help, because you're solving PYQs you won't be able to solve the GS paper. Similarly, just solving the PYQs, you won't be able to solve the CSAT paper. Because, for example, I'll tell you with an example. There is questions maybe on the speed time distance. Last year, one question came, maybe next year, last year also. But you see the concept of speed time distance, there may be 4 or 5 concepts that you can to read the book, understand the whole topic, understand the whole concept, and then you study, right? Sorry, understand the whole concept means you have to buy a book, that is CSAT book, or from the coaching center you get the material of CSAT. So you read the chapter of speed time distance, understand maybe there are 4 concepts, sometimes speed, sometimes relative speed, like that there are 4 or 5 concepts are there. You just read each concept, solve the examples which is given there, and then check out the solution, that whatever you have arrived is right or wrong, then you move to the next topic. Like that, you move to the all concepts. So in one examination, last year, maybe you have got the topic from speed, time, distance, from one concept. You got one question. This year, maybe next year, you get another question from another concept from the same topic, speed, time, distance. Therefore, both concepts are different, both solutions and the approach is different. But since you have solved the PYQs of just speed, time, distance only, therefore you have arrived to a difficulty that now in the examination, actual examination, just solving one concept is not helping you. You don't know the other concept, and therefore you are not able to solve the question of speed, time, distance in the which have come from the different concept. So therefore, to know everything from the topic, you have to read the book of CSAT. Read the book means solve the examples, solve the practice questions, and then solve the PYQs. Then you will know that how much you have learned, how much you're going to solve the PYQs, and then you solve the test series of KingMakers IAS Academy or whatever coaching you think that you can solve, because it is really available in the market. Okay, so this is very important. And most of you won't do this because this is a lengthy approach and you think that you can do it directly in the examination. But I know that I'll tell you that lots of you can meet lots of candidates who have appeared last year also. Most of them will face this difficulty that they will take more than the allotted time for that question, even if they solve it. For example, if you solve the question of speed, time, distance or mensuration in 2 minutes, within 2 minutes you can solve it. But if you're taking more than 2 minutes, 3 minutes, or maybe you take the 5 minutes, even after you have arrived to the right solution, and you are actually putting it up in the OMR also. But however, if you have taken 5 minutes, this 5 minutes will have costed you already 1 or 2 questions, because you have lesser time now to solve other questions. But if you give more time to all these questions, maybe 5 minutes or maybe 4 minutes to 4-5 questions of maths only, lots of time is gone. You won't be able to solve the English question, reasoning question. So you have to solve the question. Not only you have to arrive at the right solution, but you have to arrive the solution within 2 minutes also, within 1.5, 2 minutes. Because in CSAT also, such questions are framed for 2 minutes only. But however, you do not know much right approach, or maybe you are following some other approach, therefore it is taking much time, and therefore it's difficult to arrive at the solution within 2 minutes. And therefore the time has consumed, and which will result in loss of other questions because you are not going to attempt it, right? So make sure that on time and right solution, both are very important, okay, in CSAT, and that you have to take it very seriously, CSAT preparation. Else whole GS preparation will go waste. You have scored 100 plus in GS. However, in CSAT, you're not able to qualify. Most of the candidates, they call me, sir, GS I scored very good, but CSAT I am in the boundary. The boundary people are very difficult to qualify. Sorry. So boundary, because you never know that whatever answer you have arrived in, for example, not in maths, at least in English, whether you have arrived at the right answer or not. Because in English also there is lots of variation among the coaching keys as well as the actual UPSC keys. So that you do not know. So therefore you have to get or attempt more questions and get more marks than the cutoff, than the passing marks. So that 10-15 marks, if you are above the cutoff, then you are very sure, because then even 2-3 questions are going wrong, also you qualify. But if you are at the cutoff only, so maybe if you get a good luck, then only you qualify, because maybe 1 or 2 questions will go wrong as per the UPSC keys, then you are out of the CSAT, and therefore you are out of the game. So to be in the game and to be writing the mains, you have to make sure that CSAT is also very important and you qualify it. Okay. Now I told you that you have to study like this, like you have devoted time, this much hours and this much time. Also, you have to do practice of the PYQs also, both in GS and CSAT also, as well as you have to write the test series also. In the KingMakers Academy, we have the test series program also. You will see, although you can have that all the test series, you can practice them. Right? It's just free coaching for you to guide you thoroughly for the examination, and you just prepare well, write down the And when you prepare like certain topic in polity, and then those topics you go through from the various PYQs, and then you go for solving the test series questions from that topic up to here, like that. So this is the way you can do, you can go through well. Okay. So practice that, practice and revision is the key, which will keep you focused as well as motivated also, and confidence will also develop in due course of time. Also, many candidates who are new, who are very fresh, keep doing research in various topics. For example, I'll tell you that when you are reading the stem cell technology, or you are reading some topic in Buddhism, Jainism, you will go much beyond the desired limit. That is much beyond the books. You'll go to the internet and you will search a lot of things about the various technology like stem cell. You'll go much deeper in the technical aspect of the technology or the biological part of it if you are reading a topic related to biology. So my humble suggestion is that UPSC is basically a journalist exam, right? In which you need not be technical expert on the subject. You should be aware of various concepts, various things, but need not be a technical expert on that subject. We have the technical aspect, technical examination, technical aspect on various other examinations. Here it is a journalist exam. You should be jack of all and master of none. That means you should know almost everything, but you are not a master of it. You know it superficially, not to a great depth. But if you're doing a study on a great depth study, it will be wasting your time and your energy also. Why? Because such things will not be asked in the UPSC examination. Even if they are asking, there is hardly 1 or 2 questions, and that maybe you never know from which topic they will ask and how deep you have to read. So as per the information given in the books or the study material of the various coaching centers, as well as the study material available in the market, that much is sufficient. Even if you want to search, Google it, little bit thing, you can go from the standard websites of the ministries of the government of India, or sometimes the various autonomous organizations. That will be sufficient. More or less, you can go from the PIB and the government information. That is almost sufficient. Little bit you can go for the deeper, not too much, because that is not required also, right? So you will come to know that how much deep you have to go, how much more you have to study after when you are progressing slowly and steadily in the preparation. You will know that how much will be the limit of. Obviously, you will know by yourself also. Okay, so don't worry on this. Then many people will actually go on watching lots of YouTube lectures like this. You are watching my lecture, and this is the actually beginning of the course, so you need to watch it. But after some time, after the course is over, you want to read, you want to know more about like art and culture, or you want to know more about any other thing, like for example the science and technology. Mostly you will go and watch it, you won't read it. See, reading is always preferred than watching when you know the basic background of the topic. But if you do not know the background, then you actually watch the videos, understand the topic, but then you go on reading it, because reading will build the effective knowledge and the words and the terms which are required. You should know in mains examination as well as a prelims examination. Those terms you will encounter many times, and you will be able to recall and remember also. But if you're just watching the videos, so your mind will not be much, active, and you won't be able to revise it, because videos you can't revise much because it will take much time. So while watching videos, you can note down the information that you can do, and then you revise the information which you have noted down. That will be more effective. Got it? So basically, you have to give your time more on reading part. Watching is good till you know the concept. Once you know the concept, go for reading the relevant content on it, and then underline, highlight it, revise it. Okay. So also see, lots of test series are also there. You will just go and write on the test series. I'm talking about prelims only now, right? You go to you'll write down so many test series, but you see, without in the test series will not give you benefit unless and until you revise it. Now the process of revision and everything is also very detailed thing, because you see, for example, you have completed science and tech. You want to write on the test. You write some 2-3 tests. You will just writing the test, finding the solution, just moving to the next test, is not going to help you unless and until you analyze it. Without knowing that where you are facing difficulty, what difficulty you are facing, and which topic you are underprepared, you can't move to the next topic, next test. Okay. Like for example, you are reading science and tech, then you are writing the test. In the test also, you are going to, you have completed the paper in 2 hours. Maybe you have solved some 60, 70 questions. Test questions you don't know. Then you move to the solution. You see the solution, compare it with the with your answer, whichever is right or wrong you have seen. Then you complete the paper and then you move to the next test. This strategy is very weak strategy in making you and give you the strong foundation of that subject, and not able to you won't be able to utilize the knowledge which was given in the test series effectively, and can't be able to recall it during the examination if some questions come from the test series. So my humble suggestion is that, like, how you can do that. Now I'm telling you that it is very important part. See, after completing the topics like polity, economics, geography, slowly, steadily, you have to write down the test. Keep on writing the test. How to write down means just you take the prelims paper, take 2 hours, and write down the test. Then 2 hours is over, you take a break of like half an hour, have your something snack, and then you go for the analysis. Analysis will take at least 3.5 to 4 hours. How we're going to analyze that, I'm going to tell you now. See, first of all, you see that what questions you have written, how much marks you're getting, how much right, how much wrong, net marks, right? This you will find out numerically. Now coming to the analysis part of each and every question. Suppose they see in almost all the tests and including the UPSC examination, you will find around 35 to 40 questions very easy. You will know them without any difficulty. You have good knowledge, good command over those topics. So you will just read them, understand them, and then you know that, okay, you know the answer and your answer is also right. So just read and move to the next question. Right? So like this, you will read this topic, read the answers, and just try to underline those things which you think that you want to revise it later, and it is very important for this question. If you know that, maybe you don't know that in the explanation part of that solution, right? So explanation part you underline, highlight. Okay, these questions 30-40 considered like 40 questions, you know very well. So just read the answer, read the solution, explanation, underline if anything you want to you wish that you want to revise it later. Then another 40 questions will be of moderate level of difficulty, in which you have done mistake. You won't be able to, you don't know that that this was the answer. You mistakenly put wrong answer. So that means you have done you're not done the right answer. Your answer was wrong, right? Then you read the explanation part, understand the explanation part, and then you highlight and underline those points or the topics or the content which is you feel is very important also, and you forget if you don't revise it later. So underlining, highlighting is also very important. Those content, those key parts of the content where you think that you need the revision later on. So yeah, sorry. So sorry, getting my point. So that some 10 questions you will be able to sorry, not 10, around 40 questions you will be able to find of which are of moderate difficulty. You can read them, underline the important keywords in the content and revise them later on. Sir, your please unmute, sir. Please mute, sir. Yes, thank you, sir. So okay, so you're getting my point that 40 questions will be there. Use that questions, those questions. Read the content, read the explanation part, and underline, highlight it, as well as put a star, one single star in those questions, so that you later recognize those single stars as a moderate moderate level of difficulty of those questions and revise it later on. Okay. And some 20 questions you will find, around 20, you'll find that they will be much more of difficulty level, because you have not attended them, you don't know the exact answer, and therefore you just ignore them, you are not clear, or you have just used the tukka, and just you have put the something and that you don't know. So those questions which are absolutely unknown to you, those 20 questions around, you have to mark 2 star for the question and read the content, underline, highlight it, and so that you think whatever topic whatever keywords you think that you want to revise it later on. So these 1 star and 2 star questions now you have. That is very important. That is important set of questions will come to you as soon as you pass. You write so many test series, so many test papers, right? So when you write those test papers, maybe some 30-40 test papers before prelims you will write, you will have a cluster of 1 star, 2 star questions. Those questions in which you do not know much, or you have little difficulty or more difficulty, and those questions you want to revise it in the end. So the revision, at least 2 times you have to revise it, 1 month before the examination and 15 days before the examination, right? These 2 you have to do. Once you do it, this will help you to complete your full revision of, if you have solved 30 questions, that means 30 papers, that means you have solved 3,000 questions, and out of which consider around 50% of the questions 1 star, 2 star, that means 1,500 questions or less than 1,500. Those questions will be there for you to revise them, and they are important questions also because you have marked them important. So, and sometimes you'll find those questions or similar questions, or more or less the questions taken from those content in the paper, in the actual paper UPSC paper. And once you revise it, it is very easy for you to recognize that question and answer it correctly in the examination. Okay, but if you don't do at least 2 revisions before the examination of these 1 star, 2 star questions, then you won't be able to know also that from where the question has been asked, and you don't know that you have actually solved it also later. Previously you have solved it also. You will not able to remember that, because you are actually information, your mind will be information. All the information are overloaded because lots of subjects to study, lot of things to revise, current affairs, everything is there. And in that, you don't know that this test paper you have solved, what questions you have done wrong, and that is actually coming in the examination. And again, you are doing the wrong in the examination. So this advice I'm telling you, this is a part of our mentorship program in KingMakers also, that this is very important part, which nobody is actually focusing, nor the coaching, nor the students. So without revision, all the test paper will go waste. So my humble advice is that if you don't want to revise the test papers, better not to write it also, because when you're writing it and not revising it, it means that you are not solving it, because those questions might be coming, you don't know, you've forgotten without any revision, and not able to correct it when it comes, or similar question comes in the examination of UPSC, right, in the prelims. So therefore, the revision is very important. So of those questions, that is 1 star, 2 star questions. So make sure that you do this also. Okay. So this is another thing. Coming to the next point, that social media. See, most of you people are studying from the social media like Telegram. Telegram is a good source of information. That is very good. You can, most of the students who are preparing for the civil services must be having the Telegram, and that is a good source of information, both material as well as the videos. So other than that, you have the Facebook or Instagram or the WhatsApp. All those things actually sometimes, because of the lots of friendship and all, it will decrease your effective time. You will never know that how much hours you are devoted to them. When you go to the Facebook or the YouTube, you will see that 1 hour, 1.5 hours have passed suddenly. However, when you study, even half an hour is difficult to pass. Like I'm taking the class and you see the time and you're listening. It's also again difficult to watch the video somebody speaking for a long time. But social media will kill your time without letting you know how much time you have devoted it. So for the UPSC civil service aspirants, it's the social media which are basically not connected for the preparation. Like for example, Telegram is good for the preparation. Other than that, WhatsApp is there, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, and other things, which you are actually making not good use for the preparation, but for the other purposes. That will actually waste your time. And your study hours will automatically decrease without you actually consciously knowing it. Unconsciously, your time will be getting decreased. And therefore, you will be lagging behind your targets, which you have made for yourself. And slowly and steadily, when the examination comes, as you're approaching the examination, you'll think that lots of courses there and I'm still lagging behind and not possible to qualify this year. I will try next year. Maybe next year also the same process will continue unconsciously, unknowingly, the social media and time consuming your whole time. And that will again go for years together, leading to loss of time because you're not keeping tab on your time. So my humble request that either you uninstall such things from the social media, you uninstall except the which is required for the civil service. And otherwise, if you want to keep them, they are very necessary for you to prepare and all. So then what you can do is that you just keep it, but keep it in a separate phone. Like you should have the small phone also, in which you can call out maybe separate phone, but keep it away with you while you're going to study. When you are studying, when you are at table, keep it somewhere far off, like in some Almira or where, and silent it so that you won't get distracted. After you complete your 2.5 hours, 3 hours section of studying, then you go and see the messages or whatever you want to reply. Then you come back again and have that thing like a break. Not it actually breaking your preparation, strategy and time. Okay. Taking it as a break, not as a, it will be, much more difficult that you will see many examinations, many candidates who qualified, they always tell you that I am not in any Facebook or Instagram. After I qualify only, I have created the account or I have deactivated and I have activated the account after I got the selection. So there, the people will be joining them, they will be talking to them thereafter. They are giving their time after that to this social media, not now. So be careful on that also. And always see, most of the candidates will ask that whether I will qualify or not. I want to know it now. See, it depends that what is your preparation level, how much you are giving your time. So always try to see not the final target, like 24 and qualifying the final exam. You try to see the near future target. That means whatever target you are making for yourself for the studying, 1 week and 1 month time, you follow that on 1 week, weekly target and monthly target. Okay. So when you follow that weekly and monthly targets and you approach them effectively, then this will give you confidence, sense of confidence. Yes, you are going to approach the examination easily. But if you are not, if you're giving yourself a target that on the 2 days before the examination, my target will be like this, or 1 month before the examination, I will be completing this. So you will actually not able to complete the whole course also, because you will be able to breach the target many times, but you have given a final target. So you will be more, your anxiety level will increase. So therefore, what you have to do, you have to think about the target before like every week target, you have to decide and you give your target, monthly target maximum. Okay. Say like, for example, in this month, I will complete half of the polity and half of 1/4 of the geography, this topic. So like this, you try to complete and give yourself the weekly timing. Weekly, you do the analysis that how much you completed. If you're lagging it, give to you 1 day transition time so that you complete all the topics which you think that you should complete within the stipulated time, so that you should not lag, because all lagging will accumulate together and will give you, a sense of lagging much far behind your target, actual target. Okay. So make sure that. So how much time is left for today?
Sir, another 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, fine. I'll wrap up for the prelims. Maybe next session I'll talk about mains also, right? So let's see something also more important. That is the target thing which I told you. Also, make sure that in this examination, motivation and discipline. And right, these are the very keywords where you can actually effectively prepare. Motivation, you need every day to work for it, to give the energy to yourself so that you study. And discipline will give you the strategy, that is like this much hour study, this much this time to sleep, this time to wake, this time not to go with the friends, this time is my study hour. This is the discipline. And motivation will give you the energy to work on it. So these two things are very important. Here, most of you will try to go for the external motivation, right? Like somebody will, give you motivation on call. Somebody will call you and say, okay, then you will do good, keep studying. See, this extrinsic motivation will not last long. Intrinsic motivation will be there. This will last long. Intrinsic means that you have to create the motivation for yourself. You should know that why you are going to qualify. Why do you want to work for the civil service? Why do you want to go in this job? What is the primary reason for you to prepare for the civil services? Whether it is some childhood dream, some father's dream, or maybe your own dream, or some other event which have occurred in your life, because of which you want to prepare for it. You want to show the world that you can be someone also who is well respected in the society and have a sufficient prestige. So all those things is also there. So give the intrinsic motivation to yourself. And discipline, you have to be self-disciplined. Self-regulation, self-discipline, or intrinsic motivation. These are the key things which each one of you should follow. Then only you are going to actually qualify the prelims and mains. These are some of the strategies. See, I told you there are lots of other strategies also. What I told you is a strategy which is practiced commonly by all of the toppers who qualify in the prelims and mains. Today I've talked to you about the prelims. So apart from this, we can take your queries also later on. Lots of other things are there. When you have any query, you can ask me directly also. We can take some other Zoom session as per the sir, sir will actually declare such information. And but you have to study in this plan, similar to this plan which I told you. You can make your own strategy. You are the what you call the pilot of your aeroplane. What you decide will give you the further kick for the coming days, and then further whatever you decide will give you a selection in the civil service wholly PDF. So it's an easiest exam for those who are self-disciplined, self-regulated, self-motivated, and toughest for the exam for those candidates who lack in any one of these qualities. So I hope for the best that you have all come for the preparation, devoting your time and energy for the subject and for the preparation, so that you get into the prestigious civil service of the country, and hoping that all of you will qualify in the coming 2024 prelims and mains. We'll meet again for more strategy discussion and other discussion on the topic. Thanks a lot. Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you so much, sir. Actually, sir will be available in Delhi also. So we are also going to start our offline classes in Delhi branches very soon. There you can interact with our Astos Gupta sir. He'll be handling our interview guidance program, as well as for the some of the important areas for the mains. So I'm sure with the help of our Astos Gupta sir, many more students from KingMakers IAS Academy are going to be benefited. So today's session, he has given excellent orientation for any beginner who is going to start the preparation for the prelims examinations. And due to the shortage of the time today, we couldn't complete the entire discussion because we thought of even covering the mains. But I'll request sir to handle a separate session on the approach for the mains examination, because sir is the one who is expert in giving the mentorship for the students, those who are preparing for the mains examinations across the nation. Even in our academy, many students, they were benefited in the previous years, and today they're all the rank holders, and they're all holding an excellent position in the civil services. So it is because of our great mentor, Mr. Astos Gupta sir, support. So thank you so much, sir, for your association with the KingMakers IAS Academy. Our relationship will produce more number of achievers in the future. Thank you so much for your valuable inputs. Friends, now the very important another session we are going to start now. We are going to have another 50 to 45 minute session for which we have with us one great resource person. Her name is Sindhu. Sindhu basically she is also from engineering background. and from the most popular institute that is called SSN. And after that, she started her preparation. She has given almost 5 mains, and multiple times she has appeared for the personality test. I think more than 3-4 times she has appeared for the personality test. And she is one of the very richest resource person who is available in our country again. She has been handling classes for Indian geography and environment and other areas in KingMakers IAS Academy. Many students, they were benefited because of her contribution. So today, she is the one who is going to give you orientation for and approach for the environment, because this area demands certain experts guidance and inputs, because most of the questions that appears are related with the current affairs, and the subject is very dynamic. So dynamic in nature, and it requires certain resources. One can never neglect this particular area, because at least minimum 15 to 20 questions sometime it may come from environment. So the whole nation, the whole India, the aspirants, they used to refer only 1 or 2 textbooks which are mostly referred by the students, but it's a very lengthy book. It's very difficult to refer those books. So our research and development team from KingMakers IAS Academy, we have developed a book on environment, which will be really useful to the students, and which will cover almost the demand of the exams. So almost all the areas it has been covered. And in this session, Madam will talk about the resources one should refer, and how you should focus on the environment, which are all the topics where you need to focus, how to manage your time, and which is the how the environment will be useful for both prelims and mains and everything. Now I request Sindhu ma'am to take the stage. Thank you so much, madam, for your association. I request you to just unmute yourself, please, madam. Sorry, madam, it is not still audible, madam. Please.
Is it audible now, sir?
Yes, it's audible, madam.
Okay. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon.
1 second, sir. Okay. Hi all. Today I'll be talking about environment. Environment and ecology is a very important.
Madam, I request you to just say a few words about you, though I have explained. If you
okay, yes, sure.
To the people, because first time the students, they are seeing you, and the students are from across the nation. So please introduce yourself.
Yes. Hi, everybody. My name is Sindhu, and I have been preparing for civil services for quite a few years, and I've given 3 interviews, and I've written 5 mains. Actually, from 4 mains, I've given 3 interviews. 5th main I've written now, and I am waiting for the results. So this is the thing, and my optional subject is geography. So geography and environment are areas which have a significant amount of overlap. So I thought I will be able to handle environment well, and that's why I'm here to give you all an introduction to environment and ecology today. And with respect to my journey in civil services, so yes, I've been attempting the exam, and I've not still been able to crack it. But this is an exam where if you put in your sincere efforts, you will get rewarded sooner or later. A reward will come, we just don't know about the time. So that is something which I want to mention here. And now going into the subject part. So just let me start with the environment and ecology part. So environment and ecology is a significant subject in UPSC civil services. it is a subject which it has a lot of weightage. It is a simple subject and it is a subject which has a lot of weightage. So if you invest your time properly in this subject, you will be able to do well in the exam. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because this civil services exam, one more thing that you have to be aware of is that it has the same preliminary examination with that of the forest services. So the forest services and the environment, the civil services both have same preliminary exam. So it is important. So UPSC, what they do is that they put in a significant amount of environment questions into the civil services exam. So environment is a key focus area which you have to work upon, and that will reward you a lot. That's something which I want to tell you here. And coming to the other aspect of why environment has been put into the civil services syllabus in the first place. We all know that we live in the on Earth, and we are an integral part of Earth. And as we can see around us, there are so many changes that are happening. There is global warming, there is climate change, there are so many environment related disasters, there are issues like pollution and everything. So even as an administrator, while one enters services, one will have to work upon these issues, will have to solve these issues. And it is important to keep the environment safe in order to facilitate safe living. So that is the reason why environment and ecology subject has been put into the civil services syllabus. And the forest services, as you all know, it is exclusively environment. It is a domain where the officers have to manage forests, they have to manage plants, trees, animals, and everything. So there they are dealing largely with environment and less with humans. So environment is a very significant part in forest services. So environment and ecology is a subject which you have to do well if you want to enter the civil services or the forest services. So that is about environment. And coming to the yes. Coming to the prelims part. So environment subject, it is reflected in prelims, mains, and it can reflect in the interview stage as well. In the interview stage, they can ask you questions related to environment. So there we do not have any specific syllabus. It depends on the what the board asks you. Suppose if you are from Delhi, means they might ask you, please chalk out a strategy for tackling Delhi air pollution. So in the interview, to the interview board, you will have to answer, you have to give them a strategy and all that. So in that way, environment can reflect in the interview level. Coming to the prelims and mains, UPSC itself has given a syllabus as to how to go about with this preparation. So with regard to the prelim syllabus, what they have given is that they have just given one line exclusively related to environment. They've just given one line. The line is, they've said general issues on environmental ecology, biodiversity, and climate change. So this is the line that is given. It's just a small line, but it has a very broad interpretation. So that's how the UPSC exam is. So based on the line given, you have to interpret and decode, from this line of the syllabus, you have to do a lot of decoding. And based on that decoding, you will have to do you have to orient your environment preparation. So the line with respect to environment is environmental ecology, biodiversity, and climate change. And why I've put Indian and world geography, physical, and I've underlined it is because geography is a subject which has a lot of overlap with environment subject has a lot of overlap with geography. So when you do geography, when you do forest, when you do mangroves, when you do hills, mountains, and so many things, climate change like aspects, there's a lot of overlap which happens with the environment portion. So it becomes difficult to pinpoint whether this question is from geography or environment. So that's the reason why I've included the physical geography part also along with the prelims environment syllabus. So this is about the one-line syllabus for prelims. And coming to the main syllabus, in GS3 paper, you have the environment related aspects which come. And in GS3 paper, the syllabus is The syllabus line that is given is conservation, environmental pollution and degradation, and environmental impact assessment. So this is what is given. And like in the case of prelim syllabus, in the case of mains as well, the syllabus is, it can be interpreted very, very broadly. So based on this line, a numerous number of questions can be asked, and we'll come to that later. And so this is about GS3. And in GS1, so GS3 is the area where you have environment exclusively as a topic. And in GS1, like again how we saw in prelims, here you have environment again overlapping with geography. So in GS1, the geography syllabus says geographical features, their location, changes in critical geographical features, including water bodies and ice caps, and in flora and fauna, the effect of such changes. So in geography, you may have questions on coral reefs, you may have questions on mangroves, you may have questions on melting glaciers, you can have questions on coastal erosion, and so many things. Cryosphere melt, there was one time it was asked in mains. Cryosphere is the icy ice cap layers which cover the polar regions and the high altitude hill regions. So that is an area which is common for geography and environment. So UPSC had asked, what is the impact of this cryosphere melt on the globe and things like that. So so what I'm trying to tell you is that in GS1 and GS3, your environment preparation can give you a lot of benefit. So when you're preparing for environment geography, you can also look at the overlap areas and make your streamline your preparation and make it more effective. So that is the thing. And so apart from GS1 and GS3, environment has significance in other papers, other areas as well. One such area is essay. So essay, as you know, in UPSC, it is for 250 marks. So you have two essays, 125 each. And there are chances are very high that UPSC will throw a question related to environment and an essay topic related to environment directly, that can be a direct essay to you. So when you work on environment, when you read issues related to environment, when you collect news articles and information related to environment, it will be really helpful for you when you write your essay. So essay is for 125 marks. So if you are well prepared to tackle an environment related essay, it could be related to pollution, it could be related to climate change, it can be related to what else? Sustainable development, it can be anything. So when you do environment preparation, that will be of great help to you. And so that is with regard to the essay. And other area where environment overlap is seen in GS3. In the GS3 paper itself, environment, though it is given exclusively as a one-line syllabus, it has overlap with other areas like your science and technology. It comes with, in science and technology, you have topics like e-vehicles, green hydrogen mission, so many things like that. So e-vehicle, green hydrogen mission, though these are all related to science, it is then we have aspects like clean energy, renewable energy and all that. So we cannot exclusively categorize this as science. Okay, it has an environmental angle. So green hydrogen mission has an environmental angle. The government trying to facilitate e-vehicles tries to the government trying to facilitate e-vehicles also has an environmental angle. So when you do this interlinking in your paper, that is while you're writing a science and technology answer, if you're bringing in points related to environment also, that will add more content to your answer. It will enrich your science and technology answer. It can help you manage your science and technology answers. Okay. And so that is one thing, and that is with respect to science and technology in GS3. And in GS3, you have other areas like agriculture. In agriculture, you have concepts like organic farming, zero budget natural farming, and things like that. So there also, again, environment plays an important role. So when we talk about organic farming, when we talk about zero budget natural farming and all that is becoming more popular today because of problems like soil salinity, dipping water table, agriculture related methane emissions, and there is also a possible threat to food security if the agriculture related environmental issues are not managed and all that. So when you know the environmental problems, you can also apply the environmental problem related solutions to your agriculture. And in that way, again, you can say that agriculture aspect of your GS3 is linked to environment. So you get to enrich your agriculture related answers as well. So what I'm trying to tell you is that though there is just a one-line syllabus given for environment, it has linkages to science and technology, it has linkages to agriculture. And one more in GS3 is your economy. So in economy, you can say your environment is linked to aspects like circular economy and budget. Every time they announced measures related to environment. So this year also in budget there was a scheme called the Mishti for mangroves. Pranam scheme was announced for sustainable method of fertilizer usage. So all these also have an environmental angle. Okay, so though it's related to economy and budget. So environment, you can actually link it to every aspect in paper 3. You can link it to science, you can relate it to agriculture, you can relate it to economy and everything. And in GS1, again, it is linked to geography. Okay, so that's the thing. And coming to GS4, so when you know your environmental issues and problems and all that, you can also use it to write your GS4 ethics paper. So we have an ethics, the syllabus called applied ethics. So when you come to applied ethics, there are concepts like, sustainable development, environment versus development, things like this, where environment related issues can pop up in your ethics questions, ethics case studies and all that. So if you're well versed with the environmental issues and all that, you will be able to handle those questions in a better way. So that's the thing. Yeah, so I've just mentioned the previous year question trend. So this is with respect to the number of questions they've asked in prelims. So I told you prelims, since it's a common exam for forest service and Indian civil service. So it is very important that you give adequate emphasis to this environment subject. So in 2015 there were 13 questions, 16 there were 12 questions, 17 there were 15 questions, and so on. And you can see in 2020 there were 25 questions from environment, 21 there were 16 questions, and 22 there were 19 questions. So there is a significant number of questions. So we can say definitely around 15 questions can be expected from environment. And it is important that you give adequate emphasis to this subject in order to crack the prelims comfortably. Okay, I mean, not just comfortably, to crack the prelims, it is important that you study environment. And coming to the mains previous year question trends, with respect to environment syllabus as such, from the one line given in the UPSC syllabus, around 25 to 35 marks they've been asking. That is what this graph denotes. But just like I told you, it is linked with other topics in the GS3 paper. It is linked with geography in GS1 paper, and you can also apply it in essay and everything. So though it is just 25 to 35 marks of direct questions from environment, you can link it to numerous other areas. So if you look at it in that way, then you will have a significant amount of marks coming in from environment in the mains as well. And in interview, I told you they can ask you questions related to how do you manage pollution, how do you manage water bodies, how do you manage wetlands, anything they can say. They will say you are a district collector, chalk out a plan for this, that, and they can throw at you some environment related problems. So in that way, it can come in your personality test as well. So that is with respect to how environment comes about in these areas. And I was telling you there was something called decoding the syllabus. So like we saw just now in the syllabus, there were just just a few lines or few words given, and from that UPSC has been asking so many questions. So it means that there is a need to decode the syllabus in the first place, because your prelims syllabus just says that environment and ecology, biodiversity, and climate change. But from those three words, they're asking 15 questions, 20 questions every year. And in mains also, just a simple line is given, but there are numerous areas from where UPSC is asking environment related questions. So, so the question now is that how does a how does an aspirant decode the syllabus? See, decoding of syllabus is one method of decoding the syllabus. When you're doing it on your own, is to look at the previous year question papers. So when you look at the previous year question papers, you get to understand how UPSC is asking questions, from where and all they're throwing questions. So if you do an analysis of, say, prelims paper from 2015 to 2020, you get to understand how UPSC is asking prelims related questions in, environment related questions in prelims. Similarly, when you look at the mains questions of the same year, say from 2015 to 20, you get to understand from where and all they're asking environment related questions. So, while looking at those areas, so as an aspirant, you get an understanding that I have to study these areas. Say from for prelims, you may get an understanding that you have to do national parks, you have to do sanctuaries, you have to do international conventions related to the environment, and national efforts related to environment, national schemes related to environment. So you get to understand the numerous question areas which UPSC is throwing at you. Okay, and similarly, when you look at the mains questions also, you get to know the numerous areas. So this you can do by your own. But what has been done by KingMakers IAS is that the R&D team at KingMakers Institute they have looked at the past question papers. They have decoded the syllabus. Okay, so this job, instead of you doing, it has already been done for you. And based on the decoding of syllabus, the environment related topics and areas that UPSC is focusing on while asking questions have been identified. And for all those areas, content has been created in the form of an environment book. So the environment book provided by KingMaker will actually give you various topics, like they'll talk about ecology, they'll talk about ecosystem, they'll talk about terrestrial ecosystems, aquatic ecosystems, biogeochemical cycles, biomes, and there is so much. Then there is topics related to biodiversity, flora, fauna, conservation, national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, and all that. And then there is also emphasis given to climate change, global warming, greenhouse gases, and things like that. And then one more area which has been decoded from the syllabus is the national and international level efforts which are being taken for the environmental problem mitigation. So that includes conventions, like if you've been reading newspaper, that there's something like the Paris summit which happened, where the world countries came forward to set the global warming limits to 1.5 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial levels. And then later on, there was something called as Conference of Parties 26, which happened at Scotland. And there was something called Panchamitra goals, which were devised by India. India submitted that we will do this much to save the environment. So these kind of things also get added year on year. Okay, so there is in environment, what you have to know is there is a static part and there is a dynamic part. And this dynamic part is something which will keep expanding. The static part is the part which is always staying constant. So the R&D team at KingMaker has identified the static part, and that has been made into a book. It has been codified into a book. So you can just do one basic reading of the NCERTs, and beyond that, you do not actually have to visit the NCERTs again. You can rely on the environment book given to you by KingMaker, and that will help you to get a basic knowledge foundation and grasp over the subject. And after getting that fundamental knowledge, there is then the current affair part. Like I was telling you, the Paris Summit, Panchamitra goals, and things like that. These are things that get added year on year. So this is something which is like current affairs. So current affairs also, what they will do is the institute every week they will be introducing you to the current affairs and current happenings which have relevance to the UPSC exam. So every week you will be introduced to current affairs from various areas, say from polity, economy, society, geography, etc. So in this regard, environment related current affairs also will be covered. So when environment related current affairs is covered, your things like Panchamitra goals and your Paris summit, say International Solar Alliance, Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, these kind of things are current. It is what the country is doing. So international summits happen, we decide, our leaders talk, they chalk out a strategy, and then something comes about. These kind of things will be covered for you in the current affairs. So what you have to do is you have to do the book given by Kingmaker. NCERT, do one basic reading to get an understanding. But after you get that understanding, and because after completing school you would have lost touch with the subject. In order to get and regain that touch, you have to do that one reading of NCERT. After you do that one reading of NCERT, that's enough. You'll get a grasp over the subject. Then you can shift to the Kingmaker environment book. You can club it with the current affairs, which will be done every week. So when you do these when you do both of these together, it will actually help you to tackle the environment related questions in a very comfortable way. So this is the, this should be the approach. You don't actually have to be chasing any other book or any other material. Everything is available for you here itself. Okay. And so coming to the way to study. So like I told you, it's just written, what I told you only is written, prepare the basics from NCERT and then following the Kingmaker IAS environment book. Then this I've just to familiarize you with some areas, I've mentioned this. So a good command over mapping, national parks, wildlife sanctuary, Ramsar sites, tiger reserves. So this is because these are areas which you can see repeatedly asked in environment. From these areas, questions are occurring is of high probability. So these are areas which you should focus upon. Yeah, and one more thing which I want to mention here is, though institute is giving you the book, though institute is giving you the current affairs and everything, it is also important that you do not skip reading the newspaper. It is important that you have to read the newspaper. Only when you read the newspaper by yourself, you get an understanding as to what is important, what you should prioritize, what you should remember more and everything. For example, now in Sikkim, there has been this glacial lake outburst flood. Okay, so if we are writing mains like 2 months later, it'll be something which is of importance. Okay, so that you will know only if you've seen the newspaper. Okay, once you see it in the newspaper, you can just get a grasp over the happenings, and then the in detail study and everything related to that you can further do from the current affairs, which will be provided to you by the institute. Okay, so I'm trying to tell you that you should not skip the newspaper, though current affairs is done for you. Okay, so when you do the newspaper, you get to know what is important. So that's the thing. And yeah, and I've mentioned some topics like pollution, climate change. So these are some current affair areas. Okay, so that will be covered by the institute. And international efforts, this also I mentioned, COP26, Panchamitra, UNFCCC. Okay, UNFCCC and all, well, now it is part of, almost like part of static, because UNFCCC came about in 1992. And at that time it was like current affairs, but now it is part of the static. So it is there in the environment book itself. So it will get covered in the Kingmaker IAS environment book itself. And yeah, and one more area which you have to focus upon is numerous number of acts related to environment. So here I've mentioned Wildlife Protection Act, but there are a lot of acts like Environment Protection Act. And so under that Environment Protection Act, you have numerous subtopics like environmental impact assessment, e-waste management tools, solid waste management tools, biomedical waste management tool, battery waste management tools and all that. So there are numerous legal aspects related to environment. There are a lot of legal aspects. So that also will be covered to you by the environment book given by Kingmaker IAS, and the current affairs related to that. Say if there's a modification in that. For example, in Wildlife Protection Act, there was a big change which came about this year. So that those kind of aspects will be covered in the current affairs classes. Okay, so that's about it. And yes, then coming to the so that is about the approach to study and do the approach for gaining content and all that. So that's about the sources and all that. But then coming to how you will go about with the subject and how you will tackle this subject. So for that, I just want to tell you, I showed you in the previous slides, and I told you also how to acquire content. So I told you the sources, so that has been mentioned. So that is what I've written as acquire content. So you know from where to do it and how to do it. And it's not just acquiring content, you have to understand and learn the content. So when you understand and learn the content, it makes your job very, very easy. Okay, so it is very important to understand the content, then learn. Learn in the sense you have to remember it. Only then you can reproduce it in the exam. So, that is what is learning. And one more important aspect is that you have to keep revising. It is important that you realize that you do not have to do the same topic from many books. Instead, one book, if you do and revise some 4-5 times, that will be better for you in the exam hall. You'll become more familiar with the content, and it will give you more confidence to tackle the questions. Okay. So Tiger is an all, if you say revise some 10 times, probability of you remembering the reserves is very high. That means when you get a Tiger reserve related question in the prelims, you'll be able to easily mark it right. Okay, so that is the importance of revision. And one more exercise that you have to do is solve previous year questions. That is something which is very, very important. That will be incorporated by the test series given by KingMakers itself. But apart from that, if you feel like if you want to solve a whole UPSC paper of say 2020, 2021, 22, then it is always available in the UPSC website. You can download the question paper from there and solve it. Okay. And yeah, I've mentioned take periodic tests to check skills. Yeah, this is very, very important in UPSC preparation. It is important that you test yourself very often, okay, because you're competing with a lot of people and everybody is studying really very hard. There are also people who get into service and then come right again to improve service. So the competition is very high. So in such tough competition, what you have to do is you have to practice really well if you have to excel. And one method of practice is taking periodic tests. So taking periodic tests will enhance your skills. So periodic tests, like I told you, previous year questions you can download and solve the previous year questions from UPSC. That is one method of testing yourself. And apart from that, what KingMakers IAS will do for you is there is something called as PSLP, which is Prelims Strategic Learning Program. So that will be over some 50 tests or something before you go for prelims. 50-55 tests will be conducted. So that if you learn and revise and if you know the answers by heart, surely you will be able to crack prelims. And apart from those 50 questions, there is also something called as a SET. That's a 50-day program where SET stands for Score Enhancement Test. Okay, so there different subject related questions will be given to you and you'll be solving questions on a regular basis. So there all subjects will be covered, environment also will be covered. Okay, so that is with respect to the prelims part. And coming to the mains part, in mains part, what is important is writing practice. You have to write very fast. Also, your answers should have an analytical aspect. Okay, many of the questions will have critically analyze, comment, examine, and things like that. So it is important that you understand environmental issues and you're able to analyze it in the question paper. And if needed, you can. They will say sometimes they will say give suggestions to solve and all that. So for these mains related things, writing practice is very important. And in that regard, KingMakers will have the MSLP program, Main Strategic Learning Program. So there, you'll be given a lot of writing practice. So that will help you to acquire the mains related writing skills. So that is with respect to the mains. And one more exercise, that you can do to help yourself in this preparation is you can always refer to toppers copies. Toppers copies are available all over the internet. So many toppers are there. Their answers, if you look at it before writing your mains answers or while you start writing your mains answers, if you see those toppers copies, you can also orient your answers in similar direction. It's not that you have to copy their style ditto. It's not that way. It's just that it acts as a guiding light or torch for you. And so that you can somewhat when you're clueless, you get a path to walk on. Okay, so that you can keep it as a reference and try writing like that. Okay, because they are people who've scored well, and so it means they've done something right. And in this regard, KingMakers also will be sharing the best answers from MSLP and the various test series, and they will also be sharing toppers copies with you. So all this will be helping you a lot. Okay, and yes, so coming to the final part of this presentation. So I just want to say that environment is a simple yet significant subject in UPSC preparation. It is simple because concepts are simple and we have studied the subject right from school time. You are very much familiar with the subject. Okay, it's not anything hard. Only some things may be hard. Some things which you may find difficult in remembering, but largely the concepts are simple. And if you study this subject, it can reward you well in prelims. It can reward you well in mains. So yes, it can be a potential game changer subject in prelims and mains. So with respect to Earth, we always say that there is no plan B because there is no planet B. So the plan is only sustainable development. So is the case with this subject too. There is no way to skip this subject. If you skip this subject, it's not going to help you in prelims and mains. So you should not ignore this subject. You should work well and read the subject well, learn and understand the subject well. And in that way, your preparation will get boosted. So all the best and thank you. Sir?
Yes, Sindhu, thank you so much. Your last slide shows a simple yet significant subject for UPSC CSE. That is a correct thing you have mentioned. It's a very, very simple subject, but most of the aspirants, they think that it's a very difficult subject. Initially, it may be a little difficult to understand the environment subject, but if they are going to read consistently the newspaper, they know that the significance of the subject, I'm sure definitely they'll create the interest and they'll also read it. And you have given excellent introduction, the resources one should refer, and what kind of questions it will reflect in the prelims examinations. And the syllabus in your first and second slide, you clearly explained about the syllabus. It is not only in the paper 3, but also it will come in the paper 1. So even for the personality test, that will reflect. Sometimes those who have opted for the geography optional, that will also have a significant role in enhancing the scores. Everything you have covered. I'm so happy, and students, we all wish that Sindhu ma'am should come as a bureaucrat to address you all. Until then, and she'll be sharing her very what to say, such a wonderful resource person. She'll be sharing her entire knowledge to our students community. I wish her a great success, and thank you so much for coming and sharing your experience. This is a Sunday. I know very well that it's a very busy day for everyone. Even then, you have spared your time. Thank you so much, Sindhu.
So thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes. Friends, now we will go for a small break. After this break, again, we will be starting our session at 2 p.m. Till that time, those who wanted to know more about KingMakers IAS Academy, please watch this video. And this video contains almost so much of information about our academy. Very recently, we conducted the felicitation ceremony in Hotel Hyatt, where all the achievers from across the nation, they came and they participated. And excellent speech was delivered by our former Reserve Bank of India Governor, Sri Rangarajan sir. And if you have the time, please listen to his speech, because such a wonderful speech which was delivered on that particular day. And another speech delivered by our former President Pranab Mukherjee when he came to inaugurate KingMakers IAS Academy new office. See, these two things you're going to see today, along with our small achievements and some of the felicitation ceremony and some of the chief guests, those who have visited to KingMakers IAS Academy in the last few years. This is the 10th year we celebrate. So during this time, we have started our branch in Delhi. So it is another significant year. So I request our admin team member to just play the videos of our greatest achievement in the last 10 years. Selva sir.
that this academy is going to train up, prepare the students, boys and girls, coming from rural background, coming from lower stratum of the society.
In our country, lakhs of students aspire to become an IAS officer. The prestigious service is still a challenge for the people of socially, economically backward section, particularly for rural background. In order to fulfill such aspirations, KingMakers IAS Academy was started in 2013 with the motto of "We Teach, You Reach" by Srimati Satyashri Bhuminathan. We give special attention to spread awareness about the examinations conducted by UPSC and TNPSC in both rural as well as urban regions. Many IAS, IPS, IRS, IFS officers are visiting as guest lecturers for mentorship and personality development, enriching the aspirants' preparations.
KingMakers IAS Academy குழுமத்தின் சார்பாக வருக 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 என
அந்திகள் இனிமேல் அரும்புவதில்லை.
You have made a very wise choice by choosing KingMakers IAS Academy.
மிக பெரும் செல்வந்தர்களுக்கும் IAS கனவை கிராமப்புற மாணவர்களுக்காக செயல்படுத்தி வரும் உனக்குள் ஒரு IAS
கடந்த 7 வருடங்களாக 250க்கும் மேற்பட்ட IAS மற்றும் IPS அதிகாரிகள்
we must start a very big program for rural roads, and it should be need-based. So we'll not go with the that inclusive fund.
I want to be an IAS officer, or I want to be a great engineer, or I want to be the Indian's president. He said, continue to grow better.
So it is not a recession in that sense of the term. It is a recession if you want to say in growth rate.
Corruption in society thrives under certain conditions. You will find some level of corruption everywhere. The only thing is, when it is at the lowest level and hits the average person,
the people who are motivating them, and KingMaker is one of the prime source for them. I wish KingMaker resilient students a bright future. Thank you.
You are teaching them knowledge and skills. What are you doing about values? Are you doing anything?
மக்கள் அதை கணிக்கணும். நீங்க எந்த சட்டம் கொண்டு வந்தா நம்ம ஒரு காலனி ஆதிக்கத்துல 200 வருஷம் இருந்தோம்.
This book is you should follow. They follow the rules. That's their job, to follow the rules.
யாருக்கு கல்வி தகுதியோட எது தேவையோ அது பண்ணாதீங்க. காலேஜ் டைம்
At this place because I'm able to achieve today and I'm seated here as the first IFS officer of our country. So this was possible and this was really possible because of Bhuminathan sir, and I consider sir as part of my family because he advised me, he guided me at every step and he was really supportive to me. I thank his family as well. I thank KingMakers IAS Academy.
நீங்க வந்து ஒரு நல்ல ஹேண்ட்ல செட்டில் ஆயிருக்கீங்க, அது மட்டும் பார்த்துக்கோங்க. அண்ட் இங்க இருக்கிற ஃபேக்கல்டிஸ்க்கு வந்து நீங்க ஃபேக்கல்டிஸை வந்து நல்லா யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. அதே மாதிரி ஒரு புக்ஸ் வந்து என்ன ஒரு சப்ஜெக்ட்டுக்கு ஒரு புக் படிச்சா போதும். ஒரு புக்கை வந்து நீங்க ஒரு 10 புக்கை ஒரு டைம் ரீட் பண்றதுக்கும் ஒரு புக்கை 10 டைம் ரீட் பண்றதுக்கும் வித்தியாசம் நிறைய இருக்கு. ஸோ அது ஃபேக்கல்டிஸ் ஹெல்ப் எடுத்துட்டு நீங்க ஒரு புக்கை வந்து 10 தடவை ரீட் பண்ணீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு ஃபைனலா அந்த டென்ஷன் குறையும். அந்த அட்மாஸ்பியர்ல படிச்சதே பாதி மறந்துடும். ஸோ அந்த திருப்பி படிக்கிறப்போ யூ வில் ஹேவ் some clarity on the subjects. So UPSC test concepts and not mere facts. Sometimes இப்போ facts போச்சு, பட் இருந்தாலும் வந்து கான்செப்ட் தான் ரொம்ப முக்கியம். மெயின்ஸ்ல அது ரொம்ப யூஸ் ஆகும். ஸோ கிங்மேக்கர் ஐஎஸ் அகாடமி வந்து இதுக்கு நல்லா உங்களுக்கு ஹெல்ப் பண்ணும். ஸோ நீங்க நல்லா யூட்டிலைஸ் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. எனக்கு எப்படி ஹெல்ப் பண்ணி இன்டர்வியூ பாஸ் பண்ணி நான் ஒரு அட்டெம்ப்ட்ல வந்து டபுள் டிஜிட் ரேங்க் என்னால் வாங்க முடிஞ்சதோ கண்டிப்பா உங்களாலையும் வாங்க முடியும். த்ரூ யுவர் ஓன் எஃபர்ட் அண்ட் ஆல்சோ த்ரூ தி எஃபர்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் கைடன்ஸ் ஆஃப் கிங்மேக்கர்ஸ் ஐஎஸ் அகாடமி அண்டர் பூமிநாதன்.
நம்ம கிங்மேக்கர் அகாடமியில் இருக்க ஒவ்வொரு ஸ்டாஃப்க்கும் நான் இந்த நேரத்தில் தேங்க் பண்ணி நினைக்கிறேன். அவங்க எல்லாருக்குமே இந்த வெற்றியில் எனக்கு இந்த வெற்றி கிடைச்சதில் நிச்சயமாக ஒரு பெரிய பங்கு இருக்குது. ஸ்டாஃப்ஸ் இல்லாமல் நான் இந்த கிங்மேக்கர் அகாடமியுடைய ஒவ்வொரு மாணவர்களுக்குமே தேங்க் பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஏன்னா நானும் நிறைய கிளாஸஸ் அவங்களுக்கு எடுத்திருக்கேன். ஸோ என்னையை நானே மோடல் பண்ணிக்கிறதுக்கு முக்கியமான காரணமாக இருந்தவங்க இந்த மாணவர்கள் தான். அவங்களும் கடின உழைப்பு விடாமுயற்சியோட சாருக்கு என்னுடைய
கொடுத்த ரொம்ப யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருந்துச்சு. ஸோ அதுக்காக நான்
சேலம் பக்கம் Ganesh, I gave a mock interview with KingMakers IAS Academy. So the panelists were very experienced and gave me pointed feedback that has helped me. I hope I do well in the final examination. கடின உழைப்பும் என்னோட அட்வைஸ் என்னோட அண்ணனோட அட்வைஸ் எனக்கு ரொம்ப யூஸ்ஃபுல்லா இருந்துச்சு. என்னோட நேர்முகத்தை I had a prestigious moment to share with the intellectuals. The board was very good.
I minutely observed all the points.
It was very useful to me. And the board was very cordial. The motivational factor.
The kind of encouragement he gave me, it was very helpful.
Especially in the confidence level, they are best. The mock interview is quite different from that is being offered in other institutes. It is a good experience for me.
But improvement is a scope for
KingMakers. Thanks to 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 KingMakers IAS Academy.
Thanks to KingMakers.
Thanks to KingMakers.
Thanks to KingMakers IAS Academy. Thanks KingMakers Academy.
Thanks to KingMakers IAS Academy.
Thanks to KingMakers Academy.
Thanks to KingMakers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
ரெண்டு சைடுலயுமே சப்போர்ட் இருந்துச்சு. ஒண்ணு அப்பா சைடு கண்டிப்பா உண்டு.
1,000 square feet with state-of-art infrastructure and facilities with serene atmosphere, providing stimulating environment to students.
இந்த இன்ஸ்டியூட்ல ஜாயின் பண்ணி படிங்க.
ஐஏஎஸ் ஐயா அவர்களை இப்பொழுது புன்னாடை போர்த்தி கௌரவம் செய்கிறோம். மௌரி அவர்களை புன்னாடை போர்த்தி கௌரவம் செய்கிறோம்.
குட் ஈவினிங் டு எவ்ரிபடி. எல்லாருக்கும் அவர் தான் சால்வ் போத்துட்டு இருந்தாரு. ஐஏஎஸ் அகாடமி தொடங்கினாரோ அந்த நாளிலிருந்து எனக்கு தெரியும் இன்று வரை.
கற்றவரே காமுறுவர் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அதற்கேற்ப
இருக்கேன்.
பேப்பர் ஆல்சோ ஸோ திஸ் பேட்டர்ன் IAS Academy.
நான் வந்து பைஜூஸ்ல படிக்கிறேன். சம் ஆஃபீஸர்ஸ் IAS Academy.
GS CSAT ரெண்டுமே இன்னைக்கு அட்டெண்ட் பண்ணேன். ஸோ 2 கொஸ்டின் பேப்பரோட ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்
We'll be right back.
is still a challenge for the people of socially, economically backward section, particularly for rural background. In order to fulfill such aspirations, KingMakers IAS Academy was started in 2013 with the motto of We Teach, You Reach by Srimati Satyashri Bhuminathan. We give special attention
throughout. They helped me open up various dimensions from my DAF and from other fields as well. They gave some valuable inputs in terms of feedback, and I'm sure that they would help me a lot in my interview preparation. Thank you.
I'm Sugha. I have secured All India Rank 78 Indian Forest Service examination, and I have cleared this exam in my 4th attempt. In this journey, KingMakers IAS Academy also plays an important role, and I attended mock interviews in this academy, and one-on-one session is very useful for my preparation journey. I'm congratulating the KingMakers Academy for celebrating the 10th year anniversary, and I wishes the academy to run successfully for the upcoming candidates for the further future of UPSC journey. Thank you.
So the journey with KingMakers was really helpful. They were the first institute that provided me with the initial guidance for the interview. They reviewed my DAF and told me the key areas that I need to work upon. So it was like a first-hand experience from the sir. He gave me very good insights. My answers were reviewed continuously and told me how to improve on them right away. So overall, it was a really good experience, and I hope to have a connection with them in the future too. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Lavanya SP, and I secured All India Rank 65 in recently conducted Indian Forest Service Examination 2022, and I take this moment to thank KingMakers IAS institution. I got associated with the institution during my interview preparation, and this was one of the initial mocks which I gave during my preparation, and the feedback given by the panel has really helped me to refine my preparation and to give it a better refinement. So I take this moment to thank the institution and its members. Thank you.
So good evening, Mutarasi. How are you doing?
I'm fine, sir. Please. So he came to us.
KingMakers has been very helpful in my especially interview preparation. Vivek Harinarayan sir one-to-one session has helped me in getting the clarity about the interview, how to go about the interview, and that's all. I wish you all the best.
How are you?
Strengthen.
Hello everyone, this is Vasumati. I have secured All India rank 731 in the UPSC 2022 examinations. I am a student of KingMakers IAS Academy and I have finished my prelims comes mains batch in KingMakers IAS Academy. I am very thankful to Mr. Bhuminathan sir, the director of the academy, for giving me the guidance, and I took his words, consistency, dedication and determination will reach you to success, because this is my 7th attempt and all my 6 attempts I couldn't clear the prelims, and in this attempt I was able to clear the prelims, mains and interview in one course. It's because of this KingMakers IAS Academy. And the mentorship and the guidance program that the institute provided for me throughout this 1 year was very wonderful, and whatever the mistakes I did, they were able to point it out very correctly, and I corrected it from myself also. Personality test is a very wonderful session in the KingMakers IAS Academy. Each and every sir, Mr. Prakash sir IAS and Mr. Vivek sir IAS and Mr. Balachandran sir IAS has guided me throughout this session, and the one-on-one session with each one of the sir was very helpful for me, which made me to secure 193 marks in the personality test and made me to launch myself in the UPSC Civil Service rank list. So I sincerely congratulate the KingMakers IAS Academy, and a heartfelt thanks to Mr. Bhuminathan sir for being my emotional support throughout this journey. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Jainil Desai. I got All India rank 12 in UPSC Indian Forest Service 22 exam. I have given one-to-one session at the KingMaker IAS Academy in online mode. I have secured 204 marks in the interview. So I express my gratitude towards the KingMaker IAS Academy, and thank you for giving me opportunity for mock interview.
Hello, I am Sujit Balkal. I have secured AIR 30 in the recently concluded Indian Forest Services 2022. My optionals are forestry and geology. I was part of the interview guidance program of the KingMakers IAS Academy, and I had a detailed one-on-one DAF discussion sessions which helped me to improve my interview score. So I'm thankful to the academy, and a special mention to Madhavi ma'am, who had coordinated the DAF discussion. Thank you for providing the opportunity.
Hi, I'm Rajesh. I'm from Mailadure. I'm appearing for the personality test in 2023. I attended the one-to-one session with Dr. D.P. Agarwal, your former UPSC chairman. It was a very helpful session. He gave me many insightful feedbacks. I thank KingMakers IAS Academy for this opportunity. Thank you. Hi, I'm Rajesh. I'm from Mailadure. I'm appearing for a very helpful session. He gave me many.
I'm happy. Somebody should see that you are a very active girl. And you also Madhubani painting. That's a Bihar.
Yes, ma'am. So my mother taught it to me. She is an active painter. Even my grandmother.
I am very happy to be a part of this facilitation program. KingMakers Academy has been crucial for the preparation. Like even when I joined during the interview guidance program, there have been proper guidance, like arranging the proper one-on-one sessions. Even Madhavi ma'am have played a crucial role in arranging various sessions and motivating. So that was a nice journey with KingMakers Academy. Thank you.
Hello, my experience with KingMakers mock interview was a good one. The panel was very.
I'm Sugha. I have secured All India rank 78 Indian Forest Service.
delighted, and particularly to inaugurate the new premises of the KingMakers IAS. I am happy to know that this academy is going to train up, prepare the students, boys and girls, coming from rural background, coming from lower stratum of the society, so that they can equip themselves, they can acquire the knowledge to compete with those who got better education, who had better family background, who had better working environment. I wish the academy to be all successful, but particularly my desire was to speak to the young boys and girls who are going to be the, I will use the word, a commercial word, who is going to be the clients of this institution, who is going to be taught in this institution. Because whenever I come to a congregation of the young men and women, I do not know what benefit they get from me in my speech or in my talk. But I myself get immensely benefited because I get energized, I get galvanized, I get spirited by your gleaming eyes, by your bright faces, by your confidence. Therefore, young men and women, future of this country, to have the best wishes of an old man, I wish you all success. I wish the academy all success in their mission, in their objectives, and do hope that future administrators, future judges, future administrators and makers of the rulers of the country will emanate from this academy and will do their job very successfully. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்பார்ந்த வணக்கம். கிங்மேக்கர்ஸ் ஐஏஎஸ் அகாடமி வெற்றிகரமாக 10 ஆண்டுகளை கடந்து 11வது ஆண்டிலே அடியெடுத்து வைக்கிறது. இந்த நேரத்தில் குறிப்பாக அதனுடைய ஃபவுண்டர் திரு பூமிநாதன் அவர்களுக்கு என்னுடைய மனம் நிறைந்த நெஞ்சார்ந்த வாழ்த்துக்களை நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகின்றேன். காரணம், ஐஏஎஸ் ஐபிஎஸ் போன்ற அனைத்து முக்கியமான பணிகளும் கூட நிறைய மக்களுக்கு எட்டாக்கணியாக இருந்தது. எப்படி படிக்க வேண்டும், எங்கே சென்று படிக்க வேண்டும், அதனுடைய தன்மை என்ன அப்படிங்கிறது, இதையெல்லாம் கூட நம்முடைய பூமிநாதன் அவர்கள் மிக எளிய முறையில் அந்த ஐஏஎஸ் பரீட்சை தேர்வுகளை நிறைய மக்களுடைய இல்லங்களுக்கு கொண்டு சேர்த்திருக்கின்றார். எனக்கும் கூட அவரோடு பல நிகழ்ச்சியிலே பங்கேற்க வாய்ப்பு கிடைத்திருக்கிறது. ஐஏஎஸ் ஐபிஎஸ் ஐஎஃப்எஸ் சிவில் சர்வீஸ் கருத்தரங்கில் என்னையும் கூட பேச்சாளராக அழைத்திருக்கின்றார்கள். ஆனால் ஒரு இடத்திலும் பார்ப்பேன், நம்முடைய பூமிநாதன் அவர்களுக்கு உண்மையாலுமே கிராமப்புறத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய மாணவர்கள் வெற்றி பெற வேண்டும் என்று இருக்கக்கூடிய வேட்கை, எப்படியாவது இவர்களை நாம் பணியிலே அமர்த்தி விட வேண்டும், அவர்களுக்கு ஒரு நல்ல ஒரு பாதையை காட்ட வேண்டும் என்று நினைக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு நல்ல ஒரு மனது, இந்த இரண்டும் தான் கிங்மேக்கர்ஸ் ஐஏஎஸ் அகாடமியினுடைய வெற்றி சூத்திரமாக நான் பார்க்கின்றேன். 2022 இந்த போட்டித் தேர்வு, சிவில் சர்வீஸ் போட்டித் தேர்வில் வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய நிறைய பேர் வந்து கிங்மேக்கர்ஸ் ஐஏஎஸ் அகாடமியில் படித்திருப்பதாக செய்தியை நான் பார்த்தேன். அதிலும் குறிப்பாக ரேங்க் டாப்பர்ஸ், டாப் 10க்குள்ளே இருக்கக்கூடிய ஆல் இந்தியா டாப்பர்ஸ் எல்லாருமே இவரிடம் போட்டித் தேர்வுக்கு இன்டர்வியூ பயிற்சி அல்லது மெயின்ஸ் தேர்வு பயிற்சி எல்லாம் படித்திருப்பதாக நான் பார்த்துருக்கேன். அவர்கள் பிறந்தது வேறு இடத்தில் இருந்தாலும் கூட கிங்மேக்கர்ஸ் ஐஏஎஸ் அகாடமி சென்னை பேஸ்டாக, தமிழ்நாடு பேஸ்டாக இருந்தாலும் கூட வெளியூரில் இருக்கக்கூடிய எத்தனையோ மாணவர்கள் நம்முடைய பூமிநாதன் அவர்களையும் அவருடைய குழுவையும் நம்பி அவர்களிடம் தன்னை ஒப்படைத்து தன்னை மெருகேற்றி இன்று ஐஏஎஸ் ஐபிஎஸ் அதிகாரியாக இருந்திருக்கின்றார்கள். எனக்கு இதையெல்லாம் தாண்டி மிக பிடித்த விஷயம், குறிப்பாக ரூரல் ஏரியாவில் மதுரை பக்கத்தில் கிங்மேக்கர்ஸ் ஐஏஎஸ் அகாடமி நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய பயிற்சி முகாம் கிராமப்புற மாணவர்களுக்காக மதுரை பக்கத்தில். குறிப்பாக அவருடைய கனவு என்பது அவரால் இது முடியவில்லை, ஆனால் அவர் ஐஏஎஸ் ஆயிருந்தால் அவர் ஒருத்தர் தான் ஐஏஎஸ் ஆயிருப்பார். ஆனால் இன்னைக்கு 500க்கும் மேற்பட்ட ஐஏஎஸ் ஐபிஎஸ் ஐஎஃப்எஸ் அதிகாரிகளை, ஐஆர்எஸ் அதிகாரிகளை உருவாக்கி நாட்டிற்கு அடைத்தடத்திலும் கூட பணியமர்த்தி நாட்டு மக்களுக்கு சேவை செய்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள் என்றால் இந்த ஒரு மனிதனுடைய கனவு தான் காரணம். இந்த நேரத்திலே கிங்மேக்கர்ஸ் ஐஏஎஸ் அகாடமி பூமிநாதன் அவர்கள் அவருடைய குழு நண்பர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் கூட நெஞ்சார்ந்த வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவித்து, உங்களுடைய வெற்றி பயணம் இன்னும் சிறக்கட்டும், வெற்றி படிகளிலே இன்னும் நிறைய மாணவர்களை உருவாக்க வேண்டும் என்று எல்லா வல்ல இறைவனை நான் வேண்டி விரும்பி கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம். பாரத் மாதா கி ஜெய்.
So thank you, KingMakers IAS.
I'm happy.
Okay.
I wish
Thank
you
you.
the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Hi, I would really like to thank Mr. D.P. Agarwal sir for helping me and guiding me in the interview stage. So thank you, KingMakers IAS, because these interactions were very helpful in finding the direction. Thank you, KingMakers IAS.
Sir, very good afternoon, sir. Friends, welcome to the afternoon session. For the last 2 days, we have been seeing the very great personalities, very great resources who are available to coach you, to inspire you, to motivate you. Particularly for those who are preparing for the civil service examinations, this is the greatest opportunity that KingMakers IAS Academy has created. Welcome to the 250 hours free civil service coaching program through online as well as offline. The great initiative of KingMakers IAS Academy. And in the second session, the morning we had beautiful sessions with the help of 4 great resource persons. One is Vijeta Dinagar, who cleared the civil service examinations with the All India 687th rank. And followed by that, Ramesh Turti, who is very popular resource persons for geography and other things. And apart from that, then we had Ashutosh Gupta sir, popularly known as India Bhai, and who gave you excellent inputs on how to prepare for prelims as well as for mains and how to maximize your score. And finally, we had Sindhu ma'am, who had already appeared for personality test thrice and 5 times she has written her mains. And she's in the field for so many years, and she's good at environment and geography. And she's the one who gave you the excellent approach for environment. Now, in the afternoon session, we have with us 4 great resource persons. The very first session is going to be handled by one of the very leading resource person in India. He's very popular in social media and other things. And the one who is preparing for the civil service examination, definitely they'll be knowing his name. He's very, very popular among all the aspirants, particularly for sociology. This session is very, very popular among all the aspirants. And he was associated with so many great institutes of our country. And I'm very happy that I'm very glad, it's very great honor for KingMakers IAS Academy that he is kind enough to accept our request to handle few sessions for our aspirants. His name is Mr. Ankur sir. So on behalf of the Academy, on behalf of the students of the KingMakers IAS Academy, sir, I welcome you. Thank you so much for being with us. And now the session is yours, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the warm welcome. And hi, everyone. My name is Ankur Agarwal, and I am teaching the ethics, social issues, as well as the sociology, and having a teaching experience of more than now the 16 years. And I am really grateful to the sir also, so that he has given me the opportunity to have an interaction with all of you. So today in this session, I will be basically discussing about the importance of the ethics in your exam. As different mentors will be coming, and sir itself is a great inspiration for all of you, that how the civil services is basically going to be there, and lots of challenges are there while in this preparation. So we will be discussing about this journey over a period of time. But today specifically, I am here to discuss with all of you with respect to the ethics, which is, I think, nowadays missing from most part of the world. Right? So although we talk about the ethics, but the fact is that when we talk about the ethics as a whole, we see that so many people, they are not basically abiding to that, or even when they want to abide to that also, they are not able to do the things. So I just share one of the things with all of you. Yes, I think this will be very much clear to all of you. Right? How to get the good marks in the ethics, especially for the UPSC, and how in the KingMakers we will be helping you out. That also I'm going to tell you. So if your any query will going to be there, definitely we're going to address it later on. But over a period of time, I tell you that how the things are there. So let me first of all just wait. Right now, first of all, how to get the good marks in the ethics for our UPSC exam? Well, UPSC has introduced the ethics paper in the 2013 itself. And after the 2013, for the first time, 2014, we got the ethics paper in our mains examination. And at that point of time, most of us, either the faculties or even the learners, they were always having this perspective. Even for the mentors also, this was the challenge, that from which resources we should basically refer the ethics so that the learners can get the maximum benefit. And because nobody has seen the paper, so 2014 was the first time when the ethics paper was introduced by the UPSC. After looking those papers over a period of time, now it is the 10 years when the UPSC is giving the ethics questions to all of us. And we have realized that in the ethics, now it is not all about the conceptual understanding, but along with the conceptual understanding, it becomes very important that we should be very much aware of our surroundings. We should be very much aware what exactly we have to read in the newspaper, how we have to take the things from the newspaper for our ethics paper. Right? So first thing, if you will going to see, the most important thing while studying about the ethics is to have a familiarity with our syllabus. Every aspirant who is preparing for the UPSC, this is the one and the foremost perspective that will going to be there. That is understanding the syllabus. So when you are trying to prepare for the civil services, the most important thing is please paste the syllabus of the IAS or the UPSC in front of you. Make it separate: GS paper 1, GS paper 2, GS paper 3, GS paper 4. Ethics itself is coming under the GS paper 4, and it itself is comprising the 250 marks. So the weightage of the ethics is very high as compared to if you will going to see the GS paper 1, paper 2 or the paper 3. In the paper 4, if we will going to see, our weightage is increasing day by day, and problem comes, many students are not able to express their concerns in the ethics as a whole. As a result, what we used to see, students I have seen, they are able to understand the concept. But when we used to give them the question paper to write anything, they start thinking, so what we should write, how we should write. So I will be discussing about all these things with respect to this only. And as a result, what we can see in the ethics, please go through the previous year question papers. You will going to get an idea what type of the questions the UPSC is asking, what type of the approach we have to develop, right? How our concepts need to be done. Like if I give you the example, one thing comes, the first basic question will be from us, what is ethics? Right? Many people used to say that we should deal with the person ethically. Right? So important concepts are there. Ethics, morals, integrity, honesty. All these things become very important. Right? So what is basically the criteria is all about? That in the society as a whole, on one hand, if we are telling this thing that yes, there should be the perspective. Just wait, let me. Yes, now I think it will be better.
Yes, sir. It is better, sir.
Right, sir. Thank you.
A little bit, if you can change a little the camera angle, that would be better, sir.
Okay, sir. Just wait. It's fine, sir, now?
Excellent, sir.
Okay. Right. So what we yes, sir. So what we used to see that these are the basic concepts. How the honesty is different from the integrity, why a person should be moral, why we should be ethical, what is the importance of the values in our day-to-day life, how our family, how our education, how our society is actually impacting all of us. Right? So ethics is something which we will going to discuss over the period of time. And always remember, UPSC is giving us the question because they are expecting that we will going to become the future civil servant. Right? So what we see, they are asking the question in the ethics paper, which will going to give you an idea of what to expect and how to prepare the thing effectively. And within this perspective, if I say, see, honesty and the integrity. Honesty is something when you are very honest, even when, you are honest when somebody is watching you. Let's say a clerk is there in the office and he used to work very honestly till the time he used to see that his seniors are watching him. But the moment the office hours are completed, the seniors are gone, what happens? That clerk used to sit on his boss chair, keep his legs on the table, smoking, drinking, with this perspective that nobody is observing him. So honesty simply means that when somebody is watching you, at that point of time, your behavior is very loyal towards that company or towards that person. But the moment nobody is watching you, which you are showing. Whereas when I talk about the term integrity, integrity simply means even when nobody is watching you, then also you will going to uphold your values. Right? That's why what we say. See, the soldiers are there on the border. We are not watching them. But despite that, 24/7, they are protecting our borders. So our soldiers are highly integrated with our nation. Similarly, as an administrator, we expect that even when our seniors are not watching us, our behavior should be integrated towards our organization. Our commitment towards the people should always be there. As a result, what we see, this becomes very important. Ethics as a subject require a very strong conceptual understanding. If you are not able to understand the concepts very thoroughly in the ethics, then it becomes very problematic for all of us to link anything with our answers. For example, I give you one statement. You will going to see relativity applies to physics, but not to ethics. Right? And this statement has been given by Einstein. Now imagine this thing. A great scientist like the Einstein is saying that relativity applies to physics but not to ethics. Now, most of the students, sometimes they are not able to understand what exactly this statement wants to tell. People, they will going to take it to the physics concept of relativity. But here, that concept of relativity will not apply. Here, what the Einstein is saying, that there may be a possibility that the two scientists doing the research on a common topic might not going to agree with each other. There can be the scope of the disagreement in the physics. But in the ethics, there is no scope of the disagreement. If we are saying honesty is the best policy, now this phrase does not only apply to Indian people. This is a universal phenomenon. So the great scientist like the Einstein says that in the science, there can be the possibility that there is a disagreement, but in the ethics, there is no scope for the disagreement. Now why? Because the ethical values has developed in the society. It has taken lots of investment. It has taken lots of energy to develop any concept, and the social acceptance is there. So in the ethics, see, there will be the two concepts. If you will going to see in the paper perspective, in the paper, there will be our section A. Section A comprises of the concepts and its related questions. Whereas the section B will be coming from the case studies. Right? So the UPSC will going to ask you the questions from both the perspectives. When they are asking the concepts, then here, these are the terms. What is the ethics? What is morality? What is integrity? What is value? What is the concept of utilitarianism? What is the concept of deontology? What is virtue ethics? Like this, there are so many concepts are there. So the conceptual understanding in the ethics becomes very crucial. And once we are able to understand the concepts in the ethics, after that, we will go into apply application of concepts in our case studies. Like recently, there is a Nobel Peace Prize which has been given to one of the lady. But what the thing she has done, due to which she got the Nobel Peace Prize? What are the ethical things she has done, due to which in the entire society or in the entire world, only she is the one who is getting this Nobel Peace Prize? It means definitely she has done some extraordinary work due to which she has been given this reward. Right? So the concepts become a solid foundation for answering the questions effectively. And we will be sharing, while dealing up with our classroom programs, we will be discussing about all these concepts with all of you. In our organization itself, we have structured such type of the design, and sir has already told that sir, we have to do the welfare of the students. As a result, we will be initially giving you all the basic classes of these ethics. And in such a type, the course structure has been designed. Then, how to use the case study? As I said, section A is all about the conceptual understanding, which will be of the 125 marks. The case study will be of the 125 marks. Right? So the case studies becomes very effective. And that lots and lots. Now the student asks, sir, from where we should take the case studies? Newspapers are there. Look at the example I give you. Here is one term I have said, that the real life scenario has to be analyzed and identify the ethical dilemmas. Now, what do you mean by the term ethical dilemma? Ethical dilemma simply means when you are in front of the two situations and both the situations are correct, but you have to select any one. Example, you are going to meet with the chief minister of your state and you are having the meeting with the chief minister at 4 p.m. when you are on your way to meet the CM of the state, at the same time you saw one severe accident has taken place and there is no other vehicle except yours by which the two patients who are very critical, if they can be given the help from your vehicle, then their life can be saved. Now, on one hand, the two critical patients are there. On the other hand, you have to meet the CM. Both are the priorities. Both are the right things. But which step you will going to take, how you will going to analyze, that depends upon the situation. If you can get the help of any other auto, or let's say you can call some other vehicle for yourself, you might going to tell to your driver that kindly take them to the hospital, and you might going to inform any concerned person who is there in the CM meeting that you got late because of this reason and you will be there very soon. Ultimately, whenever any ethical situation has been given, we have to always give the potential solutions. Do remember this thing. We are not saying that give the accurate. No solution can be accurate. Why? Because situation to situation, the things will going to vary. In that situation where you are trapped, you will going to see at best whatever you think, you will going to take the decision accordingly. Right? So what we have to do, like the Canada and the India tussle is going on with respect to the Khalistan issue. Now, internationally, if we see, Canada government, they have not acted ethically. Now, why? The Canada government says that we are having the doubt that the Indian government is involved in the killing of that Sikh person. Now, you are only putting the allegations. You do not have the proof. But on the basis of the allegations, what you have done? You have suspended our Indian High Commissioner in the Canada, asked him to leave the Canada. Internationally, Canada has not followed the proper protocols. Now, when the Canada is not following it, then what we have done? We also asked the Canadian diplomats to leave the country as soon as possible. And recently, we asked the 41 Canadian diplomats to leave the country by 16th of October. Right? So what we need is basically enhancing our critical thinking. Yesterday only, the Hamas has attacked on the Israel. Now, earlier the Russia has attacked on the Ukraine. On one hand, in our G20 meetings, we are saying time and again, counter the terrorism, counter the money laundering. But on the other hand, the terrorist attacks are not getting reduced. Right? So when you will going to develop the critical thinking with respect to your surrounding, you will be able to analyze anything ethically. Right? At the same time, the most important thing comes is the answer writing. And this is the one perspective where in our KingMakers, we will be emphasizing with every student more and more. Here, we know this thing, that answer writing is a very crucial aspect. Ultimate selection of the student depends upon this. How good you are, that only we will be able to know when you put your answers on the paper. Because in the UPSC exam, they do not know who is Ankush sir or who is the XYZ. They only know one thing. What you will going to write it on the paper. Accordingly, you will going to get the marks. So here we will be developing the skills of writing. How to write the well-structured, concise, and according to the demand of the question, the answer. We'll try to provide you the balanced argument how they have to be given. If any case study is coming, any question is coming, what type of the practical solution you have to give it with respect to that ethical dilemma. And then, apart from that, we will be emphasizing on your time management. Because ultimately, we are getting the 180 minutes in which we have to complete the paper. Right? Then after that, when we have done the writing practice, stay updated with your current affairs. Current affairs, use maximum examples in your answers. More the examples you are giving to justify your concept, you are showing your clarity about the concept. Right? To be deal with the contemporary issues. Especially when we talk about the concepts like the ethics, the concepts like the governance, right? Moral dilemmas, how you will going to react against it. Like I give you one example. There is a medical ethics. Let's say I'm a doctor. Now in 2012, in the Delhi, few people, they have brutally raped one of the girl and they killed her. So the Nirbhaya incident was there. Now imagine this thing that she was my sister and I am a medical professional. Now when those culprits were brought in front of me for their medical examination, now being a brother, what I should do? In front of me, those are the culprits who have brutally killed my sister. So my personal thing will come that I should retaliate from them. I should also kill them on the spot. But at the same time, I am also the medical professional. Medical ethics says that when you are treating anyone, so look it from the patient perspective rather than from your personal perception. So here the ethical dilemma comes. Here the moral dilemma comes. The professional ethics versus my personal integrity. As a result, likewise, so many examples will be coming. And to develop the relevant source, what will happen? You need to read the newspaper, you need to read the magazine also, and we will be helping you here. We will be giving you the current affairs and we will be helping you personally that how to take out the case studies from our content. How you will going to apply these concepts in your case study. So a very coherent and a well-structured program has been designed by us. Right? And then always remember this thing. Scoring well in the ethics paper is not all about, as I said, the theoretical knowledge. But how you will going to apply that theoretical knowledge in your day-to-day life examples, in your exam, that matters a lot. And apart from this, where your ethics will help you, nowadays, if you will going to see, ethics is directly helping you in your philosophical essays. Right? Ethics is having the relation with your optional subjects. How? Like I'm having the sociology, so I know that there is a thinkers are there. These thinkers do help and nowadays, if you have seen, look at the essay paper of 2021 Look at the essay paper of 2022. Look at the essay paper of this year, 2023. Philosophical essays has become the new normal for the UPSC. Before 2021, there was not so much emphasis on the philosophical essays. But now the UPSC is emphasizing on the philosophical essays. The reason being is very clear that actually what is happening in our society as a whole, we used to see that how these philosophical topics, it will require your creativity. It requires your analysis. Of what? Or of our surrounding. UPSC saying in the 21st century, they need such type of bureaucrats or the administrators who can bring new creativity. As the 21st century is having lots and lots of challenges. Sometimes the pandemic challenge is coming, sometimes the war challenge is coming, sometimes the environment is putting the challenge, sometimes the natural disasters are coming. Right? And do remember this thing. I give you one example. How the ethics, values, and the morals are interrelated. One small example will be there. Now, if the values are operating, anything, if the values we are judging in terms of right or wrong, from the society perspective, then it is known as ethics. Right? And if we are judging anything right or wrong from the individual perspective, then it is the morals. So the common thing between the moral and the ethics are the values. And the morals can convert into the ethics. How? If this few people who are the individual, if the large section of the society will go into accept it, right? If values got accepted at large level, it will convert into the ethics. Example, right now the live-in relationship, it is still not accepted at the large scale by the society. Only the few people, they are accepting it, right? But if in the near future, the large section of the society will go into accept it, similarly, the ethics can convert into the moral. How? When societal value changes. Example, look at the Sati Pratha. At one point of time in our society, it was accepted. But over a period of time, our society realized that the Sati Pratha is a social evil and this is not good for the society. So the most of the societies, they stopped performing or practicing the Sati Pratha. And as a result, what happened? It got converted into the morals. In this sense, what we used to see, what are then the values? We can say these are certain criteria on the basis of which we judge anything in terms of good or bad. Right? So it can be anything. Today, the people feel that the live-in relationship is not good. Who knows the future? In the 1990s, have we ever imagined that we will be reaching to the moon? But today it has become the new normal. So as the society is continuously changing, according to that, we need to understand that ethics will also going to be there. Clear? So in the ethics, we will be working with all of the students on each and every aspect very minutely. Here in our KingMakers, we will be emphasizing on your conceptual building also. At the same time, we will be also dealing with the case studies. We will be helping you out how to extract the current affairs for your ethics also. Right? So this will be our entire plan. So we welcome all the students to come to our KingMaker team. And this is one of the finest team what the sir has basically introduced it. And coming for the first time into the Delhi. So I really welcome sir. And we assure the students that in the KingMaker itself, you will going to get the best value resources for your preparation. Right? Thank you. If you're having any question, then you can ask. Okay. Thank you so much. Take care. Shall we leave now?
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable.
Okay, thank you. I was not aware, so shall I leave now? Right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. It was a very energizing session. And I think all the students had a very clear-cut idea of what ethics is and the important role of ethics in the UPSC preparation, which is needed out in our life also.
Yes,
and
sir.
You gave very good examples as well. Be it with the medical ethics, it was very interesting and it was easy to connect with the real life practices. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So I think the session is going really well and everybody is enjoying the session. Next on the stage will be Mr. Ganesh. Mr. Ganesh, he has almost like 8 to 10 years of experience in the UPSC as a teaching faculty. He has given many exams and he has given many mains and interview stages. Right now, he will be handling the polity part of UPSC. So I think Mr. Ganesh has already joined.
Yes. Kalyan sir, very good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the being on being on the program. So today's session, I think you will be handling polity, and you'll be giving a clear-cut idea of what to be done in polity with respect to prelims, mains, as well as in the interview part as well.
Definitely.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir. Over to you. You can handle the session, sir.
Yes, very good afternoon, friends. Very happy to be part of this initiative by KingMakers. 12 sessions and on 12 subjects. And today I'll be giving you a strategy about what is polity, what is Indian polity, what is the importance of Indian polity in preliminary examination as well as a mains examination, how to approach polity, what type of questions they have asked previously. Let's discuss about that. Yes, students, are you all listening here? Am I audible? I think we have participants. I'm just looking at the participants in YouTube. Anyway, we'll discuss. Okay, so where the whole civil service preparation relies on one particular subject. I mean, it's not just one particular subject. Polity plays a very bigger role. Okay, so anyone who is not into civil service preparation, generally an outsider who is working in a different field, or a person who is into a different field, when they prepare for civil services, the very first impact is polity. Okay, what is a government? Okay, what is a government? What is the functions of the government? Okay, what are the three organs of the government? So there is something called judiciary, there is something called executive. Okay, legislative. We know bits and about everything, but in polity we'll be reading each and everything in detail. What is an executive? Okay, why the prime minister is called executive? Okay, so he is called as the head of the state. And why and what about president? Okay, head of the state, and head of the government is prime minister. So what is the difference between them? What is a legislative? Okay, so here in a country like India, how the executive and legislative is working. Okay, so we'll be discussing about all these things. Okay, how a person who is a prime minister, as a prime minister, he'll be an executive. At the same time, he'll also come to parliament and act as in legislative. So how it is happening in a country like India? So what is this concept called separation of powers? So we'll be discussing. So before we start our session, let me share my slide. Okay, just give me a minute. We'll discuss in general. Okay. Yes, I think the screen is visible now. Can you screen? I have enabled screen sharing. Okay, I have to share now. Is this okay? Kalyan sir, can you see my screen now? Yes, I think it's better now. Yeah. So if you look at from the preliminary stage, approximately you can expect anywhere between 15 to 20 questions from polity, Indian polity. Approximately 15 to 20 questions. Mains. Okay, you have GS paper 2. In GS paper 2, a big portion, approximately 10 questions will be coming from Indian polity. Okay, it's also quite important. And again, for personality test, the current issues from polity can be asked, and important judgments from Supreme Court or High Court can be asked. Issues in your state. For example, people from Tamil Nadu are often asked questions on important judgments from the state. I mean, even the Madras High Court is very prominent for their important judgments. So polity plays an important role. So let's look at the statistics, or the number of questions they have asked previously. So I've given a simple analysis. 2023, it was close to 15 questions. Before, it was close to 20 questions, 2022. So 2017, it was 22 questions. So directly or indirectly, polity role in prelims will be about 18 to 20 questions. Okay. It ranges from very basic concept to advanced concepts. So minimum, come se come, 15 questions they'll ask. Okay. So this is the total number. That was a graph, and this is the total number I just wanted to show. So the questions, can be asked from various topics. Probably a 5 to 7 question, 8 question can be as simple as that. Everyone can attempt, and 5 more questions are moderate, and 5 questions are very difficult. I mean, the pattern they are asking the question has changed. Okay. So if you look at the previous year question papers, I can show you that later at the later point of slide. I'll show you the different. Anyway, we'll look at the. So if you go to the 2023 question paper, some of the topics they have asked. These are some of the topics they've asked in UPSC prelims. Okay. So what are the important acts before 1857? They have asked which particular act promoted the concept of Governor General for India. It was the Act of 1833. So and there is a concept called due process of law. Okay, what is this due process of law? So as simple as that, as per our Indian Constitution, there is a concept called procedure established by law. So how procedure established by law is different from due process of law? What is this due process? A simple question. If you're not very clear with your concept, there is a lot of chances you will make mistakes. And they've asked a question on presence. What is presence, and what is the role of state government in the presence, and what is Presence Act? As simple as it. So these kind of questions are not available in Lakshmikant. Okay, these are particularly current affairs questions, and there is a very, very simple question: what is the chief purpose of the Constitution? Okay, so the type of questions they're asking these days has changed. Okay, so our approach should be, we have to be very strong with our basics. Okay. People, you can start. So students who, I think whoever into preparation, I think you would have read the basic NCERTs. 6th standard NCERTs, starting with social and political life, and democratic politics, constitution at work. So these kind of NCERTs plays a very important role. This is like your bedrock, as we say in our constitution. Like these are all the bedrock for your preparation. NCERT plays a very, very important role. That gives you a very strong hold on the basics. So our approach would be, so if you ask the approach, how we, in KingMakers, how we approach this Indian polity, if we ask, we'll start from the basics. We make sure you're very strong with the very basic concepts. For example, previously in UPSC prelims, they have asked as simple as that, what is liberty? Okay. I think everyone knows what is liberty, right? Can someone tell me what is liberty? From your understanding, can someone message me, know what is liberty? As simple as that. But the question they asked, if you have a proper understanding of the concept liberty, you can answer the same purpose. What is the chief purpose of the Constitution? What is the Constitution? We know Constitution is like a simple, it's a rule book. Okay, so today we have a match between India and Australia. Okay, so in a cricket match, at a time only one player can bowl. It's not two player can bowl. Okay, only one batsman, not two batsmen. So there is a certain set of basic rules and regulations. The same certain set of basic rules and regulations is called Constitution. So if you know the basic concept, if you know what is the role, what is the purpose, you can definitely answer these kind of, and there were also questions on constitutional amendments. There was also a question on the constitutional amendment. Earlier, they used to ask, what is a constitutional amendment? Okay. So what is 42nd amendment? What is 44th amendment? Okay. If a person knows what is 42nd amendment, he can aram se reply. Okay. He can answer the question. But now the approach is, they're asking, what is the reason behind that amendment? Okay. The question they have asked, last year, 2023 was, which particular amendment, limited the, role of judiciary. So it was, from the given options, it was the first constitutional amendment. So nowadays, we need an in-depth understanding or the very basic understanding of the concept. That is very, very important. So that's why I wanted to bring all these concepts. Okay. So, and they also asked about which bodies are constitutional bodies. So, if we attend the classes regularly, I think these are all cakewalk questions. You can definitely answer. And they have also asked about question on election on president of the President of India. There were questions like this. Okay, let's go back to our. Okay, So this is how. So from the point of preliminary, so we can definitely make sure you are attempting a good number of questions. Good number of questions, matlab you're getting good score in polity. Okay, understanding the basic questions. I mean, solving the basic questions, solving the intermediate questions, also solving the difficult questions. So our approach will be, we are not just going to teach only the basics as well. We are going to teach the basics. We are going to teach the advanced concepts. We are also going to teach the contemporary and current affairs concept that were in use. Okay, for example, recently they have, which act was recently, I think, can anyone tell me which act was recently enacted by Government of India? Yes, students? I think it's a very famous act. Everyone know. Which act was recently enacted by Government of India? It was women's reservation, 33% reservation to women. Okay, so for women who are contesting in act, that's a very important act. That is a landmark act. So what is the purpose? So everyone, if you ask anyone, they'll tell 33%. But there are so many things behind the reservation bill. Okay, there are so many factors. So we'll be analyzing what is this reservation bill, what is the impact of this bill. Okay, what is the benefits? Is there any negative side? Is there any other? So we'll be analyzing everything. Okay, so let's see. Let's go back to so let's discuss about the preliminary syllabus for this examination. So as I told, in prelims, they're asking close to a good number of questions. So polity takes a very bigger role in preliminary examination. So if you look at the syllabus, we have very basic concepts here. They are giving the concepts like Indian polity, governance, that is a constitution. What is a constitution? What is the role of constitution in India? Okay. And what is the political system? How political system is India? Like for example, what is a parliament? Okay. What is a parliament? What is the role of state government? In parliament, you have two houses. What is Lok Sabha? What is Rajya Sabha? What are the functions? How a bill is enacted? How a bill becomes an act. Okay, all these things will be discussed. What are the stages in in the process, and what are the different types of bills? So like there are certain bills like finance bill, money bill, and so we'll be discussing all these things. And there is also about a Panchayati Raj. What is Panchayat? What is a local government? What is the need for local government first? Okay, so before the Panchayati Raj and municipalities, we had only two tier of government, that is central government and state government. For example, in a village, in a remote village in India, if a particular village needs an electricity connection, not even electricity connection, there is already an electricity connection, and they need a street light, for example. So who will they approach? The remote village in a particular state, will they approach the MLA directly? So who is going to provide the facilities? So at this point of time, at this juncture, the government thought that they need a local government. Okay, what is the purpose of local government here? How Panchayati Raj and municipalities are acting as important nodes or nodal agencies in the villages of India, or in the cities of India. So we should know what is the purpose behind that. Okay, so how it is also empowering the rural citizens in our country to take their own decisions. For example, if you took a particular case, for example, in tribal villages, this is very important. I mean, there is an act called PESA Act. Okay, Panchayat Act for Tribal, Extension Act for Scheduled Areas. So in that particular act, there is a particular concept that for mining, minor minerals. So if a multinational company or a big company is coming to a particular village to mine a mineral, they have to get the approval of the Panchayati Raj. They have to get the approval of Gram Sabha first. Only then they can go and mine the minerals. So these are all some of the important. So it's a very interesting subject. You will get to know about what is this government, how this government is functioning, what is the role of Prime Minister of India, what is the role of President, what is the role of Chief Minister, how a state government and central government is interacting. So we have a concept here called federalism. Okay, so there's a concept called federalism. Okay, I think it's very difficult to write here, but there's a concept called federalism. Okay, so what is federalism? Okay, how just give me a minute, let me erase this. Okay, there is a concept called federalism. So how this federalism works? So what is what is the sharing between a center and state? What is the role of finance commission here? Okay. So whenever a particular state government needs some grants, they go and approach the central government. Even in GST, okay. So there is a meeting called GST Council. So finance minister from all the states meets with the central finance minister and talk about their important needs and the needs and what are the requirements. So is everything comes under this concept called federalism. Okay, so we should know what is federalism. Okay, for a country like India, India is not a true federal country. We call it as a quasi-federal country. Okay, what is this quasi-federalism? So we'll be discussing a lot. Okay, and public policy. What is the public policy? What is the what are the important steps in policy making? So will be, and what is rights issue? There are different type of rights: tribal rights, women's right. Okay, we'll be discussing all the different type of rights issue in the classes. So this is a basic concept. So we'll be discussing in detail. This is the syllabus given only for preliminary. Okay, our classes will be integrated. So it will be a class for both preliminary and mains. For example, if we are talking about the Constitution of India, we'll be discussing on the preliminary aspect as well as mains aspect. Okay. For example, there is a concept called preamble. You all know preamble means identity card. Okay. So, kya hai? Preamble matlab kya hai? So what are the important things? Okay. They say important things like India is a sovereign, socialist, secular, republic country. Okay. What is the meaning of sovereign? What is the meaning of socialist? What is the meaning of secular, republic, democratic, everything? Okay. So we need to, give examples for all these concepts. Okay. We'll be discussing a lot in the classes. So just right as of now, we are discussing about the syllabus. Let's come back to the main syllabus. Let's see some questions from preliminary so that you will get a better understanding how the questions are asked. So these are all some of the topics from UPSC 2020 prelims. 2022 prelims questions are asked from these topics. Like there was a question from contempt of court. What is contempt of court? Why? What is the reason behind what is the contempt of court? If you're not behaving properly in court, if you're not replying to the court's questions, you will be you will be under the contempt of court. They'll give punishment. You have to pay a fine. What is this contempt of court? So what is bar council? What is the fine? So these kind of things are not in books, the standard books. So all these questions are asked from current affairs. What is a bar council? What is the role of bar council in in state? What is a so every year they're asking questions from constitutional amendments. Okay. So you have to check about the constitutional amendment. So there is a thing called constitutional amendment bill and constitution amendment. So we should know the differences between the two. And what are the ministers in union government? For example, we have something called cabinet minister. We have something called a minister of state. So even in central government, if you look at central government, so some ministers are called as cabinet ministers and some ministers are called minister of state, MOS. So what is the difference between them? Okay, we should know. And who is called as council of, I mean, a bracket of a common, group of ministers are called as council of ministers. They are holding a particular portfolio. Okay, so we should know all these things. Exclusive powers of Lok Sabha. What are the exclusive powers of Lok Sabha? We'll be discussing. I just wanted to tell you the concepts about this. What is anti-defection law? How MLAs and MPs are arrested under anti-defection. Okay. What is Attorney General? For example, Attorney General means he's the highest law officer. Okay. He represents the government. He represents the government. Okay. He represents the government in court, whether it may be High Court or Supreme Court, and who is the Solicitor General of India. So, if you ask me, the polity is not just a class. It gives a lot of general awareness, about the functioning of the country. What are the important government offices? What are the important departments? What are the important officials? Okay. So every day there are new bodies. There is something called, we'll be studying what is a constitutional body, what is a statutory body. For example, we all know Election Commission of India. We all know what is Comptroller and Auditor General of India. We know. So these bodies are called bulwarks of the Constitution. Okay, how they are different from the other bodies. There is something called National Human Rights Commission. There is something called State Human Rights Commission. So if you come back to statutory bodies, there is something called Central Vigilance Commission. There is something called State Vigilance Commission. What is a CBI? And there are a lot of important bodies: Information Commission, State Information Commission, Central Information Commission. We'll be discussing about all these topics. What are the different type of agencies in India? And so these are some of the questions which was asked in 2022 prelims. Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, that was in news that year, 2022 May, that topic was in news. That's why they asked a question. Okay, what is Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission? Okay, so I think we have discussed about 2023 earlier. I'll just show some questions from 2023 question paper. Just a few questions, 1 or 2 questions. See, this looks very simple. Which one of the following statements best reflects the chief purpose of the constitution of the country? Can anyone answer what for this question? Which one of the following statement best reflects the chief purpose of the constitution? What is the purpose behind the constitution? We all know constitution. Okay, we have studied. As I told, it's simply a set of rules and regulations to govern the country. So, see, there are 4 options. It determines the objective for the making of necessary laws. It enables the creation of political offices and government. It defines and limits the powers of government. It secures social justice, social equality, and social security. Can anyone answer? If you look at this statement, all the statements are right. Actually, all the statements are right. Everything it's one of the, but what is the one which best reflects the answer? Yes, Manasa, the answer is C. It defines and limits the powers of the government. So only when you have a constitution, the powers will be limited. Okay. For example, if you give, unmutable powers to a prime minister. So the answer is option C. It defines and limits the powers of the government. I'll tell you the example. It is the statement which best reflects the purpose of the constitution. Okay. See, if you ask me, all the 4 options are correct. But the closest answer is option C. This is how UPSC plays in the examination. So that is why the basics is important. The understanding, the concept clarity is important while reading. Okay, that we make sure we deliver it properly. Okay, with our prelims test series, with our mains test series, with our classrooms, you'll be in a position to solve. The actual answer is it defines and limits the powers of the government. See, I'll tell you the example. Okay, so we have Prime Minister of India. So if a Prime Minister of India has unimaginary high powers, he can do anything. He can change the constitution. He can change the constitution and becomes the president of India. Can you imagine? Our country works on parliamentary democracy. As per our constitution, Prime Minister is called as the head of the government, whereas President is called as the head of the state. He can abolish the office and he himself become a Prime Minister of, President of India like USA. That is why our constitution has certain limitations. It will limit. This is the power of Prime Minister. He cannot do anything about this. And if Prime Minister is doing something wrong, then who will come? Judiciary will come. Okay, the judiciary, Supreme Court will put a barrier. So this is called checks and balances. So that is the main purpose. So the answer for this is option C. It defines and limits the powers of. So we'll be discussing all these things in detail. So when you're very clear with the basics, you'll be in a position to answer. Let's go to the next slide. And I think this is also a very good question. I didn't pick very difficult questions. It looks very simple, but it's also very tricky. If you're not very careful, you'll make mistake. In essence, what does due process of law mean? Can anyone tell me what is due process of law? As per our original Constitution of India, there is no process called due process of law. As per Indian Constitution, there is only concept called procedure established by law. So there is a case called Menaka Gandhi case. Okay, in that case, what Supreme Court says is, with the procedure established by law, you can do anything. Even if there is a procedure for limiting the powers, the freedom of citizens, it can be done. Okay, you can mute all the citizens. You can take their powers. If a legislative has made a law, the legislature can take all the powers. Okay. So that is the procedure established by law. So then there was a case called Maneka Gandhi case that changed the process. That is, we brought in a new concept called due process of law. It is a concept which is followed in USA, America. So anyone, what is the answer? I think I can see good number of answers. Shaktivel, option C, Sandhya, C. Any other answers? The principle of natural justice. Yes, due process of law is natural justice, right? Yes or no? As per natural justice, what is right and what is wrong? You should know. I mean, what is natural justice? Simply, without any bigger laws and this, that, it simply says what is right and what is wrong. Don't you think that is not the answer? We know what is procedure established by law. Definitely we can omit the option B. Option C, fair application of law, and option D, equality before law. Any other answers? Roja says option B, the procedure established by law. Not exactly. Procedure established by law is totally a different concept. Procedure means you have to follow the procedures carefully. Okay, as per the procedure established by law, whatever is framed by legislature. For example, the Parliament of India tomorrow is going to pass a bill. What type of bill? That nobody cannot criticize the government. Okay, if nobody can, if they're passing a law like that, everybody has to follow. That is what procedure established law. If tomorrow Parliament brings a bill that abolishes the freedom to speak, freedom to express, okay, then everyone has to follow. That is called procedure established by law. Even the Supreme Court cannot do anything. Do you think that is a situation in India? No, right? So if something is wrong, judiciary can come and correct it. Okay. So that's where this concept comes. Okay. Due process of law. Due process of law means it should be very fair. It should be fair, equitable, you know. So actual answer is fair application of law. Okay. So this is the concept we borrowed from the Constitution of USA. So these are all simple type of questions. I just wanted to show you, you know, so what type of questions they ask in preliminary. The answer is C. Good number of people have gave a good answer, but we need to understand. Okay, there are a lot of concept which comes in news. See, in a year, if they're going to ask 15 to 18 questions in UPSC preliminary, and most of the questions are from current affairs. Okay, they ask current affairs based static questions. That should be the approach. So we should be more focused. For example, they brought a new law for NCT, National Capital Territory Amendment. So they asked a question on that. There was a problem there was a discussion in the voting of president. They asked a question. And National Backwards Commission, it was made a constitutional body. They asked a question. So we need to keep an eye on current affairs. Okay, that is quite important. So let's go to the next slide. So these are some of the mains question. So before we go to the mains question, let's discuss what are the textbooks you can follow. So see, if you ask me, you have to be very strong with your basics, also with the contemporary topics, that is current affairs. I suggest you to start from NCERTs, even from the very 6th standard. What is what is equality, what is freedom, what is liberty. So all these things you can find in social and political life, 6th book, 7th book. Then you can slowly come to democratic politics 1, democratic politics 2. Then later you can go to Indian Constitution, and Indian Constitution book is at work, is 11th standard NCERT. Okay, they have asked a good number of questions from that book. See, for mains, for writing mains, if you read that book properly, you are very clear with certain concepts. That book is like a handbook. You can approach questions on judiciary. You can approach questions on legislature. Even in Lakshmikant book, they don't discuss about what is first post system. For example, I'll ask you a question. Anyone can you tell me what is first post the past system? I mean, I think you understand the question. First pose the past question. I mean, once again, so it's a type of voting process in India. Okay, first past the post system. Okay, can anyone tell me in the YouTube? I mean, in the queries, first post, the past system. First past the past system. Anyone? First past the post voting system. As simple as that. Anyone? So this is the type of voting system we use in our country. One second. I'm just going to, okay, I'm not changing any slide. Okay, any answers in the YouTube? Can anyone? So this is the type of voting system we follow in our country. So these kind of concepts can be studied only in the 11th NCERT book. Okay, so it is not available in Lakshmikant. First past the post system, you can check. Okay, that is the voting process. That means if a particular person gets a majority, he is the winner. See, for example, 100 people are voting. Okay, a person got a majority by 25 votes. Another person got 24 votes. Another person got 20 votes. Another person got 15 votes. So a person who has secured 25 votes is the winner, right? Can you understand? As per the government of India, as per the rules of India, who gets a majority, he is announced as winner. That system is called first post the past system. Okay. And there is another concept called proportional representation. That means how many votes, how many percentage of votes he has won, he will represent the government. For example, in that system, the person who has secured 25 votes will also represent. The person who has secured 20 votes will also represent. Another person who has represent 18 votes. So even for one constituency, there are 3 persons who are responsible for the constituency in India, but there is only one person. Only one person is announced as winner. Okay, that system is called first. So these kind of concepts can be studied only in NCERTs. That is why NCERTs, what is liberty? What is equality? Okay, so NCERTs are quite important, very, very important. Okay, then we have Hamara all-time favorite Lakshmikant. So why Lakshmikant is famous? Because every concept is given in one book. So we have everything. It can be quickly revised. You can, but it's very objective. You can use it for preliminary examination. For mains, you can use references from Lakshmikant. What are the important amendments? What are the important case laws? But in order to read more about case laws, for example, what is Minerva Mills case? What is Keshavananda Bharati case? So for that, for those concepts, we have to refer D.D. Basu. Okay, it's a purely mains book. Okay, for those concepts, we can refer D.D. Basu. There are also multiple sources available in internet. Okay, D.D. Basu is quite exhaustive. We can refer a few things, and we have PRS website. What are the recent amendments which are tabled in Parliament? Recent bills, recent constitutional amendments. We can read detail about everything from the PRS website. And we have PAB. So from governments, so it is the government's, important. Everything is announced in the website. It is the official website of government. So Press Information Bureau website, you can refer, and newspapers. Most important. People write articles about different issues. You will get to know what are the perspectives behind. So a person writes about why women's reservation bill is very, very important. What are the different problems are addressed here, and what are the things which are need to, still pending. So you'll get to know about the various facets about a particular issue. So newspapers plays a very, very important role. Okay, we need to give various dimensions of an issue. Okay, for example, let's discuss an issue from polity. Any issue you wanted me to discuss. For example, let me discuss some question from mains this year. Okay, see, can you see the very first question? Discuss the possible factors that inhibit India from enacting for its citizens a uniform civil code as provided for in the directive principles of state policy. Okay. Yes, Sandhya Chandran, she is replied, in the first past post system, the voters where vote for the single candidate, and the candidate who secured the votes will win. Yes, that is as simple. But the problem is, even, for example, if you look at the recent Tamil Nadu election, the DMK won good number of seats. Close to, I think, 130 plus or close to 140. Even ADMK secured a good number of votes. See, for example, 100 plus. But ADMK has lost the election. See, 100 constituencies made ADMK win the election. So where it will go? It's all wasted, right? So that's where the concept of proportional representation comes. So in India, the majority winner will be chosen as a winner. But what about the people who voted for the other people? They are not represented, right? So that is what. So that is the proportional representation system. That whoever secured that much of votes, that much of power will be given. Okay, that much of area or functions will be given. Okay, so it's a power sharing agreement. So we'll discuss that later. For example, let's discuss about this issue, uniform civil code. So if you ask me what is uniform civil, everyone, I mean not everyone, but a few people know what is uniform civil code. But uniform civil code is something bigger than what we imagine. I mean, what we discuss. I mean, so it's very wider concept. India is a very pluralistic country. It's called diverse. We have Hindus, we have Muslims, we have Parsis, we have Christians, we have Buddhist. People follow different religion. See, as per Article 25, the Constitution of India provides a freedom of religion. You can follow your religion. Okay, you can practice your religion. You can profess. Okay, you can profess your religion. So so we have given this freedom. But by enacting a uniform civil code, first we should know what is a uniform civil code, right? What is a uniform civil code? Can anyone tell me what is a uniform civil code? Can anyone? What is a uniform civil code? In uniform civil code, what will you do? So in uniform civil code, the government is going to bring one particular act, one particular marriage law, one particular divorce law, or one particular inheritance law. So only one law will be there. See, for example, if a Christian wants to marry, they will follow Christian personal law. If a Muslim wants to marry, they'll follow their own Shia law or Sunni law. For Hindus, Hindu marriage law is there. For Parsis, Parsi. But as what is government trying to do here? They want to bring one particular law for all the personal laws. Only one law. Do you think that will work for our country? That will work for a diverse country like India? Very, very difficult. Okay. But if you look at the other side of the coin, see, women are subjected to violence. See, as per the Muslim personal law, a person is allowed to marry more than one woman. Okay, that is a polyandry. So they are allowed to more than, and after second marriage, the person may abandon the women who married first. Okay, and sometimes the divorce law, sometimes they are subjected to lot of domestic violation. I mean, they are subject to a lot of stress. And there was a concept called triple talaq, which was recently, one second. Okay. So which was recently discussed. Okay. So there is so much thing. Okay. So we should be very careful. I mean, the government should be very careful on enacting this. Okay. So I think, so it's not just one side. So the purpose I bought uniform civil code is we should know about everything, not about one side of the coin. We should know about everything. Okay. So what is the benefits on bringing? What are the negatives? What are the backs? What are the drawbacks in this issue? And what are the steps the government has to make sure it should be effective in certain areas? For example, when I was discussing, I mean, a particular author who is working with the Supreme Court of India, who is also a journalist, he wrote, for example, diverse laws in India can be made one particular. Okay, it's not everything. We can make one step at a time. Okay, for example, he was stressing on that separation laws. So at least one thing can be enacted, not everything. So that is why this question was in. So everything. So that is why it was in news. So that is what I am trying to say. Okay. So let's go to another question. The concept of cooperative federalism has been increasingly emphasized in recent years. Highlight the drawbacks in the existing structure and extent to which the cooperative federalism would answer the shortcomings. Okay. So first we should know what is cooperative federalism. Okay. So what is federalism first? Okay. For example, there is a country called USA. There are 50 states. The 50 states agreed together and formed a country. That is called USA. That's why they call it as United States of America. Rather, in India, we don't have that freedom. We are a country because, I mean, we are divided into multiple states because for the convenience. Okay, our state is divided into 28 states and close to 8 union territories. It's all for the purpose of administrative convenience, nothing much more than that. So how this concept of cooperative federalism plays in India? Okay, why there is a need of smooth coordination between center and state government? Because the money, a chunk of money is going to the central government. Even if it is collected by the state government, the money goes to central government. Okay, even central government enacts important laws for the state governments. Okay, so that, and if there is a disaster, think there is a big flood. Okay, for example, Kerala flood, Mumbai flood, even Chennai flood. Okay, at this situation, who will help? The central government, right? Okay, so that's why it's important. Why cooperative federalism is very important. The central government will first send an NDRF units. The disaster response force will come and will help. Then they will allocate a good amount of share for reconstructing the state, for saving the life of people. So we can discuss about a lot of things from the purpose of legislature, from the purpose of money sharing. There is something called finance commission. What is the main purpose of finance commission? They will divide the money between center and state. Okay, so all these aspects. So these are all direct and simple questions. I don't say it's a simple question. If we read properly, this kind of questions can be answered in a very good manner. Okay, the concept of cooperative federalism. Okay, it has been stressing in the recent times. It's not just recent times. We have been doing this for a very long time. Okay, and again, a question on panchayats. Okay, and samitis. So why they are important? Okay, so they have remained mainly political institutions and not effective in instruments of governments. Okay, so I just wanted to show you this. Let's not discuss in detail about these topics. These kind of questions are asked in the recent year. And there is one more question, right to clean environment. Entail legal regulations on burning crackers during Diwali. Discuss in the light of Article 21 of the Indian Constitution and judgments of the apex court in this regard. Okay, see, if you ask anyone to write answer on this question, definitely they'll write. But what are the legal, implications, and what is the important provisions provided by the Supreme Court of India, apex court? We should mention that. Okay, so what is right to clean environment? Okay, and how it is linked with Article 21. Article 21 basically talks about right to anyone. Can anyone? What is Article 21? What is Article 21? Can anyone? Article 21 talks about right to life. Okay, Article 21. So how Article 21 is related to right to clean environment? Okay, what is done by what is the main purpose behind that? Okay, so we need to discuss on that with the judgment given by the Supreme Court. We can definitely do. Okay, so here current affairs plays an important role. Okay, so we need to provide the various aspects from the judgment. Also, we need to discuss the overall concepts around this issue. Okay, so these type of questions can be handled very easily, and definitely when we study properly, at KingMakers, what we are trying to do is we are trying to give updated current affairs classes with each subject. That is what polity is, not just not static polity. We'll be discussing the basic as well as the updated current affairs concept. Okay, so classes will be in such a way that you can attempt questions on these topics. Okay, so I think we discussed about sources, we discussed about a few questions, and we also, and so this is the main syllabus. I think syllabus, so we'll be discussing all these things in our classes. So main syllabus, see, for polity, the classes are integrated with the prelims come mains, but certain concepts are mains concepts. For example, if you look at here, we'll be comparing our constitution with other countries' constitution. Okay, for example, comparison of the Indian constitution scheme with other countries. These are all exclusively mains concept. Okay, this will be handling how we'll compare Indian constitution with USA, we'll compare Indian constitution with Canada, Indian constitution with other countries' constitution. Okay, So if you look at the mains, many of the concepts are integrated with the prelims. What is constitution, historical underpinnings, important features, amendments, significant provisions, what is a basic structure, how basic structure is evolved in India, functions and the responsibilities of the union and states, issues and challenges pertaining to the federal structure. As I discussed, what is a federal structure, what is devolution of powers, okay, what is finances up to the local level and challenges. So I think we'll be discussing, so we'll be discussing all these things in detail with the updated concepts with which are very relevant today. And if you look at the previous year, the recently concluded 2023 mains, many of the questions from our mains test series, MSLP, Main Strategic Learning Program, are reflected in UPSC mains question paper. So our classes and test series are on at that level that 80% of questions can be reflected in UPSC mains question paper. Okay, so we can definitely have a very good session. We'll be discussing in detail about each and every concept, and so we'll discuss all these things in classes. Okay, so yes, students, do you have any questions regarding polity? Any doubts? Yes, you want to ask anything? Any questions? Yes, let me look at the chat window. Yes, Roja K, which is the best source for current affairs? So newspaper. See, definitely newspaper. See, if you ask me the role of magazines, see, magazines, for example, I'll tell you a magazine called Frontline. Okay, so there is an issue called Uniform Civil Code. So they discuss the issue in detail. Okay, so you need to, magazines, you should have a proper magazine, not everything. First source, I would suggest Yojana. Yojana is a government magazine. So which are all the relevant issues, which are all the new issues and news that they'll be discussing. So Yojana is a fantastic material you have to follow. Okay, and Kurukshetra, certain concepts can be followed, not everything. It talks about rural life, mostly rural development. You can pick definitely certain concepts. It will be helpful. Science reporter is helpful. Okay, for preliminary science, that much its application is limited. And there is a magazine called Down to Earth, which is also very useful. Frontline, you can refer certain issues. Okay, newspapers are very important. That is the first source, I would say. To explore more, to get an extra dimension, that is where the magazines plays an important role. If you ask me what is a must-read magazine, I would say Yojana. Okay, so how to cover all the SC judgments? It's not every judgments. Okay, so if you ask me, so we have a good list of judgments. Okay, a good number of judgments that needs to be discussed. Oh, you can use the judgments in your mains answer. Where should you use the Minerva Mills case? Where should you use the Keshav Nandi Bharti case? There are multiple cases. What is Menaka Gandhi case? Okay, there are so what is Puttaswamy case? Okay, so right to privacy. So we have important judgments we'll be discussing in the class. Okay, not all SC judgments. We'll be discussing only the important judgments which is relevant for UPSC preparation. That is very important. See, sources are many, but we should be very careful in picking the right topics and right judgment. That is very important. So can you explain why India does not have direct vote for parliament or presidency? For parliament, we are voting directly. For parliament is divided into two bodies. Okay, two houses. One is Lok Sabha, and the other one is Rajya Sabha. If you ask me simply, what is Lok Sabha? Lok Sabha represents the whole country. Rajya Sabha represents different states of the country. Okay, for Rajya Sabha, we have indirect election. So we elect MLAs, right? The state MLAs. The MLAs will elect the members for Rajya Sabha. Okay, but for Lok Sabha, we directly elect the MPs. Okay, for president, if you ask me for president is called as the head of the government. He's called a titular head, or can you say his post is honorary. Okay, his functions are very limited. That is why we have an indirect election. So who votes for president? All the MPs, all the MLAs. Okay. So that's why we don't have a direct election for president. So if we have a direct election for president, the problem is it will undermine the role of prime minister, because prime minister is directly elected. So if we have two elected persons, it will undermine. That is why we call prime minister as the head of the government, and president is called the head of the state. That is the reason prime minister is directly elected, president is indirectly elected. So UCC is one law applied to, yes, that is true. Yes, guys. So do you have any more questions? Anything else you want to ask? Okay. See, yes, friends. The point is, I make sure let's cover all these topics in detail with the updated current affairs, whichever issues which are going in news, that should be handled properly along with the static topics. The basic understanding is very important for polity. The type of questions, the nature of questions are changing. At KingMakers will be helpful in your preparation. Will be helpful in clearing your, will be helpful in assisting in you in clearing your prelims examination, in mains examination, as well as the interview stage. Okay. So I wish you all to meet. I wish you all, a good luck, and let's all meet in the direct classroom. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ganesh sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was a very nice session. It was a wonderful session. You have covered, you have given a holistic view of quality with respect to prelims, mains, as well as interview part as also. And you have addressed the most important question with respect to the judgments, because like many students, they have the doubt with respect to the judgments, like what to study and what not to study. And there are other queries also with respect to the articles, like how to remember the articles. Like many people, like many students, they feel polity difficult because they wanted to memorize many articles. They are thinking that like they have to memorize all the articles.
Yes,
I think those things will be addressed by you in the upcoming sessions. And my dear aspirants, yes, sir. And my dear aspirants, like
Ratta Lagana hai concept. That is, you have to memorize a lot.
Yes.
Okay. So
okay, sir. Okay, fine. Yeah, the days are changing. UPSC is also changing.
Exactly.
And conceptual understanding is required for the preparation. And Ganesh sir's classes will be very useful for you in understanding polity as a whole for the prelims as well as for the mains papers. And thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. It's my pleasure to be part of this session. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Now almost the second session is over in the afternoon. Very nice session. The way Mr. Ganesh has taken this session, I'm sure definitely it would have inspired you a lot. And he has covered almost all the areas and the areas where one need to focus, and how one should understand, and what kind of resources one should refer. Everything he has covered it. And Mr. Ganesh is associated with the KingMakers IAS Academy for handling so many subjects. He is good at Indian polity and international relations, and particularly ethics and other subjects. And sir is the one who is going to be the mentor in Delhi. And very soon, the students, those who are watching this program, you can meet him in person almost from morning to evening. You will have an opportunity to interact with sir. Sir will be available there in Delhi. So thank you so much, Ganesh sir, for your association.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
And
it's my pleasure.
Yeah, sir was there in Delhi for quite some time for his preparation, also very long back. But now he is associated with KingMakers. He has given multiple mains and multiple interviews. So such a resource person is associated with KingMakers. Thank you so much, Ganesh.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
And now we are moving to the third session. The third session, again, it's going to be a very interesting and very informative session. The session is going to be handled by one of our very great resource person, Mr. Sri Charan. Sri Charan is currently working in Standard Chartered Bank, and previously he was working with Nationalized Bank. He was preparing for the civil service examinations, He got qualified many times in the mains exams. He appeared for the personal test for civil services as well as for the Indian Forest Service many times. And he has handled the political science optional in KingMakers IAS Academy. And he is very good in international relations. I think anyone who wants to have a kind of approach as well as clarity in understanding the international relations and other things, I'm sure definitely Mr. Sricharan is the right person to put you in the right direction with adequate motivation. So I'm very glad to have you here, Sricharan. So after a long gap, now your association has strengthened our team, and I'm very happy that you are available now for handling classes. It is my request for long period, but now my dream has become true because of your association in handling certain classes through online as well as in the offline mode. The students, those who are currently watching this program, mostly those who are watching from North India, I am very happy to inform you all that Sricharan is the one who will be handling some of the core areas in the prelims as well as in the mains aspects. So he is good at not only one particular subject, almost in every subject, whatever it is assigned to him, he'll be really doing really a wonderful job. And I'm expecting the same thing today. And I'm sure definitely you will also be very happy after the session is over. Now the session is yours, Sricharan. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the intro. Let me know if I'm audible properly.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, thank you, thank you. I'm just sharing my screen. Let me know once it's visible.
Yes.
Okay. So we get started now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. So, hello everyone. Thank you for the opportunity, sir, and KingMakers IAS Academy. So it has been my I love teaching, and especially international relations is something which I love to study, write, and teach. So I'm told this session is going to be for freshers, okay, and who are still contemplating whether to take political science as an optional, and they are just getting introduced to international relations. So now this session is going to be handled in this way. The session will give you an intro into one topic of international relations, which will be common for both the political science optional and the GS2 portion. Okay, and that one thing you can literally use it anywhere. So we directly jump into the class first, and then we see how we can go ahead with international relations and how else to study and how to progress with this. So moving on, like international relations, nowadays, don't you think the word international relations, IR, geopolitics is making a lot of rounds in YouTube, in Shorts, in Twitter, in Instagram, and even people in villages are now very common. People like even farmers are now have started to talk about international relations. They are talking about G20. I'm telling this, this is happening in my village in South India. So they are talking about G20, India coming of age. So what is happening? The international relations of India is getting more and more important, and it is not just amongst us citizens. Okay, India is now being taken very, very seriously by each and every country in this world. They expect India to comment on something. For example, if you had have seen, Europe wanted India's support, India's voice against Russia when the Ukraine war started. So people are looking up to India of its opinions, of what is its stand. People want India to take a strong stand. So this is the coming of age of India, my friends. So India before was a country which was non-aligned, and which was a country which was maybe widely accepted or widely perceived to be a country which was a kind of a satellite state of USSR, and then it broke down, and then started India's growth in economy, growth in polity, and growth in the state, in the world stature. India has grown a lot. So, and now the recent grandeur which you would have really seen is this G20 summit, which just concluded in New Delhi a few days back. So India is developing, and how is this going to affect your UPSC preparation? So in UPSC, if you would have gone through the syllabus, right? We have international relations in GS2. In GS2, apart from that, I have seen many essays based on international relations, and one good thing is you can use international relations even in your ethics case studies and writing your ethics answers. So international relations is one thing which is like you cannot avoid it, and it is kind of a place wherein in the mains which can make or break you. For example, you write a very good answer, it fetches you a little more marks than you get in, and if at all it becomes an average answer, maybe it is not adding that brownie points to you. So international relations is up to you to convert it into your strength. And one very good thing for international relations is, I'm just breaking the secret before itself because it's coming in the later slides. Yeah. So one very good thing for international relations is that you need not finish a voluminous book, say like Lakshmikant, or say a Basu, or even a history book, right? International relations is mostly current affairs induced, but that is the one where we require a little of background and a little bit of more work, and that will get you settled. So yeah, this was the Bharat Mandapam which we construct recently, and the place where the G20 summit happened. I'm sure many of you would have seen. So why I put this picture here is this resolves our commitment to how seriously we take our international relations. I'm not sure if I can remember the exact amount for which we spent to construct this, but friends, this shows that India, which is a developing country in the eyes of many and amongst us, is willing to spend so much money into constructing and hosting such an event, is in itself showing that India is ready to take on the world and ready to battle out for its own place. So moving on, let me tell you a bit about my style of teaching. So each and every class will have some takeaways for you. That takeaways, I would want them to be reflected in your answers, in your mains, be it in your essays, and if possible in your ethics. Okay, so each and every class will have a takeaway. So this session, right, like instead of analyzing the trends of how many questions have come and this is the total marks involved, these are the questions in essay which have come in, so that I think you can work it out. But I thought, like, this session I was asked to give you a flavor of how international relations would be, and I thought, like, I'll tell you one big it's not a kind of a secret, but it's something which is behind every single decision which is being taken in Indian foreign policy. It is behind the mind of every single diplomat who is working for our country, and every single person who is going to write mains and you're going to tell your answers in an interview. It is this concept which is going to be discussed. Okay, so basically, it is the bread and butter of any IR based thought. You discuss something with your friend, this is the concept which is coming behind it. So we are going to give a name to that concept. We are going to just dive deep into how that concept has evolved. Okay, who is the originator of that concept, how well we have those concepts, and finally, like, how well we are following it now. Okay, so moving on. So you would have seen or heard about this name of Chanakya or Kautilya Vishnugupta, and he wrote one great treatise called Arthashastra. Okay, so I'm not sure if you'd have come across, there is one novel by Ashwin Sanghi, which is called Chanakya's Chant. So I read it while I was around in my college. Okay, so that made me very fond of Chanakya. And after coming into UPSC preparation, and I discovered that Chanakya's philosophy is something which is followed in international relations each and every day, each and every country without any second thought. Okay, and mind you, Chanakya, he was in around 3rd to 2nd century BC in Chandragupta Maurya's court. So that was one of the earliest, maybe it's again debatable. So maybe the first ever treatise on politics here, meaning international relations, politics between countries, international relations. It's a very crude and a simple definition, but as of now, we can take that. So Arthashastra was written by him, and it was discovered very recently in 1900s. It was discovered, and then we got to know about our Indic knowledge. So long before, India was assumed to be a very, very spiritual country who mind their own business and who are not really very much bothered about how conquering other countries, or say we are not very much we are not very worldly, right? We are very much spiritual kind of country, and it's that was a kind of a notation which everyone had, even we had. But once when you go in some time, you will realize that Arthashastra and our kings of the past, right, they have great wisdom of what they had done, and you'll know why India is like how it is. So coming to Arthashastra, it is the science of wealth or earth of polity. Artha means wealth, right? So Arthashastra, it is, you can see it as a science and art of politics and diplomacy, wherein Kautilya tells a king how to behave, how to conduct war, or how to control your treasury, how to have your soldiers. So he reminds the king of each and every small aspect by which he can become he can become a world conqueror. Okay, so moving on. So who is this Kautilya? So we have heard this name Kautilya before, but a little bit more about him, right? He was the prime minister and the mentor of Emperor Chandragupta Maurya. Okay, so Chandragupta Maurya was a very small boy who was being brought up in the forest, and there was a Nanda dynasty which was ruling it, and the dynasty was not acting in the interest of the people. So that is when Kautilya had vowed to create a king who will throw away Nanda, and that becomes Chandragupta Maurya. So Chandragupta Maurya coaches, my bad. So Kautilya coaches Chandragupta Maurya, and from a very young age, okay, he coaches him in all the shastras, including the weaponry, including the Arthashastra, which is his own way of governance, right? So he coaches him, and finally Chandragupta Maurya has overthrown Nanda, and he assumes the throne. Okay, and this was the time when the Greek invasion was about to happen, and due to this consolidation of North India, which I would say happened, the Greek invaders had backed up. So this was happening before, and like a lot of things about of Kautilya are a little bit more shady. So I'm not sure if this was written historically, but the wider perception is that Kautilya sensed that Alexander's invasion is coming, and therefore we need to unite the country, and the kings cannot keep fighting between each other, and that would result in a tragedy for the whole country. So that was the reason why he collectively had his wisdom in Chandragupta Maurya and ensured the consolidation. And I was even told, I'm not sure which book it was, but I was even told the first ever concept of Bharata, a consolidation of the whole place where the culture was same, happened during this time. Okay, so now coming to Kautilya's Arthashastra, there are some few very major takeaways here. So regarding to international relations, right? So let me just give you a small rewind. We are working on that one concept, one takeaway which you can utilize in each and every answer, be it GS, be it political science, or be it your ethics or essay paper. Okay, so for that we need to just do some deep dive, and that's the reason why we are studying Kautilya now. So it is the concept of Rajamandala. Okay, Rajamandala, or the ruling universe. Okay, so this is how Chanakya taught Chandragupta Maurya that who is your friend and who is your enemy. So the Vijig issue, he's the aspiring king. Here it's Chandragupta Maurya, or India it is. Okay, and as you've always seen, neighbors have not always been cordial to each other because they have competing resources, right? They have some outstanding problems, river sharing problems or resource sharing problems, border problems. So a neighbor, right from the time of 200, 300 BC till date, whatever neighbor it is, be it a developed country or a developing country, we always have some problems with the neighbors. So a neighbor was always considered to be an enemy. Okay, so Ari is the enemy of Vijigishu. Vijigishu meaning the aspiring king. So maybe you can take it as India and Pakistan. And the neighbor's neighbor is a friend, right? Just see the complexity of the thought which he has expressed in such a simple words, right? Like in 200 BC, you have small kingdoms everywhere, and that that Kautilya comes and coins these terms and tells in a simple, understandable manner that, see, your neighbor is your enemy. Don't trust your neighbor because you have competing interests with him. And then you go on and tell him that neighbor's neighbor is friend because they both are enemies, right? Enemies your friend, right? So the enemies your friend, and that comes the Mitra. And Ari Mitra is the friend of the enemy. So if you can see, Ari and Ari's neighbor is Mitra, and Ari Mitra is this neighbor's neighbor, right? So Ari Mitra is the friend of Ari. So maybe nowadays, like, things have changed for India, but we can't actually exactly compare this with how we are. Maybe Vijigishu is India and Ari is Pakistan, and Mitra we can say is Afghanistan, and Ari Mitra was maybe erstwhile the Islamic world, the erstwhile Islamic world, but now the situations have really improved, and we are having good progress. And always your neighbors, your enemies club up with each other, so that you can see that, but not in exactly the terms called enemies, but you can see a very good cooperation between China and Pakistan, and even Pakistan and Sri Lanka have very good partnership with each other. So this was the kind of theory which Kautilya proposes and tells the king of how to rule his kingdom. So moving on to further his to deep dive into Kautilya's other philosophies, right? So see, the protection and promotion of political, military, and economic interests of the state is rested on 6 constituent elements. Okay, so he goes on and tells that one should protect the political stability with the military and the economic interests. The economic interests, and mind you, like Kautilya has always stressed on the economic interest of the state, meaning Artha Shastra, right? So the economic interest of state has always been primary for Kautilya. So he rested this on 6 constituent elements. Number 1, the king and his trusted ministers. And in those times, 200 BC, it was the fortress, the countryside, meaning the people, and then the treasury, where the total taxes are being collected. And mind you, if you have a bad treasury, if you have a person with not so much of ethics in the treasury, it's going to drain the kingdom. It's like even the enemy is better than having a wrong person is the treasury, a wrong person in the treasury. And then comes your army. So he states that the king this is the setup you should have. It should be having these constituents, the king, ministers, your very well-built fortress, your good people, the treasury, and the army. And he tells that with these, you're going to protect your political, military, and economic interests. And he advocates for the settlement of disputes, right? Like I have heard this even in my home. Okay, so it was like first your parents will just tell and see if you're hearing, then they try to appease you. I'll get you something, why don't you do like this? And then comes the dhanda, right? Samadhana Beda Dhanda. So that was the kind of philosophy which Kautilya is advocating to a king also. So and also, like, there is another philosopher in China who's called Sun Tzu, Suntzu. So he says that the actual mastery of a war is avoiding a war. How beautifully put, right? I'll just repeat again. The actual art of war the best way to fight a war is to avoid a war. Why should you even have a war? Because like if you're going to have a war, it's going to drain your country's resources. It's going to cost your men. It's going to cost your armory, and it's a drain of country's resources. But you see, like if you're going to compare, right, like all these days there was taxes coming in, so your treasury is building up, and with treasury you had invested on something, and you're maintaining an army, you're giving them salary, you have invested on elephants, horses, and we are talking about 200 BC, right? So at that point of time, you have elephants, stables, and suddenly a war comes, and your men go off, and then you have to feed your army. They are marching somewhere, and this is going to drain your treasury. But the amount of income which is going to come into your treasury is constant, because if you're going to increase the tax, it is going to burden your people, and the people may turn against you. So your war is always a bad thing to have, but we should not be we should not be like reluctant to go for a war. We should be going for a war, but Kautilya details the steps in which, or steps when a king should go for a war. So he starts with Sama. So we have a problem with the country, we ask them to come to the table and we speak with them. So this is Sama. Then we have Dhana, meaning appeasement. So this is what you require. Okay. So these are the things which I can do from my side, and we expect these things to be happening from your side. So it's a give and take. So Dhana, which happens after Sama, and Beda is dividing. We are trying to play politics within countries and try to divide and avoid a war. Maybe we are having a partnership with a powerful country. This was true like pre-1990s, before the fall of Soviet Union. If at all some countries about to be into a war, right, they join with a mightier country, right? Even Ukraine tried joining Ukraine is with the NATO after this war. So that was the actual whole reason why the war even started. But Beda, the essence of Beda is that you forge partnerships, and then finally comes Danda, which is the use of force, or you go into the war with that particular country and settle out your differences. So moving on. So now we have a six-fold policy. The state should be following a six-fold policy with other country. Here, state, country in political science means the same. A state and a country, maybe like as of now, you can understand that they are being interchangeably used. Okay, so we have something called as a Sandhi, which is the treaty of peace. Vigrah means war, or you can be in Asana, which is neutrality. Remember NAM, non-aligned movement, which was non-aligned movement, meaning neutrality when there were two superpowers, US and the USSR at that point of time. And then you can get into Yana, which is marching, which is presumably a threat. You can often listen to this news that US ships are patrolling in the South China Sea. Chinese flights have come very close to the US ships, and all this is Yana, meaning marching. So even we have exercised our sovereignty in the open seas of the South China Sea, wherein we have our Navy ships escorting our merchant ships, and our merchant ships regularly go there, which is telling like we are marching there. It is a kind of a threat. It's not we are not getting into a state of war, but we are just exercising our right and telling them that see, this is what I stand for. That is called marching. So I remember around 2002 when the parliament attack happened, we tried to mobilize troops in our western border. So that was a kind of marching, and then things trickle down, and we had a brief period of peace with our neighboring country, Pakistan. And this was the marching needs to be utilized very wisely, and I think we had done it very beautifully at that point of time. So then comes Samsraya, which is alliance. We have very good alliance with the USA, with the Gulf countries, be it with Iran or be with UAE and Saudi. We have very good alliance. And then Dvidi Bhava, which is making peace with one and end war with another. You're making peace with one particular country, and that in turn ends war with another country. This happens when a lot of countries are in war with each other. Nowadays it doesn't happen because like it's mostly like it's A versus B. It's not like a group of countries are fighting with a single country, or a group of countries fighting against a group of countries. Imagine this can work out in a kind of a world war kind of a situation. So in 200-300 BC, right, like there were a lot of kingdoms which were in approximate distance with each other. So there was a probability of Dvitibhava within each other. So now Kautilya was actually appreciated very much by the realistic world. I'll tell you what is realism. And this was due to that, because he laid stress on the diplomatic engagement, maneuvers, and the espionage activity. Okay, so he advised the king to know the art of doctrine of a silent war. Okay, doctrine of a silent war meaning assassination against an unsuspecting king, meaning that king who got assassinated would have not really thought this guy was an enemy, right? But he got assassinated by this king. So that was a doctrine of a silent war, wherein you give an element of surprise. Does this ring anything in your mind about element of surprise and the Uri, the surgical strike? The doctrine of silent war, and then an element of surprise was introduced even in the surgical strike, right? So the doctrine of silent war was advocated by Kautilya, and this was kind of an epitome of I'm sorry if I would have switched off the video. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, coming back. So this was a kind of epitome of realism which Kautilya advocated. So giving a small gist of what is realism. Realism is something you call a spade. You tell this is my interest and I will follow it. And there is no sugarcoating in this. And that is what realism is. So you do what is good for your country. And this is a kind of a realistic principle which Kautilya teaches. And he says that unsuspecting king, assassination of an unsuspecting king. Okay, so for this he has secret agents all over the other countries' places. He encourages to have spies, and spies should have very good integrity. And he says that the people in army shouldn't be mercenaries. Mercenaries meaning they do not belong to your country, and but they fight for you, right? Those are called mercenaries. And he doesn't recommend having mercenaries, because they should have the feeling that they are part of this kingdom, and they should be able to fight for it, give their life for it, which may not be the case for mercenaries, right? So this is the kind of this is the epitome of realism which Arthashastra advocates, in my view. There are many other, but this is one of the most admired ones by me. So moving on. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So this one sentence, like if you're having a note with you, I would like you to copy whatever is written in this bold letters. Okay. Arthashastra emphasized that a foreign relations should be determined by the rationale of calculation of self-interest rather than by ethical considerations. So this sentence, like I'll just reading out the last half of the sentence. It is determined by the rational calculation of self-interest rather than by ethical considerations. So this means that, assume I'm a person who is very ethical, who doesn't do anything wrong. Okay, but then when a person becomes the head of the state, right, he cannot impose his ethics, his understanding of ethics into the country's functioning. Okay, so for example, if this could be related, if you can remember the situation in Mahabharata, wherein Arjuna is coming and telling that, see, the people in opposite to me are my teachers, they are my cousins, they are my relatives, and how do you, for this small kingdom, why do you want me to fight a war, which means they will not be existing? So this was Arjuna's personal ethic. And then Krishna goes about and tells Bhagavad Gita, right? So the essence finally, which Krishna also tells, is this: see, Arjuna, this is your duty as a king. You are duty bound to fight for your kingdom, and it should not, your personal ethics should not come in your way. And many a time there have been some happenings wherein the personal ethics was taken and it was implemented in the foreign policy, which would have which could have been resulted in better situations, right? So this maybe you can share some examples if you really if you could if it comes to your mind, you can share some examples regarding this personal ethics being imposed on foreign policy, and that sometimes gives us a setback. Okay, so this is one very important concept which you can use even in ethics, wherein you can clearly differentiate that the ethics and the morality of a person should not come in the calculation of the self-interest of the country. A country is different, and the ethical consideration is different. A person maybe I've heard this from many of my friends in the army. So it's not like they are ready to go and kill anyone, right? It's not like that. They are totally humane, totally humans, but given a situation, they do it for a country. They may go in a war and they can kill an enemy. So that is the difference here. So that difference is what is Kautilya coming out with. So I remember an interview, I'm not sure if it was from our external affairs minister. So our present Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, was once in China, if I'm right. So at that point of time when he was in China, he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat. And then before getting on into a face-to-face meeting with the Chinese government, he calls up the ambassador and asks him, what is India's position here and what should I talk? So mind you, at that point of time, maybe around when he was Chief Minister of Gujarat, the ruling party in center was Congress. So at that point of time, it was he's in the opposition, right? Like in spite of that, he calls up the ambassador and asks, what should I talk? That was very well appreciated by that ambassador. And this person has a very good understanding of international relations, because once you cross the country's borders, it is the country, it is not the party. And I've seen this across many politicians and many instances. Even Dr. Shashi Tharoor recently had commented about how the India had taken foreign policy steps in the recent years. So when you cross the border, it is a country, it is not politics. So your ethic of the internal politics or internal rivalry shuts down when you cross the country. So that is the ethic which Arthashastra emphasizes. So let me just take you across one event in history. So this was the surrender of the Pakistani troops, around 93,000, if my memory serves right. So they surrendered because we had surrounded them. This was the Bangladesh Liberation War, which happened. You can read more about it. So what then happened is that we had 93,000 troops. We had a lot of UN treaties which told how to treat the prisoner of wars, POWs. Okay, we followed each and every rule of it, and we comfortably we ensured the comfort of the prisoners of war. We had given them good food and shelter, and we transported them back to their country. So this is something which is very ethical, which was very widely appreciated at that point of time. Now the question is, what if Kautilya would have been at that point of time, would he recommend this? What is your thought? Would Kautilya recommend returning the prisoner of war? So even in another point wherein Kautilya actually says that there may be some treaties which would have put, but they need to be broken at that point of time. So if Kautilya was the advisor, maybe he would have not advised against this, because we had a lot of outstanding issues with Pakistan at that point of time. We had the Kashmir issue. Maybe that could have we could have had a barter at the point of time. Barter meaning we give back your soldiers, you give back give back the space which you occupied in Kashmir. So maybe we could have battered that. Kautilya, I think like Kautilya might have surely advocated for that. So again, this is my personal point of view. So moving on, now we are moving to another concept of dual morality, which is essentially the same which I told you, which is that the king should be having a different ethic, and his personal ethic should not be interfering with the ruling of the kingdom, right? So we have a person called Machiavelli. This is one thinker which I admire a lot because he is called the father of political realism. He advocates almost the same as how what Kautilya says, but they are situated in different places. This was around 1500s, and he's in Italy. He's in a prison, and by that point of time, Kautilya's Arthashastra was not yet discovered. It was discovered in 1900s, if I'm right. So the same situation happened in Italy, wherein the church and the state, church was dictating the state. Okay, so there were a lot of corruption, and Italy was divided into a lot of small kingdoms, if I can say. So Italy at that point of time badly required unification. At that point of time, Machiavelli was put into the prison because of his thoughts, and from the prison he writes a book called Prince. The book called Prince, yeah. Here is the book. So the Prince, it is to a fictionary prince. He imagined that if there is a prince, and if I have to advocate him of how to gain the power and keep the power for himself. Mind you, before in Italy, it was the time of Renaissance. At that point of time, Italy was considered to be in the dark ages. People were superstitious. There was a lot of corruption involved. There was a lot of infighting. The taxes were being paid, but that was not being used in a proper manner. The wealth of Italy was going down. At that point of time, Machiavelli comes and tells to his prince, his imaginary prince, okay? And he tells him that this is the way you need to be. You have to consolidate your power. You should not let religion into your. You should not let religion interfere into the affairs of the state. So Machiavelli is known as the father of political realism because this was an revolutionary idea, separating religion and state. Right. So he wanted the church to be separate and church to be under the control of the state. So there is only one head of the state, and he's called the prince. Okay, and Machiavelli goes on and says that the prince should follow the church. Okay, the prince should follow the church, follow the customs or maybe or the functions which is organized by the church. But when it comes to the country, he should have a separate morality. So this is the concept of dual morality which Machiavelli coined, right? So maybe Kautilya did not coin the term for dual morality, but he has given this philosophy like 1700 years before Machiavelli, situated in India, and telling the same principle, right? Dual morality. So he advocates this concept of dual morality. So now we have this key word, right? Like when you come to political science or international relations, you need to make note of these keywords of dual morality. Who is this guy? He is Niccolo Machiavelli. What's his book? It's called The Prince. Okay, and he's called the father of political realism. So these are some keywords which will help you pep up your answers. Okay, so one discussion which I wanted to have here is that he's being called the father of political realism. Like, oh really? Like he is in the 1500s, and we have Kautilya in 200-300 BC who tells things like this, and he also tells how to govern. Like I have just given you an intro of Kautilya, and Kautilya is a really vast, Arthashastra is a really vast subject to dive in. Maybe we will require another class for this, but yeah, about 1700 years before, you have Kautilya advocating this. But yeah, unfortunately for the Western world, right? Like these are Western political thoughts, and Machiavelli is considered to be the father of political realism. And yeah, so this is how it is. So maybe you can. I'm just trying to introduce another concept here. Especially in political science, it is more of Western centric because that is where things got documented. If you remember what I had said before, Arthashastra was found out, was discovered in 1900s. Till that it was somewhere. So Western thoughts have always been very well documented, very well researched, very well spoken about. So we have Machiavelli as the father of political realism. Maybe if he would have come across Arthashastra, maybe Machiavelli would have not even written The Prince. He would have just maybe translated Arthashastra into his own language. So yeah. So coming to the first question, which I started this discussion, right? So what is that one thing which you can write everywhere, which you can write in GS2, which you can write in political science, in your essay, in your ethics? So that word is called the national interest. Make note of it. It is called the national interest. So national interest is something which caters to the self-interest of the country. There is no single person here. There is no ethics, or there is no philosophy which it has. A national interest can change. Today we are friends with someone, tomorrow we may have to be enemy with them. Today we require something, that means we require that. If you remember, our external affairs minister was questioned in Europe when he was in a meeting. So he was in a press conference, if I'm right. So then he was asked, like, how can you purchase oil from Russia when it is in war with Ukraine? So then he comes out and tells us, see, this is my self-interest. My country requires oil and it requires at a cheaper price, and Russia is ready to give it. I take it. As simple as that. Why should I even bother about the European countries? And they are actually, Russia had to a limited point of time had cut off the gas supply for the European countries, and then they have this question coming up, and our external affairs minister is out there and he is on the face projecting our national interest, telling that we get at a cheaper price. We have 140 million people here to get 1.4 billion people here to cater, and we take it. That is called national interest, and we should be holding up our sleeves and telling that this is our national interest, and we do that. So there is nothing called as ethics or ethics or the philosophy of an individual person coming into the national interest. Okay, so so when I was going through this Arthashastra, and I happened to stumble upon an interview of our external affairs minister. Okay, so this was in 2021. So the sources here, even Arthashastra, the slides, the content of the slides have been taken from an ambassador's speech. It was a distinguished lecture from the MEA website, so you can refer that too. So in 2021, our EAM goes out and tells that the present focus of Indian foreign policy is this. Number one is national security, and there is no compromise in it. Absolutely, it is not negotiable. National security is not negotiable at all, because the same as in Kautilya, right? When your national security is under danger, then you end up spending more. It depletes your exchequer, and it causes a lot of other problems. And then he tells economic development, Artha, economy, right? Economic development, foreign policy, and he focuses on bringing capital, technology, and best practices. So you imagine, like, I remember him telling that before in our country, it was like in a foreign policy or in a bilateral meeting, people were shying away from asking for economic development or economic partnership. But outright, right, this economic development is going to help our country, means we go outright and forge a deal for them, right? Like, this is the capital which I require, this is the things, this is the kind of interest which we can pay you back, this is the kind of security which we have in our country, and so you can come to our country and invest, and you have no worries. We have the skilled labor, you have technology, you have very good security situation here, and you can expect a good return in this. So that is what we are doing. And now you could have very well realized that India as a brand, or India, the standing of our country as Indians, right? Like, it is growing, like it's growing leaps and bounds. So this was the present focus of EAM. It was like 2021, and this interview was in 2021, and this like completely synced with what Kautilya had said. So I'm very happy that like the present government is having such a beautiful focus with no sugarcoating and being very straightforward that this is what we want, and that's a really happy thing, which I'm like, I just have no words to tell that, express that feeling. But yeah, I'm really happy about it. Okay, so moving on. I want you to make down of this word a national interest. That is the single biggest takeaway from this session for you. Okay, so moving on. So now coming to the usual things, right? So what is this international relations in GS? What is the syllabus and how to study that, and how to write your answers? And if at all you're considering political science as an optional, how do we take it about? So international relations in GS is no, it's not very complex. it is like you go through the paper every day, but you need to remember to bucket it into these 6 tabs. Okay, so diving deep into it, India and its neighborhood relations. India's neighborhood relations, why is it assuming the first priority? We have the Vijigishu and then the Ari, which is the enemy. So naturally, we have a lot of problems with our enemy, and then we need to sort it out, right? We need to make strategies to how to counter it and how we are dealing with it, because it affects us directly. So there is a security situation in our western border, and that is going to hamper our day-to-day life for the people living near the western border. So India and its neighborhood relations is the #1 thing. And then bilateral grouping, India's relationship with US, Russia, Ukraine, UK, now Canada, and the agreements involved. What are the agreements which you forge with them? What are the security agreements which you have with US? What are the security agreements you have with Russia? How are you trying to balance these both things? All these comes here, okay? And then the regional and global groupings of and agreements involving India. So we very recently completed finished our G20 summit, right? So the G20 summit, what is it? It's a global grouping. So what are the other regional groupings? We have SAARC, we have ASEAN. So the regional groupings, how does that serve our national interest? So the one question which should hit you when you read anything regarding international relation is, how is it that going to serve India's national interest? So India neighborhood relations, how is it going to serve India? It improves India's national security. It gives Indian people the resources it requires. Okay, bilateral grouping and agreements, what it gets, or what India gets out of India-US relations, what India gets out of India-Russia relations, what India gets coming to regional, what India gets out of ASEAN, what India gets out of G20, right? So these are the kind of questions which you should be having in your mind when you go through each and every word in IR. Okay, what are the effects of policies and politics of developed and developing countries on India's interests? So we have a policy coming up in US. Maybe he says US says that we are going to like it was the Trump's period when he was about to impose more tax on Indian products. So it is going to impact our exports. That means our exchequer is going to get affected. So that is something which we need to address immediately. So like that, the US had some kind of a reservation or a kind of subsidy to India, which was considered a developing country at that point of time. So he tried to take it off. So what are those small policies in other countries which are affecting India's national interests? Okay. And then the important international institutions, agencies, and fora. What is this International Criminal Court? Why is it coming into the news now? What is UN actually doing? Is UN actually more relevant? Is it just a grouping wherein world leaders meet and speak, or has it delivered something? Has it improved the security situation in any other country, or it is just draining the wealth out of some countries because we are paying UN for some amount for its functioning, right? Like for functioning and for the peacekeeping force, we send our own people. There have been a lot of people who have been killed in action, KIA. So is that all worth it, or how to make this giant thing running? So has UN actually prevented any war? Has it stopped creating any new wars? We already have a lot of wars. So is UN a failure? Or is UN, or just maybe you can assume that like UN has prevented a world war at large? So these are all the questions which we'll be discussing about the important international institutions. The IMF bailout, which the Pakistan is seeking. What happened to Sri Lanka? What happened to its economy? What are the conditions which are being imposed in Sri Lanka if it wants to come out of this debt trap? So this is the type of questions which we'll be discussing at this point of time in this topic, right? And then comes to the dynamics of changing world order. And I'm really happy to tell that like we are at the center stage of the changing world order. It is the Asian century, meaning we are including China and India. We are being looked up into the important decisions of the world, and there is a more of de-dollarization which is happening, and the significance of US, which was a kind of a monopoly in international relations, or a superpower is coming down. Maybe we are unipolar world they call, and no, we are becoming multipolar, and we are a major pole. People look up to India, like developing countries look up to India as an example. So this is the dynamics of the changing world order, and where does India stand at, and what are the threats that India faces in this changing world order, and what are the opportunities that India will have if it is going to become it is becoming a very major pole one. What are the opportunities which India has when this world order is getting changed in favor of India, and what should we do in order to do that? What should we avoid to do that? We should not be getting into any kind of a war or something which will deplete our exchequer, right? So as per Arthashastra. So these are the things which we'll be discussing in international relations in GS. Okay. So moving on, international relations for prelims, like this is a super focused thing. I'm not telling questions are coming only from this, but this is a super focused critical things which you should be having eyes on, which are the international groupings. What are the countries which are in G20? Any new inclusions, exclusions? What happened to the G7? It was G8 before. What are the new international groupings which are having really good significance? Is India a part of it, or is a major country which was actually it should have been a part of it, but it is not? It's a surprise. Maybe is it something like that? India and Pakistan, are we both in a same meeting? We both are in the same grouping involving security. So those are the kinds of anomalies. Maybe those can come up as questions. And like, what are some treaties which we have devised with some country, maybe say India, USA, or India, Russia, and what do they say, what it actually enables? And then these two things, right, if you can understand, one addresses your curiosity. The questions are kind of, it addresses your curiosity, and the other is going to address what is India's national interest. That is what UPSC is trying to know, and that is what like we should also be trying to know, right? And then coming to the third thing, which is a most important thing, and people get kind of trapped in these kind of questions, the map questions. Maybe we have now the Russia-Ukraine war going on. What is the geography of Ukraine? So Russia invaded one place of Ukraine, so that is a more strategic place. What are the seaports surrounding it? Why is actually Russia trying to invade Ukraine? So more or less, international relations initially started out with the cause of geography, right? Like our geography had a lot of maybe they didn't have resources, and it's a fight for resources which started consolidation of kingdoms, and those kingdoms fighting with each other. So this puts the importance of map very highly. So mind you, map questions are really important, and they're kind of like maybe a easy 2 marks for you or a minus 0.66 for you. So we'll need to discuss. I'll just tell you how to take care of this map questions. So coming on to another address question, right? Like how political science and international relations is different from IR in GS. So that is the reason why I took Kautilya. Political science has thinkers in it, okay, and it has various political thoughts in it. What is democracy? What is justice? What is liberty? And all those kinds of intriguing questions, very interesting questions. And what you do is you have the current affairs going on. You have a lot of thinkers right from 200 BC like Kautilya telling like what to be done and how it is to be done. And you have various political thoughts. Maybe for justice, you have 5 or 6 different people telling what is justice. What is justice according to you may be different from what is justice according to me. So someone had written it. There is one John Rawls, and there is one, like people start writing it, and there are some very widely accepted theories of justice, and we study that theory of justice. And then one important thing here is that we interlink the concepts and write and try to bring in an essence of current affairs based on the questions which are asked, and write the answers. So political science is more of having studying the thinkers, the political thoughts, and then applying it in the current affairs, whereas in GS it is the other case, wherein maybe even a very good knowledge of current affairs can get you really good marks. And one more thing of very important thing of PSIR, because PSIR looks like a very very interesting optional, right? It's a very interesting optional, no doubt, but the problem is answer writing. So a person who just likes to read IR may not be the right candidate. A person who likes to read IR and also knows how to write it, or he should be at least interested in writing it, penning down his thoughts. That is the kind of the right product market fix, right? Like the exact match of the person who should be taking in the political science optional. So who can take up political science as an optional? So one person like who loves reading IR. So there is one article about say some discovery of an very ancient fossil somewhere, or maybe a science and tech improvement, or maybe a molecule is found which is bound to do some interesting thing. But if IR is more interesting than that for you, and you'll it feels like your time is just flying away when you read IR, then it is one indication that you may be a good fit for political science optional. And also, like, it's not like you just read the current relations, and it's not like you are just interested with India and its neighborhood relations. You should be even interested with what is India's relationship with maybe say some remote African country, like say Congo. What does Congo seek from India, and what does India seek from Congo? So that kind of an interest and that questioning thing, right? Like, what is happening between both countries? Why is India even going to some bilateral or multilateral grouping? What is India wanting out of it? And also one more thing is, like, you should be able to appreciate conflicting ideas and admire ideas which may not be your own idea too. So basically coming up with majority of us were born in a socialistic setup, right? Maybe at that point of time you should not be, when you are coming across a capitalistic idea, or when you're coming against a Marxist idea, because we read even Karl Marx, right? So you are not holding on to your own assumptions or your own philosophy of socialism or your own philosophy of capitalism, but you appreciate Karl Marx. At the same time, you even appreciate socialism, you appreciate Nehru's views, you appreciate Gandhi's views. So each and everyone's view is unique, and you appreciate it, and you don't have a grudge against any of the views. So that was a very simple example of Gandhi versus Nehru. Or Gandhi, you appreciate Gandhi's view to get freedom, and you also appreciate Subhash Bose route to freedom. So that is the kind of appreciation, or you start admiring the thoughts, right? Like that needs to be there, because at any point of time while writing the answers, the evaluators may not prefer your individual biases. So coming into or you may end up debating with your friends of just Gandhi versus Bose, or some other conflicting ideologies do come across in political science, and you end up debating it. And the most important thing, and it is loves writing it. You need to love writing. Maybe we are not exposed, we are not all, or we all are not political science graduates, right? So you start writing, and if you find writing interesting, then it is maybe a good product market fix for you. Maybe political science is a very good optional for you. So you like reading it, you like you appreciate conflicting ideologies, conflicting thoughts without you getting involved into it, and you love writing it. Maybe these are the three criteria which I use to suggest political science as an optional student. So how to study international relations? So I've been in this field for like 6 or 7 long years. I've been as a aspirant, and now as a mentor, right? So I have seen three kinds of people with international relation. The one is IR enthusiast. So he discusses nothing else other than international relations. So for him, it more matters like international relations, and where our EAM or our PM goes, and how it is coming across, and the small things which may not even be asked in the examination, right? So those are he's an IR enthusiast. He is into the details. He is in Twitter, and he checks out the small details. He has subscribed to each and every embassy of India located abroad, and he checks out what is happening there. He knows a small conference which is happening in Morocco. So that is the kind of IR enthusiast. So that is not the person who we should be. Okay. So another person is IR phobic. So IR phobic person is a person who maybe is a person who thinks that IR is something we can manage it at the last minute. We can have some summary of international relations. monthly summary, or maybe say the prelim summary or the main summary, and we can pass it through. So he's an IR phobic person who doesn't invest time in current affairs or understanding the details into a depth. Okay, and then comes the IR Buddha. The IR Buddha is the person who kind of follows the middle path of between this enthusiast and the phobic. So who is this IR Buddha which I'm saying? So the IR Buddha is someone who follows the newspaper regularly. So this is a common stream across, right? So just some time before in the polity class, Ganesh sir had told you to follow newspaper, right? So this is a common thread across. If that is one secret of you getting one secret recipe for passing this exam, it is about reading newspapers properly and taking good notes about it. And you need to take good notes out of it, and you will refine your note taking. So let me tell you that. So you should not be going about and taking each and every small thing happening as notes. Like some small thing happened. For example, some president fell. He fainted when he was addressing an audience. So that is not a news which is going to be asked in UPSC. So that is not a thing which you are going to write it down. So you write down. So Russia-Ukraine war started, right? So it has been going on for years. So people cannot keep on writing. So this is what happened. This is what happened. Every day we have some update about the Russia-Ukraine war, but that is not required. So what are the major events that happened? So they had a mercenary army. So that person was caught and he was assassinated. So IR is something which is evolving over a long period of time, and you don't need to take notes every day, but you will have to keep a tab of it every day. So note taking every day is not required, but you should be at least knowing what is happening in our neighborhood, what is happening in the countries we are interested in, what is happening in the countries or in the multilateral groupings which we are interested in. Basically something which affects our national interest, you are concerned about it. And what to take notes in IR. So one thing is map, which I told you, and the next one is opinion or punchlines, which I would call, like, it's a colloquial thing which I call like that, punchlines. Okay, so punchlines are something wherein the EAM tells that External Affairs Minister comes out and tells that, see, this is India's interest and we follow it. And he beautifully phrases it. You make a note of it. So these news keep on coming, and you have very good authors writing in the Hindu, be it Happy Moon Jacob or Suhasini Haidar. We have former ambassadors writing the articles. So you take, what is that one line which Suhasini Haidar is trying to say? What is that one line which C. Rajamohan, he writes in Indian Express? So what is that one line which Rajamohan is trying to say? What is his opinion? That is what we are going to note it down. And then for map, right, what you have is, like, you have your atlas beside you, and with the atlas, so some war is going on, and there is a fight for some resources. There is some borderline problem. So you go out and check what is that thing in the atlas, or you Google it out. So map is something the thing is, like, the problem with map is you may not get a concrete compilation of it, though there may be something in the market. But if you are going to compile it, you don't miss out, and you have it in your brain, right? It is ingrained in your brain for a long period of time, because you're going to come across that name every other day. Russia-Ukraine war, you come across a single point every other day, and then you find a question, you feel really happy in the exam hall, and that happiness actually carries forward to the other questions. So then one more thing which I have noticed is that international relations, people are actually happy about reading about the relations between the countries, but they are not, the international groupings don't sound interesting to them. Okay, so that is a problem, because in prelims we have questions about the international groupings. In mains we have questions, at least one question. I feel like it comes from the international groupings, and we need to address it, right? So it is not, we shouldn't be that IR phobic person, or the half IR phobic and half IR Buddha. We need to be a proper IR Buddha, wherein we give equal importance to the international groupings also. And then we follow, and the person who is an IR Buddha, he follows the monthly current affairs regularly. So he follows the proper compilations of maybe any institute which you have been following. You can continue, or you can take up a proper monthly current affairs. You have to decide, and you will have to follow it religiously right from the coming month. So this is the characteristic of the IR Buddha, and an IR Buddha is a person who gets who invests a little time in international relations, but reaps out a very good marks out of it. So finally, it comes to national interest or self-interest, right? Like you invest time and you get outcome out of it, and the marks are the outcome out of it. Okay. So we are towards the end, and what are the other sources? So the basic source which we consider is the newspaper for international relations. Apart from that, classes and the class notes will help you. Apart from that, if you're really interested in doing some further reading, it can be the India Way by our External Affairs Minister, and you can follow the podcasts or interviews given by our External Affairs Minister. You can listen to our ME spokesperson about how he actually beautifully defends our national interest. So now we are almost done. And let's begin our journey towards Artha, realizing like we are the Vijigishu. We try to be a global power. And mind you, like international relations is going to be a journey. It's going to be a journey. Like it's a small, you take one step each and every day. But sure, it's going to be highly rewarding. But unfortunately, there are no shortcuts. Thank you.
Hi, Sricharan.
Hi, sir.
Yeah, almost you have covered the international relations and the approach you have given in detail, the way you have prepared the PPT and other things. It shows that how committed a resource person you are. And I was thinking that you have become a banking staff, but still your almost the teaching, it has become like a complete profession for you. And I'm sure that you are a most suitable, great personality, great resource person for this field. So I'm very happy that after a long gap, you are associated with the KingMakers IAS Academy for handling IR and other subjects. I'm very glad to inform to the student that he'll be available in Delhi. And he was there in Delhi for his preparation for quite some time when he was giving his mains as well as for his personality test. And I'm sure definitely with the help of him, everyone, those who are opting for political science as their optional, as well as those who are going to attend the IR module and polity module and other things, definitely you'll be learning a lot of things from such a wonderful resource person. Thank you so much, Sricharan. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Like I really liked teaching it.
Yeah, very nice. So we are now going to have the final session. This is the final session of the day 2. This is about 250 hours free civil service coaching program for all those students, those who are willing to learn for prelims exam 2024. We have started with the help of the resource persons who are available across the nation. The best resource persons are going to be utilized for this purpose. So yesterday morning we inaugurated this program, and since morning, yesterday morning, we have introduced around 13 resource persons. And this is the final session of today, the second day. And this session is going to be handled by one of the senior most faculty who is very, very popular for his session. He is very popular in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Particularly almost I can say that in South is very popular. In North also, in most of the state already he has established his session, and is Mr. Manoj Madhav is very popularly known, and basically advocate by profession, but out of his interest in handling the classes for UPSC civil service examinations, because he himself was an aspirant and appeared for mains many times. And he has an excellent team of resource persons to handle the civil services coaching. And he is the first person to just set up that kind of initiatives. So very long association with the Manoj Madhav. When I approached him to associate with the KingMakers IAS Academy to handle certain classes in Delhi branch as well as in other branches of KingMakers, which is going to be set up very soon, particularly in Hyderabad, Bangalore, Trivandrum, Vijayawada, Mumbai, Pune, Calcutta, because these are all the areas where we are going to set up. When we were looking for some good resource persons, and Manoj Madhav was kind enough to extend his support. Thank you so much, Manoj, for your great association. now the session is yours. I'm sure definitely, though this is the final session of this day 2, but this gentleman is a very great resource person. I'm sure definitely will inspire you all, and it's going to be a very great session. And thank you so much and for being with us since morning. I'm sure till the end you will enjoy this program. And now I request Manoj Madhav to address the students.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible to all.
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. So, yes, sir, it has already been almost like 5 years of knowing you. Our journey started almost in 2018.
Yes.
And yeah, so
first batch we started in Coimbatore. Yeah.
exactly, sir. So I still remember the evening I came and met you.
Yes. Even today, as the student, they used to ask about you from that batch.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, I have few of them still are in touch with me also. I mean, like very nice. Anyway, it was nice going, sir. I mean, like it is nice associating after a long time.
Very nice. Our friends, actually, Manoj Madhav is too good in handling the ancient and medieval India, because there are only very few faculties across the nation who can handle the history in a way that it has to be handled. So he's one such resource person, and he's too good in handling ancient and medieval as well as the world history. So today he's going to talk about the approach for the history as a whole, and particularly ancient and medieval as well as world history. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And hello, aspirants. I mean, like, welcome to the session of KingMakers IAS Academy. And I would like to welcome you all to get to know more about history. History as GS, history as optional, whatever you like. So let me just go in a little bit on my introduction. Yes, I have written mains and appeared for interview, and that was between 2008 and 12.
Sir, if possible, can you change your camera in the just the landscape mode? Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay. So I hope it will be.
No, sir. Yes, sir. It's fine.
Is it good?
Yes, sir. It's good, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So yeah, as I was telling, so that is my UPSC and the encounter with UPSC, and okay, things, hard luck, things did not work out. And 2006, I was selected in the army, Indian Army, and again, some physical problems came, which I had to quit the academy, and yeah, ever since I continued on my LLB, and it's almost 15 years now since a lawyer, family lawyer, and I'm also associated with various academies across India as well as KingMakers IAS. My strength is in the area, just like Sir has told, ancient, medieval, and world history. There are academies where I handle art and culture also, but still ancient, medieval, and world I consider myself, because like we say, history is always like his story. Many faculties have always heard them say history is learning about the past. Well, I have a serious objection for that. It is not learning about the past. I am sorry to say, because history, when we study in school, accepted history is study about the past. But once we come into UPSC, we have to be a little more cautious about what we are handling. So precision gives us marks. Just 1 mark is enough, or half a mark is enough that you lose. You go, IAS becomes IPS. So we cannot compromise the idea of losing even a mark. So history is not study about the past. History is all about, what can we say? The father of history, Herodotus, the father of history, wrote a book which was called Historia. Historia in Greek means inquiry. So basically, the attitude of a historian, the attitude of an archaeologist is all about inquiry. We are basically in an investigation. His story. Why not her story? Because again, we can say the world has always been patriarchal. We are trying to change that. We are trying to be equal. The real feminists are there who are working their days and nights to get the concept of equality that is essential for between man and woman, because God created us equally. Let us accept and move on. So the patriarchal societies always claimed on the idea of him, so male that comes by. So his story was what comes up. So that is how it's not study about the past, it is inquiry. So please keep this understanding. My classroom will be very unorthodox. So there are faculties who teach us very orthodoxically. I am not a person like that. I would like to go like, we are rushing an elephant, how they rush into the jungle. It's like, you just ditch everything down. You don't care for anything, but everything belongs to you. I always have a belief in that same concept. I mean, like, history is not an organized subject, yet history is the most organized subject. And it's like, total opposites of what I'm saying. So we can say that when we come into UPSC, you are a UPSC aspirant. As your lecturer, I will tell you, if you are going towards UPSC with a serious mind, history should be absolute. History should be conducted in absolutism. History should be looked up with watertight compartments. That means you should always remain within syllabus. We can go inside history like the elephant, which I do. Don't become that elephant. It is a very beautiful subject. It is a very interesting subject. It is a very evergreen subject. All these concepts. It is like, see, personally when I speak, I'm here to orient about the subject. I'm trying to get the scare out of all that who you are listening. Because there is a general tendency, history, everybody fears. Sir, it is a vast subject. It is a very cruel subject. We can't understand, we can't remember all these dates, we can't remember all these names. I can absolutely tell you, it's a wonderful subject. What is the reason? Because you can remember the names, you can remember the dates. There is no trouble at all. There is no trouble at all. Because, again, what I said, if you are going to become the elephant, history is going to swallow you up. The jungle will swallow you up. But if you are going to keep a watertight compartment, or else, let me explain in a more understanding way. Say, imagine, okay, history, war. We learn about a lot of wars. When we learn history, it is the history of wars. When we learn art and culture, it is the history of trade. Understand this? History, direct history, when you come by, you learn mostly history of wars. When we come into art and culture, you learn history of trade. How beautiful it is. So, trade, people, you are coming in contact with me. I'm coming in contact with you. Not that you are going to learn from me. I'm also going to learn from you. Maybe you are from Jammu and Kashmir. I'm basically from Kerala. So, a person from Jammu and Kashmir, a person outside Kerala can teach me many things. Life is always a journey. Life is a journey where we learn. We are a student in that journey. So, learning never ends. And especially UPSC aspirants, once you are a serious aspirant of UPSC, our learning never ends. So, I was telling you one thing, how to understand the concept of UPSC and history. Imagine yourself as a horse in a war. You must have seen movies, you must have seen cinemas, dramas. When the horse is shown, first thing that we need to understand is the horse wears an eye patch. That is how you are going to. The rider on you is UPSC. Your objective, where the rider wants to go. The rider is syllabus. You will go only where the syllabus dictates. You will go only where the syllabus wants you. Otherwise, what is happening? The subject is like a jungle. The subject is like an ocean. You will not know where you are going. Let me give an old saying for that. When the ship doesn't know to which port it is sailing, no wind is favorable. If the ship does not know to which port it is sailing, no wind is favorable. Keep that in your mind. As long as you are in UPSC stream, this should be there. This idea should dominate your head. And for the subject of history, syllabus matters a lot. Okay, that I hope you have understood that concept. Always keep tight. We will get now again after 2014. After 2014, there are a lot of changes that is happening in history. History is generally considered to be a static subject, only fact. That is true. Only fact can only be asked. Hypothetical claims cannot be asked. Okay, I can tell you like this. Say, for example, for a history question or a history statement to become a fact, what should be the main understanding is you will submit your hypothesis to the committee where historians and archaeologists will come. That is a place called as ICHR. ICHR, Indian Council for Historical Research. Indian Council for Historical Research. They are the ones who will select your proposals, and they are the ones who will, accept whether what you said is right or not. If they accept it, your submission will go on to become a historical fact. India. Now, when it goes to world level, there is another committee. That committee is called as ICHR, International Council for Historical Research. They will accept your findings or submissions are going to be accepted as a fact in the world level. I hope I'm clear in that part. So, but recently, last 15 years, things have been changing a lot. There are a lot of hypothetical concepts which are coming by. A lot of people are saying a lot of different things. And people are confused in the subject of history. Even though history is a static subject, no, it has got its own dynamism. So it has become more dynamic than any other subject. Because informations will come from here and there and here and there and here, and everybody is confused. What to do? So that is why, as a lecturer in UPSC stream for the last 14 years, I'm in this stream, lecturing in the stream for the last 14 years. So my experience, my expertise, what I suggest is that limit yourself to syllabus. I'm not going to talk much or something like that. We have certain things. Rest we will deal in the classroom. I believe our real effort should be shown in the classroom. So when you come into the classroom, you will see what it is. But what I need to address to you or advise to you before you come into the classroom are these certain things. Okay. So you now know you have to become a war horse. Wearing that patch, the shadow patch, where you are not distracted by anything else. Okay, that's the first thing. Then, second concept that you need to understand. See, when you come to UPSC, and history is one of the most important factors. Why history? What is the need for history? When you look at the concept, it's a very charming paper. It's a very charming paper. Understanding history, usually I put a slide in my classroom. My first slide in the classroom, for the last 15 years, slides I have started using almost like 10 years or something. First slide I put is of Thucydides. Thucydides is another historian who was a contemporary of Herodotus. Thucydides says, history is philosophy taught with examples. Life is always philosophical. My dear students, My dear aspirants, life is all, and that philosophy, UPSC aspirants have a lot of those philosophical aspects because we have gone through a lot. So what we understand is history is philosophy taught with examples. What examples? We have plenty of human examples. So any subject you must have, see, until few years before, any subject you wanted to take a PhD, before PhD, you should go for an MPhil, Master of Philosophy. Say, for example, chemistry, physics. Why those subjects should have philosophy? They are absolutely science subjects, right? Why should they have philosophy? Still, chemistry also, mixing of some colors, mixing of some chemicals, they also have philosophy. So, history is the mother of all subjects. The mother of all subjects has the most grandest of all philosophy. The most grandest of all philosophy when you talk about the same. Now, let me say why that comes. When you are an administrator, police administration, military administration, home administration, agricultural administration, IAS can be thrown into any department. So, when you are an administrator, you cannot handle a problem individually because that problem would not have happened at that point of time, at that point of second, at that particular place. It has not happened like that. The origin of that problem will be somewhere else. So you need to fly like a bird. We call that in history the bird's eye view. The bird's eye view of a problem. I am an expert in criminology as well. In criminology also we will say bird's eye view we have to. The bird's eye view means how eagle sees the ground. It is soaring so high. It can even see a rat or a snake or a frog. That is the observation of an eagle. The eagle is what? You will. So you have to be a warhorse. Now I am bringing you as an eagle. So both characteristics you should imbibe. And history is taught because the bird's eye view will give you a clear perception of what the problem is, where it has happened. See, an explosion. Now we know that as we are talking, there is Israel and Palestine is in war. An explosion happening. The explosion is not the thing. There is somewhere, somebody pressed a button from somewhere else where the rocket has been launched or the missile has been launched and the explosion has happened somewhere else. Same is history. Same is history. So, an event happening today, I will give an example of Israel itself. 50 years before, the Yom Kippur War. The Yom Kippur War, the day of memory, that is what they generally say. 50 years before, 3 days before, 6th of October, they celebrated Syria and Egypt attacked Israel. Today, Hamas, Israel said, we will never forgive. We will not forgive. So, Hamas attacking Israel is not the reason of today. It is 50 years old. I can give you all the way from biblical concept, Quranic concept, or Torah concept. That is there. I can give you that. But 50 years later, Hamas has launched an extensive where it has killed more than some 500 people. And Israel is launching more than 5,000 missiles has been launched as we speak. So history gives you a larger perspective, a bird's eye view. The bird's eye view is very necessary to be an administrator. You are an investigator. Is one of the main things for the subject that we can. When you come into the classroom, I will give you both the narratives. Like I said, past 10 years, narratives are changing a lot. Narratives are changing a lot. Another example I can give. What is the example? For example, what we can say, there was recently a RTI, a Right to Information Act, which was filed in the court. What was the content of the RTI was Aurangzeb gave or donated monies to temples. Why? Because Kashi Vishwanath corridor. We know that last year our beloved Prime Minister, inaugurated Kashi Vishwanath. A new corridor has been, I visited very recently. I've gone to Kashi some 5 years before, 3 months before I went to Kashi. That area has completely changed. The area has completely changed. So the Gyanvapi mosque case is there. And Kashi Vishwanath was demolished by Aurangzeb. History we will learn. Okay, let us not take it in a religious manner. Problems comes. There was problems in history, and we are learning the problems of history. That is there. Without history, you will never understand international relations. So that comes by. So and what we understand with the same is that history, what I was telling was about the excuse me. Yeah, so we'll continue. So history, when we talk about the Gyanvapi Mosque, so the Right to Information Act which was filed, did Aurangzeb donate money to temples? Actually, NCRT was, members from the NCRT was, they were asked the question, did whatever you write is correct or not? And they were asked to bring the evidence out. Because Mughal historians were there, they wrote, to full stop and comma, they wrote everything. Whatever their masters did, everything was written down or, presented in that form. NCRT told there is no evidence Aurangzeb donated money to temples. Then court asked, why do you write it then? What is the reason to write? So what was told was to bring in more secularism. So that is kind of an absurdity. So the court asked the NCRT, strike it down. So from next year onwards or coming years, there might be a lot of editing which we can see in the NCRTs. Understand? UPSC lecturers always say we have to be very careful about NCRT. NCRT is considered as a foundation. So that is very important. Next year, lot of additions are going to come by. And again, BJP government, after they're coming, they have told that more kingdoms will be brought in. Like Rajputs, there are 36 different Rajputs available. 36 different Rajputs will come. Ahoms will come. And Travancore. Because Travancore, where I am, I said I am from Kerala, I am from South Kerala, from Thiruvananthapuram. So Thiruvananthapuram, when you say the capital of Tirudam, Travancore in English. Travancore was the first native state to defeat a European force. Nowhere in the NCRT textbooks or any textbooks what we academies make is mentioned that. The first native state in India to defeat a European force, Dutch. Dutch was there. And it is from the Travancore army, Travancore infantry, Travancore cavalry. The forces were taken along with the Tamil Nadu. The Tamil forces and the forces from Travancore was taken, merged into one of the first regiments of the Indian Army called the Madras Regiment. Where is this mentioned? Next year onwards, such kind of changes will come. My dear aspirants, any Tom, Dick and Harry can teach. But in UPSC, you should understand one thing. It is not teaching. It is not teaching. It is, I would say, it is coaching. A good lecturer in UPSC, it is all about coaching. A good academy will look in for coaching. It is molding that's, see, you know to read and write. All we should do is guidance. Where to look? See, for example, look for my example. How I generally say is that I have gone through mains, I have gone through interview, I have gone through several UPSC exams. I have fallen in many pits. I have fallen in many pits. I have a torch with me. That torch I will show you. I can light that torch where I am standing. I cannot come along with you. I definitely cannot come along with you, but I can torch that and show you that pitch, that there is a pitch while you go. Watch out for that. Any sincere lecturer will do this only. Like Bhuminathan sir said, my team was there, or our team, Bhuminathan sir and myself, or the team is there. We are trying to show you the same. Not that we will not teach you or something. Definitely we will teach you. But this is what you should understand. What is the difference between us and the others also you should understand, right? So this is our edges. So when we look at the edge, what we say is that when we look at the edge, what we say is that we are pioneers in coaching. Teaching anybody can do, my dears. Teaching anybody can do. But what to know, what not to know is very important. Okay. So as we are coming, as I said, one more thing. History is the mother of all. So when we look at the concept of history, how does it become mother? Because every subject has a concept called as history. Physics or chemistry or astrophysics or literature, anything you take, there is a history for everything. You have a history, I have a history, everybody has history. So when you approach the history concept, what comes by? Again, when you look at the syllabus, now let us assess this in the form of syllabus. What all are there? GS, ancient, medieval, modern, post-independence, art and culture. These 5 modules are there in history, Indian side. And there is a world history. Understand, optional is much more easier. Do you know that? Nobody tells you about that. Optional is much more easier. Post-independence is not there. We will have to learn only up to, actually GS has more history than history optional. And history, what we know is, history comes in for what? What can we say? Ancient, medieval, modern and all we say, up to Nehruvian era, 1964. Jawaharlal Nehru dies in 1964. It is only up to 1964 that you have to learn. Optional is much more easy. Very clearly, watertight compartments, because paper 1, paper 2, total in optional, total number of marks is what? 500 marks. 250, 250. Paper 1, 250. Paper 2, 250. What is there? Section part A, part B, paper 1. Paper 2, part A, part B. So when you look at that, part A, very watertight, ancient India. Section A, part 1. Section B, medieval India. Paper 1 over. Paper 2, section A, modern India. Paper 2, section B, world history. Game over. And do you know one more thing? It doesn't have overlapping. You take any other subject, it all overlaps. Somewhere here and there it will overlap. History doesn't overlap. And one more interesting factor about history, when you understand history in more depth, you understand other subjects. Earlier I said IR is important, but you will understand a bit in economy. There is no economics in UPSC. Please understand. Nobody can call economics. We have Indian economy. So economy comes a bit, geography comes a bit, polity comes a bit, more or less. That is it. So it's easy to understand. So when you look at that, first thing I said, it's a very charming. And I said, another thing I said, it is the mother of all subjects. The mother of all subjects will need the support of something else. Mother, when it is old, you need to support. So who supports? The children. Who are the children? Geography, economy, polity. I like to joke it like that. You must be understanding what my style is. I always believe in the idea. You should not stress while you study. Should be relaxed. Then you will have more retention power. I call the concept as infotainment. You should have information as well as entertainment. So You know, when you were in LKG, UKG, our teachers made us, I'm not going to do that or something, but they made many things silly. We learned fast. We did not know. We remember that even now. So history, if you learn it in a stories, mine is a narrative method. I go in the form of narration. So that's how I take class. So now when I'm talking about the children of history, what we understand is, say for example, let me give you an example. Now tomorrow when you and I meet in the classroom in Delhi or anywhere in India, but let's assume we are in Delhi. Maybe you are coming from Jammu and Kashmir. Someone is coming from Nagaland. Someone is coming from Gujarat. Someone is coming from Tamil Nadu. 4 extents of India. We are meeting in Delhi. Now, what has happened? I have traveled from Thiruvananthapuram. Somebody is from Chennai. Somebody is from Ahmedabad. Somebody is from Kohima. Somebody is from Srinagar. All are coming. We all have assembled there. Now, what has happened? Why have you come there in Delhi? Why have I come there? I have come there for money. Let us be honest about it. Let us be very honest about it. I have come there for money. What have you come for? Whether I get money or not, you don't care. What have you come for? You have come for getting what? Your subject. And you want to get into service, IAS, IPS, IFS, whatever you want. And then your monthly salary will become. So every human activity, it is not with me, not with you, with every person. Every human activity is based on money. So me getting out of the sofa that is there in my home, the motivation is money. Livelihood, we all have to meet our 2 ends, right? So money is the main factor. Rest everything is associated with that. So first thing, support. So if you have seen a person moving from point A to point B, that was for what? Monetary benefit, resources, economy. If I have got up from my sofa, it is economy for me. If you have got up from your sofa, it is economy for you. So we all met. Economy is the main reason. Economics is the main reason. Then what happened to come to that resource? Now, who is the resource here? What is the resource here? You are my resource. I am your resource. That is why sir was saying resource person. I am your resource. And I am coming from Thiruvananthapuram. What am I doing? I am traveling through, I have traveled out of many geographical obstructions. What are there? Mountains are there, rivers are there, lakes are there, swamps are there, deserts are there, jungles are there, oceans are there. Everything I transcended to reach Delhi. You also have done the same. You have transcended all these geographical barriers in order to reach your resource. I have transcended all those geographical barriers in order to reach my resource. And we are together. And we are exchanging. What are we exchanging? We are trading. We are trading. What kind of trade happens in the classroom? Intellectual trade. I give you class, I give you information, return I get money. Simplified. Simplified. So, economy, geography, then what happens when I meet you? I will tell my rules and regulations. What should you do to be successful in the subject of history? Some other faculty will come, they'll tell you, what should you do to be successful in that particular subject? They are creating laws. They are creating law. They are creating rules and regulations. In the hint of UPSC, polity. So, economy to geography to polity. Tomorrow you will succeed. You will succeed. We created history. These 4 subjects are there in any general exams that you see. Not only UPSC. The 4 pillar subjects. During my time and all, we used to say 4 pillar subjects. Economy, geography, polity, history. As we have destroyed the earth so much, 1 more pillar subject has come. In today's words, 5 pillar subjects. Which are they? Environment. Environment. So, 5 pillar subjects are there in any general exam today. UPSC is one of the toughest exam If you take the top 5 exams in the world, toughest exams in the world, UPSC is one among the top. I guess it is second or third toughest it is. So, and not to be scared of, don't worry. Average people only will, clear. Don't think that 90% above only will clear. No, nothing like that. Are you ready to, are you ready to work? Are you ready to give your 100%? Hard work as well as smart work, 100% it is achievable. Then, one more thing I'll say. I am a person who believes in God. So I believe in this. I mean, like, alavara, wo sir pe jo laga hua hai na, wo bhi hona chahiye. So what it is God has drawn on your head matters a lot. So luck. Pray to God that whatever you studied comes for the exam. Then definitely your name will be there next year, 2024 itself. Okay. So coming by, when we look at, one more thing I need to tell. History is a subject 100% that is overlapping. I said history won't overlap. Inside optionals, it won't overlap. But history is a subject 100% that is there for mains. I can break that to you also. 100% if a subject is there for mains. Other faculties have heard them saying 90%, 70%, 80%. I will say 100%. I can explain that to you. 100%. What is that explanation? Say preliminary. Which all modules are right? I gave you 6 modules: ancient, medieval, modern, post-independence, art and culture, and what? Okay, 5 modules are there. That is it. Generally, history will be asked from all these 8. Total coverage answer, not being particular. For mains, ancient and medieval is not. Generally, modern, post-independence, art and culture, world history. 4 main modules. Now, let me give you one example. Let us take the architecture. That is, Buland Darwaza. Buland Darwaza. That is there in Fatehpur Sikri. Fatehpur Sikri was built by Emperor Akbar. Emperor Akbar comes from medieval India. He ruled from 1556 to 1605. 1556 to 1605, he is ruling. He goes to a village called Bayana. In that village, he falls in love with that village. He tells, I want my city to be here. And he builds that in red sandstone. One of the main reasons for that was the dargah of who? Salim Chishti. Sheikh Salim Chishti, who belonged to who was a Sufi sannyasi. Because of the blessing of Salim Chishti, Akbar got a son, Salim, later on Jahangir. Okay. Now, and he has built Fatehpur Sikri. Okay. That was 1564 onwards. Construction starts. Around 1571, construction is over. By 1585, abandoned. What is the reason? No water. Or water scarcity. 1585, abandoned and gone. Around the nearing 1600s, Akbar will send to the Mughal army, capture Gujarat. Okay. He'll capture Gujarat. Commemorating the victory in Gujarat, he will order the construction of a grand gate, which is one of the tallest in Asia, biggest in Asia, called Buland Darwaza. The gateway of victory. Buland Darwaza. Okay. Now, if Buland Darwaza, imagine the architecture is asked in mains. Architecture, art, culture, architecture. Okay. Through architecture, what subject has entered? Medieval India. I told you in mains, ancient and medieval is not there. Modern, postmodern, modern, post-independence, art and culture, and world history. They should have asked like that, no. But now what has happened? Through Buland Darwaza, Akbar has entered. Medieval India has come. Then medieval India is not there in syllabus, no. Main syllabus. but through Buland Darwaza, medieval India entered. Like this, questions can be asked from ancient India also. Like that, questions can be asked from 1990s, some event in 1990, right? So, history has 100% importance in GS. 100, not 90, not 80. Watch out, keep an eye out for that. And if you have, my dear aspirants, a good history teacher, you will love the subject like anything. I cannot claim myself to be a good history teacher or something like that. And you have to give me the credit. If I am good, you can say, right? That's how things work. So, first thing you need to understand is, this is what we in KingMakers Academy do. We are not saying that we are the best, but we can promise you, we will try our best to give you the best. That we are assuring that we can do. So whatever I discussed all this time, for all these, I think that is what an orientation should be, and making you understand a little bit of history, remove the fear from you, remove the doubts from you. Whatever it is there to be, I should address that. So I think this is more than enough. Unwanted talks I don't want to make because that will bore you. So I try to keep myself as crisp as possible. And generally when you speak, not necessary. Not necessary. If you have found me good, we will meet in class. And I'll make sure that you'll have a live class. You'll have a very enthusiastic and energetic, it's like Mathura architecture. The enthusiasm and the vitality and the energy of that Mathura architecture that is there. So my classroom will be more Mathura and Amravati architecture, not like Gandhara. So I wish you all the best. I would hand over the orientation again back to the MC. So please take over, and God bless, Godspeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoj. Though you have not come with the PPT and other thing, but you have everything is there in your mind, and you have explained clearly what to do, what not to do. And basically we have to create the interest in the subject, which we have done it. So thank you so much. And the students are eagerly waiting to attend the offline class in Delhi. So even this session, they were expecting in the offline, they were expecting all the 12 resource persons to come one by one and to address the students. But unfortunately, all the faculty members are well occupied well in advance. So we have to just reserve the dates of all the resource persons. And hereafter, students, every weekend you will be having a special module on each and every subjects. You are going to have a excellent resource persons like Manoj Madhav sir, who is going to handle ancient and medieval as well as even the world history, some of the areas. So art and culture is going to be handled by Kondala sir, and modern India is going to be handled by Sujata Vaidmanan. For history itself, we have got the 3 faculties. And sometime if Manoj Madhav sir is very busy, even world history will be handled by some other person, and ancient medieval will be handled by Manoj Madhav sir. So like that, for each and every area, we will be having a great resource persons from across the nation. The last 2 days, you have attended all the classes, all the sessions, you have interacted with our faculty members. Now you have come to know that with what kind of strength that we are going to deliver it, and what is the plan for the next 12 months, everything we have discussed yesterday. See, basically, first 3 months, it's going to be a kind of so many initiatives. First, we are going to focus on the personal test guidance program, because now the season is like that, and all the students, they have attended their mains and eagerly waiting to see their results. But before that, they should be well equipped to face the personal test. So now we are going to start from next week our personality test guidance program. And before that, we'll be sharing you the schedule for this target prelims 2024. So in which you'll be getting a clear-cut information that which are all the dates on which subject is going to be handled. And already the resource persons, everyone is finalized, and every subject is finalized. The total number of hours, it is already finalized. Total number of tests, almost 12 tests we have planned it. And CSAT also, it's going to be for about 20 sessions. And almost 60 hours, the sessions already we have planned. Ganesh Kaushik is the one who is going to handle it. He's from Delhi, he's very popular resource persons. So he's having excellent team to handle both aptitude as well as RC. So apart from CSAT, for GS, for about 12 weeks, every week you will be having so many sessions. During the weekdays there will be sessions on CSAT, and in the weekends you will be having a session on GS. So this would be for next 3-4 months, and then after that we will be launching our Prelims cum Mains program, which is a foundation program for 2025. Because 2024 already most of the students you would have joined and you would have started your journey, but we will also start the prelims test batch, and not only prelims test batch but also prelims crash course also will be starting in the month of February. So after attending all these 250 hours of classes, then after knowing the strength of the KingMakers IAS Academy, then if at all if you feel that still you need some more clarity on certain aspects, then you can join for the crash course. And of course you can also recommend your friends to join for the target prelims 2024 prelims crash course along with the test series. The test series almost we have planned around 33 GS test and 22 CSAT test. So put together it will come around 55 test series. So I'm sure definitely once if anyone is going to follow our test series, will have a better understanding of the UPSC pulse, because recently they have changed the pattern of asking the questions, because previously easily you can eliminate the questions and you can easily come to the conclusion, but now the options which are very relevant and very close, it is very difficult for the students. Even if they are very seniors, they are also finding it very difficult to answer. So for that kind of nature, our R&D, they are working on that, and our people will set that kind of questions which are in the current trend, so that whenever you are taking up the test, you will have the same feel of taking the test of 2024, the real test of UPSC. So that kind of test series we are going to launch. Already we have launched in Chennai, and now we are going to launch in Delhi. Both the test series is going to be available both in the offline as well as in the online mode. This is the another initiative. The one is the personality test guidance program. Another one is the test series for the prelims. And as I told you earlier, that is one initiative is for the personality test guidance program. These three things, as of now, we have already prepared the curriculum, we have already prepared the schedule, and with a strong team, we are going to enter into it in Delhi market. And apart from that, we will also be launching some of the optional test series and optional classes also. Already we had discussed with some important key resource persons in Delhi, and most probably when they are going to join, I will disclose their names. As of now, they are handling the optional classes in most of the popular institutes in Delhi. But once if that batch is over, most probably they'll be very happy to associate with the KingMakers IAS Academy to handle the optional classes. So once if the program is well prepared, then we will also inform you about the details. Even for the optional, we will have the orientation, and you can just interact with our faculty. You can attend the orientation. You can attend 3 free classes. Then you can decide about joining in KingMakers IAS Academy for the optional. The whoever are going to handle the optional, they are well known in the industry. They are handling the optional classes for more than 10 years or 15 years. So that kind of resource persons only, they are going to handle the optional in KingMakers IAS Academy. That is another thing. And another important thing is hereafter every week, as it was inaugurated in the last 2 days, today and yesterday. Yesterday morning, we had Madhivadini, Indian Foreign Service Officer, who got into the service this year. And today morning, Jeta Dinagar, who cleared the civil service examination with a excellent 87 rank. Every day, every program will be inaugurated by someone who has already cleared the civil service examinations. So every weekend, you will also have an opportunity to interact with someone who has recently cleared the civil service examinations, because that positive energy which you are going to gain from the recently cleared candidates will put you in the proper direction. So these are all the initiatives which we have taken. And our team is something very big team, which consists of retired bureaucrats, which includes former Chief Election Commissioner and former Reserve Bank of India Governor, and some of the even ISRO Director and former Labasana Director and former UPSC Chairman and former Parliamentary Secretary and General Secretary Lok Sabha, and some of the chief secretaries of various states, and even one governor of Odisha, former governor of Odisha. There are so many great resource persons who are available for the support of the aspirants. They wanted to contribute their best knowledge, best service to the future pillars of this nation. So I'm sure through KingMakers IAS Academy, some of the free program is going to be organized with the help of those resource persons. So I'm sure definitely when you are going to attend those sessions, it will give you a clear-cut idea of about the demand of this particular exam. Particularly, this will help you for your personality test. And the second resource persons are like our Manoj Madhav sir, and the resource persons whom you have interacted in the last 2 days. They are the one. They have seen these exams in all the directions. They have written multiple prelims, they have written multiple mains, they have appeared for the personality test multiple times, and they are handling the classes for many years. They have coached and they have trained thousands of aspirants. They have also produced many results in the UPSC civil service examinations. Their students are working across the nation, across the globe, as Indian Foreign Service Officer, as an Indian Police Service Officer, as an Indian Administrative Service Officer, and so on. So these resource persons are very good in telling you that what to do and what not to do, because they know very well that what kind of mistakes the students will commit. So they will give you proper understanding. They will make you to understand the subject clearly. They will also just inform you to manage your time properly, the resources properly, and your strategy properly. So with their help, I'm sure definitely you will learn a lot of things from them. Do's and don'ts, both you can learn from that resources. The third resources, which is associated with the KingMakers IAS Academy, is the one who has recently cleared the examinations, because their strategy may be something different from the other individuals, those who are going to handle the classes for you. So they are also going to come, they are also going to share their experiences. They will not handle the subject, but every day or every session will start with the help of someone who has already cleared the examinations. They'll share some of the strategies, because they are suitable for that particular area. This is the third resources. And of course, the fourth resources are the serving bureaucrats, not the retired bureaucrats, serving bureaucrats. And they are having the interest to deliver certain sessions, but due to some time constraints, they were not able to handle the regular classes. But now and then, whenever time permits, they will also come, they will also handle some classes. Sometime All India topper, they may come. In one particular subject, they would have achieved something great during that time of preparation. For example, we had one resource person called Mr. Prakash IAS. He was the highest scorer in the history of UPSC in the general studies, and highest scorer in the geography optional subjects. In terms of percentage, he is the highest scorer in India. So he was there to support us, and he was there to help us for even ethics paper when the paper was introduced. So whenever that kind of resource persons available, our students will be called for it, and so that kind of sessions will be organized at free of cost. and those resource persons are available only to help you. So make use of those things. So KingMakers IAS Academy, though it is a private coaching institute, though it is a commercial private coaching institute, but it has a real interest in bringing out the best ethical bureaucrats for the development of our country. So the knowledge which you are going to gain through KingMakers IAS Academy, that will be taught to you, not only the content, but also the knowledge with the value. So we wanted to produce more ethical and value-based bureaucrats in the future, for which we have started initiative of setting up of our branches across the nation. The first initiative, apart from Tamil Nadu, the first branch we have set up in Delhi. I'm sure when you are going to cooperate more and more, we will also set up more and more branches across the nation to help you grow better. So with these few words, I take this opportunity to thank all our mentors, all our resource persons, all our faculty members, all our staff members, all our technical team members who have contributed for the last 1 week, because some were working even the day and night to just prepare some slides, to just coordinate with the faculty members, to set up this studio and all those things. So I'm very much glad that successfully in the last 2 days we have completed 12 hours of marathon session. Almost we can call it like a marathon session. It's not new to KingMakers IAS Academy. Of course, we had a marathon session on the eve of India's independence 2 years before. 1 year before, we had about 12 hours Indian Constitution marathon session. They were talking about only about the Constitution. We started around 8 o'clock in the morning. It went up to 8 o'clock in the evening. So continuously we were talking about the creation of the Indian Constitution and the history behind it. So this is not the new thing for us. So like this, I'm sure many more things will come in the near future. And there are many great personalities who had already visited our academy, like Kiran Bedi Madam and our ISRO chairman, and our former External Affairs Minister, Yashwant Sinha sir, Defense Minister, and the India's biggest billionaire, Bhupendra Kumar Modi, and former RBI governor. So many great persons, a former President of India, and former Governor of Odisha, and even the current Governor of Tamil Nadu. And we had a great opportunity to interact with all these resource persons. In the same way, you will also get this kind of opportunity to interact with the great personalities of our nation. And this KingMakers IAS Academy will create a platform. And I'm very happy that the God has given us a great opportunity to set up that kind of platform for the betterment of the society. So with these few words, once again, I take this opportunity to thank whoever have attended this program and kindly make use of this program. Thank you so much. Thank you, Manoj sir. Thank you, Delhi team. Thank you, Kalyan sir. Thank you, everyone. And we will meet in the next session. The schedule will be sent it to you, and the link already we have shared in this group. And for the next session, you have to register. Only for the registered candidates alone, the online link will be shared, and the remaining sessions will not be available in the YouTube. So it will be available in the private portal. The portal is going to be managed with the KingMakers IAS Academy. Only the registered candidates alone can come. There you can interact with the faculty members. Here the faculties do not have the opportunity to see your face or see your names. But whereas in that platform, they will interact with you. You can also interact with the resource persons. So that kind of facilities we are going to create. So I'm sure you will register. You will also utilize this opportunity. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kalyan sir. Thank you, Manoj sir. Thank you, Delhi team. Thank you, Ananda.